Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, wherever you may be across the world. Thank you for joining us here in Copenhagen for another stop on the Flesh and Blood World Tour. My name is HowlingMines, joined in the booth this weekend by one of the most formative minds in all of trading card games.
Big words.
Previous Danish national champion and the winner of the Calling in Prague. It's Simon Nielsen. How are we doing?
Hi. Yeah, I'm doing well. I'm so excited, you know, to be commentating my first time at a calling in my hometown. Like, I took my bike here. It's like 15 minutes bike ride to the site.
That's an incredible privilege, and I'm exceptionally jealous of it. But I'm glad that someone gets to sleep in their own bed. It's definitely kind of a big talking point.
A history of biking to tournaments, going
I've
more
heard some stories over the years. I'm glad you arrived safely and are actually in the booth this weekend. But yeah, pleasure to have you here. I'm glad to hear you're excited as well. What are you kind of expecting to see over the course of this weekend with where we currently are in Classic Constructed?
Ooh, I'm really like curious to see if like I'm really curious to see if the like Oscilio, you know, like kind of like brews that we've been seeing, like, you know, it's kind of becoming more and more of a strong deck. Like I hear a lot of buzz about that deck talking to the players. I'm trying to see.
The puns have started early.
That was actually pun intended. Yeah, I'm excited to see, like, you know, what that deck does. Of course, like, you know, I do expect, like, you know, the Gravies and the Slippies, like, kind of like, you know, going back to back, like, defending themselves from each other's bad matchups, taking a big hold on metagame. And I'm also expecting to see, you know, like some new developments. Like, we've had all these like weeks of callings, and like there's some, you know, decks that like keep doing well, and we might see like some more of them break through here. I'm sure there'll be one surprise in the sub 8.
Absolutely. Very, very excited to see how things break down. We'll get there in just a minute. But for now, let's take a closer look at the day in general and the format for today's event. Here in Copenhagen, calling, of course, nearly 400 players joining us this time around. Means we will have 7 rounds of Swiss on day 1 and another 5 on day 2.
Yeah. Long day, of course, and these, you know, Flesh and Blood games are, you know, it takes a while, but it really takes the stamina to play all those 7 rounds in a row.
Absolutely. Single elimination top cut coming for our top 8 after that as well. Let's take a closer look what they're playing for. If you're joining us in the building this weekend in Copenhagen, there are tons of prizes up for grabs. $20,000 in cold hard cash, and of course, a lovely selection of gold foil legendaries and PTIs as well.
Yeah. Well, yeah, really looking for that, you know, like the gold foils for the top 8 placement, the invite, like the top 8 is really what these players are looking for this weekend.
So, of course, is a little prize you might know something about up for grabs today, Simon. Gold foil Stonewall Gauntlet. I believe you're intimately familiar with that one.
Yeah, I got the first one actually back in January. I also have one of those nice trophies on my shelf. Yeah, this is the big grand prize, you know, the Stonewall Gauntlet. Only going to be the gold foil for this year. Yep. So there's not that many in the world of this very exclusive item here, as well as, you know, of course, all the other benefits for top 8ing the calling here today.
Yeah, that lovely trophy you say a moment ago, but of course those World Tour points, a Pro Tour invitation. We know there are a lot of players who have traveled from much further afield to be here this weekend to earn those World Tour points. Of course, other implications to today's event. Living Legend is the talk of the town. We know this format's going to be playing a big part in the World Championship later this year, and some of these heroes are making their way towards that threshold.
Yeah, exactly. We saw Kano pick up a battle-hardened win just last weekend in Kansas City, and is now sitting at the top of the Living Legend leaderboard. Once Kano hits 1,000 points, that's all heroes from that set out.
Yeah, Arcane Rising going to be in the rearview mirror before you know it. Of course, Fi sitting in second here on 805 points. Not a lot of movement there, but I'm seeing a surprising amount of Fi on the floor over the last few days as people played those early side events. I'm kind of secretly hopeful that some have converted into the main event today.
Yeah, there's a couple in the main event I saw, or maybe at least one. So we'll see. Yeah, there's a specific Danish player on Kano that I'm looking forward to, so we'll see if Anders Andersen can show up. That's someone I know from the ProQuest scene.
Lovely stuff. Looking forward to seeing what they can do on Kano this weekend. Of course, if you're not unable to join us here in Copenhagen, there are many more events for you to look forward to on the World Tour. There is all gas and no breaks for Flesh and Blood. 120 iconic destinations across the world, and perhaps more importantly, $1.5 million of prize money.
I don't know. I would say the destinations is more important than the money. That is why we travel. Play the game, see the world indeed. Let's take a look at what that looks like coming up here with the event schedule. So many places all over the world, you know, Europe, Asia Pacific, and of course in the US here.
Yeah, let's walk you down from the top of the list here. Orlando Battle Hardened coming up at the end of this month is going to be a pretty fantastic one if you're looking to get a taste of Living Legend, of course. Big format, talk of the town over the course of the skirmish season, ProQuest season, of course, the World Championship as well.
Yeah, then we got to get to Manila in the Philippines, and then we have the Battle Hardened in Munich, and I want to highlight specifically like this place being the first German Flesh and Blood tournament that we've had. This is because Flesh and Blood has been registered as a game of skill, and we can thus have tournaments in that game in Germany now. That is very exciting, you know, both Munich and the calling in Hamburg coming up later.
Yeah, huge news. Really happy to see that, and I'm glad the residents of Germany get to join us on one stop of the World Tour without leaving the comfort of their own home. Chicago, going to be coming up at the start of September as well. Classic Constructed, Battle Hardened there. And then we're back over to Japan in Shizuoka for another taste of Classic Constructed. Release weekend, of course, of Super Slam for that one, I believe.
Yeah,
we're going to have all kinds of new cards on display.
Exactly, yeah. No, both the Super Slam set itself and all its many expansion slots. Going over to the Battle Hardened in Paris here for the French people and everyone around them. And then to Guadalajara in Mexico for another Battle Hardened same weekend there at the end of September.
Yeah, Team Classic Constructed on display in Paris. Not something we get to see very often, but team events, definitely one of the highlights of card games for me, and I hope people are equally excited to get into the tussle over there. Of course, making our way through October with Hamburg, previously alluded to by yourself, over in Germany. They're lovely to see a calling in that level. Osaka and Sonoma as well, going to be wrapping things up in October. And then we have two big events at the very bottom of our screen to walk through. The first, the world premiere of Super Slam over in Montreal, making its debut there. I'm very excited to be in the booth for that weekend. Are you joining me over in Canada?
I'm very excited to be in the playfield for that tournament. Yeah, I do love my world premieres. Yeah, I'm gonna travel to all the ones I can is what I decided. I love Flesh and Blood Limited.
I think they're a very special event and well worth attending if you get the chance. And of course, that World Championship in Philadelphia, the big pinnacle of the year. I have to imagine we'll be seeing you at that one as well.
Yeah, we'll see about that one. But yeah, it's gonna be exciting to see, you know, like Living Legend on display for a big tournament for the very first time.
If nothing here tickles your fancy, don't worry. Flesh and Blood, of course, fantastic at local level play as well. Skirmish Season 12 finally underway at your local game store.
Oh, yes. So, again, we have Living Legend and the brand new Master Pack Guardian Crack Shuffle Play event, where you could just show up to your local game store doing this. You do not need to have a deck. You don't really need to have much experience. If you want to try the game out for the first time, you just get 3 booster packs, open them up, and shuffle them into your deck. No deck building decisions made, and then you just play these really intricate, high-velocity Guardian mirrors where a lot of things can happen, and you really get to, learn the basics of this game if you're interested in that.
Yeah, I'm really excited to get stuck into Crack Shuffle Play. Also, a taste of Blitz available throughout the skirmish season. Well worth looking at the event locator on fabtc.com to find out what's near you. Of course, plenty of gorgeous prizes up for grabs here. Cold foil Cerebellum processors for the top 4, and a rather sneaky stowaway in his marble form for a winner. Of course, if you are looking for a format of choice, as we kind of alluded to, many ways to play your skirmish season here. Living Legend, definitely the one I know most people are talking about, but Blitz, a fan favorite, especially in certain parts of the world. And as you alluded to, Crack Shuffle Play, brand new way of playing, kind of returning from Bright Lights, and some good fundamentals to be learned there, I think.
Yeah, I really think so. That looks kind of a nice... kind of nice way to get stuck into some Flesh and Blood games right off the bat.
Yeah, sounds good to me. Well, very excited for that. Cannot wait to join into skirmish season at my local game store. But for now, we got to focus on today. We got a lot of events going on. Well, okay, maybe we don't have to focus on today just yet. There's been an awful lot of events going on in Flesh and Blood recently, and I want to start things off by taking a look at some of the top 8s from our previous events heading into this event. We're going to start things off with Auckland. We had the top 8 over in the homeland, of course. This is a little different than what a lot of people expected. Some fast-paced gameplay here on display all the way through the bracket.
Yeah, very interesting to see, not a gravy-dominated top 8 as, people might have expected going into the event. And this is actually the start of a lot of heroes that we'll see, repeat over the course of these, late top 8s here. So, we have, the Oscilio represented by Alexander Vore. We have Fang by Alexander McCallum. And Prism by Michael Collins, CYK Lionel on Dash.io. Those 4 heroes, I think, are worth keeping an eye on because, they're the type who will repeat top 8s.
Yeah, absolutely. Want to give a special shout out to CYK Lionel, actually. Not only taking down this event in Auckland, but they have joined us this weekend here in Copenhagen. They are on the grind. They want those World Tour points, and I'm hopeful they manage to put up a result once again.
Yes, exactly. Coming all the way over from, I think they flew from Taiwan to get here. And yeah, that's just very exciting. When I saw them outside, I was like, wait, is that CYK here? Oh, exciting.
The joys of the World Tour, of course. Players coming across the world for all of the best. Of course, Kansas City last weekend was another pretty landmark event, truthfully. Lots of discussion, we'll say, following this event. Oscilio, Dash.io once again making themselves known. Of course, Guy Cohen this time on Fang. Prism, as you alluded to, from Elaine as well, showing up. The rest of this bracket, more of the expected, I think.
Yeah, so this is the time where we see a lot of these gravy bones in the top 8. Curiously, this top 8 did not have any of the Slippies, Arakni slip through the cracks that we saw in Auckland. So it's going to be interesting to see how these 2 most popular decks are going to battle it out. Is this going to be a gravy top 8 or a Slippy top 8, or maybe actually both this time? And will these 4 pop-up decks continue to put up spots in the top 8, cementing themselves as very real contenders in this metagame?
Well, I don't want to keep you in suspense much longer, so how about we take a look at the metagame breakdown for day 1 here in Copenhagen. 29 different heroes making themselves known in the field today, but a bit of a surprising inclusion at number 3, perhaps, here on the board.
Yeah, so we've been talking about the Oscilio, in the calling in Singapore, there was an Oscilio calling Auckland, Oscilio in top 8, and 2 in Kansas City. And at that point, it was really the talk that maybe Oscilio is actually the best deck in the format. The thing that this deck does, it's been kind of under the radar, but it got its 0-cost shock from the latest set from High Seas in the expansion slot. And that has been so important for making the deck consistent enough to compete at the highest level. It has good gravy matchup, and it's not too bad into Slippy, which kind of break this paradigm that we normally see, where Gravy and Arakni, they kind of cover each other's bad matchups, which makes cements them as the top 2 decks of the format, and they have a very even matchup into each other. So that's why it's kind of hard to break through this metagame. But we see Oscilio kind of do that. Fang has a good matchup into both Arakni and Gravy, supposedly. So that's why we see these types of heroes that can break through the top 8, is because they break this paradigm of Gravy and Arakni covering each other's bad matchups.
Yeah, I think that's fantastic analysis, truth be told. I want to take a moment to call out some of our smaller contenders here that are maybe a little bit more interesting across the room. 12 copies of Dorinthia, a deck I've definitely seen people whispering as the Gravy Slayer, if you like. Dawnblade, not a bad card in that matchup, to be fair.
Yeah, exactly. The fact that Dawnblade can just hit an ally and that counts as it having hits. So Dorinthia is so good at keeping the counters on the Dawnblade and will very easily spiral out of control. And it's pretty hard for Gravy to stop that.
Yeah, 7 copies of Jarl as well. I've caught some whispers in the room at the start of this weekend that maybe some renowned names have picked up Jarl this weekend to take on this tournament. What do you think about Jarl in this metagame?
Yeah, it's very interesting. So Jarl is, of course, a Guardian, and we just had Mastery Pack Guardian release. So he's another one who could like pick up some of these new tools and potentially like become strong enough to actually be a real contender. I would say he's still, you know, maybe in the brew phase, trying to figure out exactly how to build him now with all these new tools, but could very well see him be an actual thing. Like, I think we will see a Guardian at the top of the table. The question is which one is going to be, Victor, Jarl, or is something else?
Yeah, my heart goes out to a few at the bottom here. I always got to champion the underdogs. It's my favorite part of this event. 2 copies of Arakni Huntsman, definitely an interesting choice. I'm hoping to see a little bit more of them later on. 2 copies of Katsu, of course, directly supported by Ira's most recent Armory deck as well. A little bit of gas going on there. And I'm hoping, with a little bit of luck, I can wave my hands and get us a Katsu in the feature match area for the first round. So hopefully we get to see a little bit of that as the day begins. How about that?
That'd be cool. Yeah, we also had, of course, the like recent unbanning of bonds. So you know, that's a tool that like Katsu has really been like, you know, lacking lately, like missing out on those powerful combo turns, and yeah, can now do them again.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 copies of Marlin, 2 copies of Bolton, a Phi and a Max to round us out. Happy to see the underdogs taking a claim for themselves this weekend, and hopefully we'll see them in the feature match area, of course. Now, I'm really looking forward to the first round of the day here. A little bit of Katsu, a little bit of known names, but there's also a few other things to look forward to over the course of this weekend. I'm reliably informed we might have some card reveals for Super Slam. I'm told they're really, really good. But I'm not going to show them to you just yet.
Wait,
so you're going to have to hang on just a moment.
Scott, please. Can I just see like a corner of the card?
Now,
just
if I had the power to do that, that would be great. But I also like my job, and I don't want to get fired. So if you do want to enjoy those expansion slot cards, don't worry. We'll have one coming up for you today, one coming up for you tomorrow, as you've grown to expect from these callings. They're well worth sticking around for. So please make sure that you do. However, no more waiting. I want to get started on games for this weekend. Maximilian Klein is going to kick things off for us, but not on Katsu.
Oh.
Max Klein has decided to bring Fang to this event. Kind of that hedge you alluded to earlier on. And on the other side of the table, we're going to see that Katsu. So let's make our way down to the feature match area. I want to kick things off here in Copenhagen in style. 2 slightly off-meta heroes. One who's surging back to prominence. One who needs to make a name for themselves. It's going to be Maximilian Klein here on Fang, Drakai of Blades, against Yorick Schulte on Katsu, the Wanderer. Simon, tell me a little bit about what we should be looking at over the course of this game.
Yeah, so of course, Maximilian Klein is a bit of a warrior player. Got second at Pro Trollers Angelus with the Hatchet Dorinthia. And Yorick Schulte, I played against him 2 years ago in ProQuest Plus of the Battle Hardening Kiel, and he impressed me very much. Playing Katsu back then, has been a Katsu main, and has, you know, when I've talked to him over the Pro Tours I've seen him at, he's been really sad to have lost the bonds, and now is getting them back and can play Katsu again here with some of these new Ira cards. We see Edge of Autumn being played non-traditionally here for Katsu, but that's because it levels up this Okana Scar Wraps and equipment that's very powerful and able to give +1 to an injure attack.
Yeah, both these players kicking things off at a blistering pace here. We see an Arsenal parked for Yorick. Moving back over to Max here. Savor Bloodshed will be the play to start things off. Not quite as potent in Fang as a deck like Arakni, but that +4, still quite a hefty bit of damage.
I actually think it's better in Fang because it's so easy for Fang to mark your opponent, and the daggers are way more efficient, so it's much easier to hit with the daggers with all the combat tricks, with all the attack reactions here.
One resource floating here for Max. Does send that Obsidian Fire Vein across. We'll follow it up with a Scar Tissue here. This card, pretty much the bread and butter we've come to expect from this deck. Gonna get Katsu marked early here as quickly and as efficiently as possible. Start generating those fealty tokens to enter Emperor time, if you like.
Yeah, exactly. So that is the game plan for Maximilian Klein. The Fang deck is not the most efficient deck in the format when you first start, like when you've played the first few turns, where you have to pay for your weapons. But once he gets to 3 fealty tokens, these weapons become free, and then you essentially get that extra card each turn. That is a huge gain for the Fang deck, completely able to like dominate those types of games once you have the free fealty. And so Yorick's plan is to get Maximilian down as far as possible before he gets the free fealty, because he's playing Katsu this, like, kind of has the ability to do some huge combo lines. He needs to do a little bit of setup first. You should pay attention to the cards that go into Yorick's graveyard, because those are the ones that he'll be able to fetch up with that bonds.
Yeah, that foot on the gas nice and early here. We see the hardened cross strap being committed immediately here for Yorick and demanding the respect from Maximilian Klein. Unfortunately, that ancestral empowerment is going to punk this surging strike over the top for an extra point of damage and threaten to activate that Katsu hero ability.
Yeah, so this is exactly what you want to do with Katsu. So Max is going to try and block out every single of Yorick's first attacks, because if Katsu manages to land a hit here, that will let him search up any combo card that fits from his deck by discarding a card that costs 0. And so you see here Max considering using the D-React here, and does actually discard a Shelter from the Storm to prevent that 1 damage so that Katsu does not get to hit.
Yeah, really well navigated here by Max, using that defense reaction to save themselves from Katsu's potent ability. However, the natural follow-up found in the hand for Yorick here. Descendant Gust Wave threatening to keep things chained together here. Of course, that prevention still looming from Shelter, but not enough to cover this up all by itself.
Yeah, so Yorick actually had the full combo line already ready to go. If either the Surging Strike or this Descendant Gust Wave had hit, he would have been able to find a Bonds of Memory and then get back that, search for Whelming Gust Wave in his deck to continue this huge chain. We also see Yorick here playing a fully red line hand, backed up by the Hardened Cross Strap in his equipment zone that he can sacrifice to pay for that Surging Strike, and then doesn't really need to pitch for the rest of his turn.
Yeah, definitely a few options there. Be Like Water, that Seek Vengeance that can follow along after Edge of Autumn, and of course Command and Conquer. That could be a real threat to that Sink Below we see lurking in the hand for Maximilian Klein. A few ways for Yorick to sequence this turn, depending on how Max chooses to navigate this Descendant Gust Wave.
Yeah, so because he still has the prevention floating from that Shelter by the Storm, can use the Sink Below to cover it up here. And this is, again, an exact cover-up. So Yorick does have the ability to use the Okana Scar Wraps to make this hit, but it will cost him his weapon, and if he doesn't manage to hit with a card that has Vengeance in its name, he will not get back that Edge of Autumn, so it's probably too risky to go for that right now. And instead, Yorick is totally fine to just play out his hand here. He has 2 0-cost attacks.
Yeah, Be Like Water going to be the follow-up here, carrying things on. Just a pseudo head jab in this spot, unlikely to be naming many things with the reds we know are lurking in Yorick's hand. But of course, another 4 damage coming in the form of Seek Vengeance after this just means a very efficient turn here from Katsu. Does exactly what Katsu's hoping to do, earns cards from Maximilian Klein on Fang here, keeps the tempo in their favor as the game continues.
Yeah, and Max deciding to even not let this hit, just block with his 2-block here. And, even though Max has been able to defend this out very well, this is actually still playing into Yorick's game plan. Because remember, he wants to stop, get as far ahead as possible before Max hits those free fealty. And by blocking with his entire hand, he's not going to be able to generate a fealty, blocking with that Affirm Loyalty right here.
Yeah, great spot here from Yorick as well. Using those Okana Scar Wraps just on the Seek Vengeance, knowing it was uncontested and unblocked, means you will earn an extra point of damage. That Edge of Autumn going to come flying straight back into the hands here for Yorick and set them up for another turn. We're going to see that Vigor cashed in from Grains of Blood Spill last turn. Just going to pay for an Obsidian Fire Vein here for Max. All of those cards expended pretty aggressively on defense means this should be a pretty minimal turn.
Yeah, you could pretty safely just take this 1 point of damage. If Yorick happens to have a hand that doesn't really converge, sure, you could put a card in front, but yeah, it is just 1 damage represented, giving a single fealty token to Max. He's not super interested in using this fealty for its ability to make something draconic, but of course he does have that ability now, in case he wants to use that on a Scar Tissue or something similar.
Going to see Dishonor pitched here for the Edge of Autumn to start things off. This very threatening little attack does give Yorick all kinds of options. We see a bit of an interesting hand put together there for Yorick as well. You see another Surging Strike lined up with another Gust Wave. So utilizing these resources here, not necessarily going to be burning all of that this turn, but combo lines are available if that's something we're interested in pursuing.
Yeah, so it's very interesting here. So this is the trick that Katsu sometimes does, is that the card he wants to search up with, if the Searching Strike hits, is the Whelming Gust Wave that is already in hand. But of course, Maximilian doesn't know that and is very interested in blocking this out as a result. still. Actually, I guess he could discard the Salt the Wound to go search for Bonds of Memory. So still very happy to see either the Searching Strike or this, of course, this Whelming Gustwave hit.
Yeah, Bonds of Ancestry got to be a real threat on the mind here for Max, especially once they see this Whelming Gustwave making its way down. 3 more points of go again damage here. Very interesting to see so many yellow copies of Whelming Gustwave this early. Of course, playing very well with Mask of the Pouncing Lynx that we see available here for Katsu. Typically a one-of, but 2 copies already played here by Yorick does suggest they're leaning quite heavily into this.
Basically, playing more copies of Whelming Gustwave just means you're more likely to set up these combo lines, as we see 2 2-blocks land for Max.
And we see just a pain on the face of Maximilian Klein there. The punish here with that Command and Conquer from the Arsenal. Maximum respect given to that Whelming Gustwave. And instead, Command and Conquer threatening to strip away Max's Arsenal despite dedicating their entire hand to this turn.
Yeah, and you see Max being really punished for this, like, potentially wise decision to overblock on each of these attacks. He blocked... Oh, there's a D-react into Arsenal that couldn't even hit the Command and Conquer. Yeah, Maximilian blocked 6 on the attack for 5 and blocked 4 on the attack for 3, just to make sure that he wasn't going to get hit by another Ancestral Empowerment. But instead, Yorick has the huge punish, which, with this Command and Conquer, Maximilian could have blocked in a way to get to have a card to Arsenal right now, but doesn't even have that. And that also means he loses this fealty because he blocked out completely.
This is a pretty back-breaking swing of momentum here. We'll make our way back to Yorick. He's going to start things off again with Edge of Autumn. We see Retrace the Past being pitched away to facilitate that one. Again, this cheeky 1 damage, very innocuous, does add up as the game continues, especially when we have go again attacks following, thanks to the Seek Vengeance.
Yeah, exactly. The hits start coming and it don't stop coming. It is, each of Yorick's hand just have so much go again, courtesy of being a ninja, that he'll be able to, do some good damage here. This hand doesn't look as offensive here with a Tenacity and 2 blues. The Seek Vengeance being still pretty good blue. Like, it does convert, 2 go again, which is not the worst for a 3-block combo blue. And even earns a 3-block from Maximilian just because of that threatening on hit here. And yeah, that just lets Yorick to send this Tenacity over here, just 3 damage. Not the best current, a 3-card, 7 essentially, counting that 3-block. But gets to Arsenal a Bonds of Ancestry and set up for a potential super wide turn later.
Yeah, a little bit lackluster this time around for Yorick, but does allow him the ability to kind of set up for these gigantic turns we expect to see from Katsu. Again, Max Klein here, just committing cards to defending out these attacks, definitely playing the more defensive role in this matchup so far, but does get a little bit of breathing room here on account of that slightly subpar hand. We're going to see Obsidian Fire Vein kicking things off here. And we see just a menagerie of Fang's buffs lurking in the hand there, available to follow this up with.
Yeah, exactly. But of course, one issue with the way that the Fang decks work is that they are built to optimize for having 3 fealty and not needing to pay for these 5 veins. That means the deck plays a ton of red cards and not that many yellows or blues to pitch into these 5 veins. So here we see Max having to pitch a red card to attack with that 5 vein, but does have this pledge fealty here to make a fealty token. And again, Yorick's turn wasn't that good, but this is also a, it's going to be a 2-card, 2 damage plus a fealty token. Not exactly the most efficient, but gets to follow up with that Scar Tissue and marking Yorick.
Yeah, I think this is a very heads-up play from Max, to be entirely honest. He's aware there is some amount of Arsenal interaction coming from Yorick, and this Scar Tissue could just be parked for a bigger turn, try and force through some damage, but instead guaranteeing that Katsu is marked, knowing blocks haven't been declared, and securing that second fealty later down the line when they can inevitably hit once again.
Exactly. A card that Max would really be looking for here is the 0 for 4 that makes a fealty if it attacks a marked hero. Like those attack actions in his deck that it would allow him to block out like he has been doing, keeping a single card in hand and generating those 3 fealty just off a single attack.
100 wins going to be the thing to kick the turn off for Yorick. He's taking a look at a bit of an interesting hand here as well. I think we see Ancestral Harmony, another Whelming Gustwave on the side there. So some more 0-cost attacks and a way to make everything a lot bigger. Really interesting to see that Ancestral Harmony not committed at the start of this turn. Makes me think we need resources for whatever's parked in our arsenal.
Yeah, I wonder if Yorick here is attempting to just play out this... attempting to give go again to this Whelming Gustwave through his foot piece here. The boots that will, whenever he hits, he can sacrifice it to give all of his combo attacks Go Again, that will give Go Again to the Whelming Gust Wave so that he's able to follow it up with the Bonds of Ancestry in his arsenal. So I think Yorick really hopes that this Seek Vengeance will hit, but it does not because there's a sink below.
Yeah, Breeze Rider Boots here, definitely threatening to go wider. We're going to see the Arcana Scar Wraps reach for Yorick. Does say,
right.
make me have it. Is there another defense reaction on the other side from Maximilian Klein to blunt this? There is not. So that 1 point of damage will make its way over, and we will see Edge of Autumn flying back. Katsu is going to be activated here, considering discarding that Gust Wave for something else.
Yeah, he can also just do this and try to find potentially just a 2 for 6 that he can send over here for some additional damage.
Yeah, Exert Vengeance, definitely an option here. The pseudo CNC that we're used to seeing. No Arsenal to threaten here, but would just be a huge chunk of damage. You can see Yorick taking a moment here to consider their options. They have triggered Katsu. We've seen it physically represented on the board currently, but taking a moment to see what they can find off that bonds that we know they have is lurking in the yard, maybe what they can put together depending on what they're willing to go and find. This is one of the more interesting pieces of Katsu as a hero. There's just a lot of permutations to consider as you play your games, a lot of different avenues to express your skill. We're going to see Descendant Gust Wave as the choice here from the discard, just turning that Whelming Gust Wave into slightly more damage and still facilitating that bonds as the turn continues.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Of course, Yorick had all those planned. He knew that if the Seek Vengeance were to hit, he didn't need to use his Breeze Rider Boots. He could just discard the Whelming Gust Wave, go get the natural Go Again Gust Wave, and thus enabling the bonds. And the funny thing here with the Edge of Autumn, it has already attacked once this turn, but since it got banished and then returned to the arena once again, it can actually attack again because... yeah, it counts as a new game object. So even squeezing out that 1 extra point of value before sending this Descendant Gust Wave and then sending the Bonds of Ancestry to fetch out another combo attack from his graveyard. Might be just a 0 for 4, I would assume, but that's still very impressive, of course. Bonds of Ancestry costs 0 resources when it's played after a card with Gust Wave in its name, comes in for 4 itself, and then gets to search up a any attack. Okay, so it goes for the 100 wins here instead of a 0 for 4.
Yeah, just nice, clean, efficient damage here. Very good chance that we saw a decent number of those Seek Vengeance burned early. We saw quite a lot of them coming across the combat chain, so maybe a little concerned about spending another one of those here in the red form. So it will be the 100 wins. There's going to be the follow-up to this. But this is a very impressive turn here from Yorick. Well sequenced, has managed to save those Breeze Rider Boots. It is, again, earning cards here from Max. Worth noting, they've had to commit 2 copies of Hunt's End on blocking duty here. These are some of your best endgame buff effects.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a card that you do not want to draw early here. And actually, what I think might be going on with Yorick's decision to take 100 wins here is that the Seek Vengeances are just more damage in the deck because you can use the Arcana Scar Wraps on them later. So being concerned with Maximilian playing so defensively and making sure he has enough damage output left in his deck, just pulling out the 3-point card rather than the 5-point card.
And it's a pretty fantastic call out here. We'll make our way back to Max. And again, we see a fealty disappearing here at the start of Max's turn. Just unable to keep the cards required to keep those fealty together. And the pressure straight back to Yorick here. Let's see if we can see what they're working with. It's going to be kicking things off with another Descendant Gust Wave here. That natural Go Again is going to be baked in. The hand does have a few more options here. A Retrace the Past and another yellow Whelming Gust Wave does give them the ability to create some makeshift combos courtesy of that blue specialization.
Yeah, exactly. So this is another attack for 3 that does demand the block, because if Max does not cover up this Descendant Gust Wave, Yorick will, get to potentially send another Bonds right at him.
And we will see that Savor Bloodshed committed on defense. And again, the option to float things over with Arcana Scar Wraps available there to Yorick, choosing not to this time around, does just rely on Retrace the Past as the follow-up. This is now going to have a little bit of extra juice, and on hit will give itself the ability to name something else.
That's actually, when it attacks, yeah, so you get to name a card, and it could be naming a Searching Strike here, so you can follow up with that Whelming Gust Wave, or it's possible that Yorick just wants to save that for later. I don't think we have the word on what exactly was named by Retrace the Past. I guess there's also the opportunity to name something that makes it really good if it gets to hit, and you can discard that Whelming Gust Wave. So it's possible that Yorick could have named could even name Edge of Autumn?
You can, absolutely,
Yeah.
yeah. Some really nifty things you can do if you want to maybe convince your opponent you're holding on to that Exert Vengeance with 2 floating. You can just name a card like Edge of Autumn and keep that combo chain going and represent something you don't intend on doing. We know that Whelming Gustwave is in hand, so I think it's a great shout. The Surging Strike makes an awful lot of sense here. Enable that combo ability that we know is so potent. But Max, of course, as you alluded to earlier, not entirely sure what's in hand or what's coming next if they're willing to take this hit. We do see them taking the hit here.
Decides to take the damage here. Let's see if Yorick actually named Edge of Autumn here and can search up that Exert Vengeance or something else. I guess there's no card in Arsenal, so that is not the most... Okay, just name Surging Strike. Just upgrading that 3rd yellow Whelming Gustwave into a red one. You know, that's value. You know, that's, you know, +1 point. That's exactly what Ira is doing as well.
That's free real estate.
Yeah, right there.
That's exactly what you want. So red Whelming Gustwave will be the choice here. We'll push a Breakpoint Thread to draw a card once again for Yorick. Just very impressive sequencing and plays here from our Katsu player, making this deck look very impressive so far.
Yeah, Yorick is just a super impressive player. I just noticed right now Yorick's sleeves being actually the bard. Yorick,
Melody, of course, yeah.
Melody, referring to the other bard in the game, Yorick, but sharing the name with him with themselves.
I'm a big fan. I love deck customization. Shout out to Max Klein for going with the Fealty token. Does also seem particularly apt for their deck choice this weekend.
Absolutely.
We do see blocks committed to this Whelming Gustwave again. Has been a pretty staunch defense so far from Maximilian Klein this game, and we see Yorick again considering whether Arcana Scarabs want to try and take this Whelming Gustwave over the top and draw another card.
Yeah, so this would be a point where it's much more reasonable to give up your weapon, because the game is not maybe going to last that much longer, but giving up the weapon right now could spell trouble for the future if Maximilian keeps this very defensive pace and is able to prevent a card with Vengeance in its name from hitting.
So we do have this small mini-game that is about to take place in this match. Edge of Autumn will indeed force the attack through of Whelming Gustwave. Will draw from... Okay, so I see Yorick there considering Mask of the Pouncing Lynx here, and of course has the potential to go very wide with another Bonds of Ancestry if they like, choosing to draw off of their Whelming Gustwave first, firmer inform their turn, understand what decisions might be available to them, considering going much, much wider here.
Yeah, you absolutely can do that. Get something that would consist of a continuing some combat chain link here. Depending on what was drawn, actually might also change what you can search up. That's why it's really important to stack the triggers in this way. Layer them in such a way where you get to draw the card before you make the decision on the mask and make the decisions on the Breeze Rider boots. All of these are happening at the same time, but you as the controller of these chain links get to choose which order they resolve in.
We can see Yorick in the blender a bit here. Does choose to play it passive, does park that other Gustwave in the arsenal for now. Does move on back to Max Klein, who will just, again, park an arsenal of their own and look to move back, continuing their staunch defense and handing the reins of the game back to Yorick. We'll kick things off with Be Like Water, pseudo Surging Strike with a bit of luck.
Yeah, exactly. So that is another thing that Max definitely does not want to hit, because Yorick can make it do whatever they want to have it be named to fit whichever combo line is coming up, and draws a card off that Ancestral Empowerment, gets to deal 1 damage, and now we get to see if Yorick is willing to pay the 1 resource to change its name to Surging Strike.
Yeah, a bit of a sheepish smile there from Max Klein as he forced to eat a point of damage from Ancestral Empowerment, and we see Yorick debating how they wish to continue. Will be...
Oh, something very awkward here is that the only 0 cost in hand is also the only blue, so it doesn't quite line up the same way. But here's another Gustwave here. This is the Gustwave of the second win, also called Underwhelming Gustwave.
Underwhelming Gustwave is the one.
Certainly not underwhelming here. 0 for 4, go again. And by searching up that Bonds of Ancestry, gets to follow that up here, gets to follow up that Gust Wave here and search up yet another attack. These Bonds of Ancestry lines are so potent, and searches up now the Seek Vengeance. Remember, Yorick preserved the last Seek Vengeance, red Seek Vengeance in deck earlier, so that it's available right now, choosing to go down a point on the previous turn, and now gets to present this Seek Vengeance, which of course is threatening getting back that Edge of Autumn. This is a beautiful Katsu understanding here on display from Yorick.
Incredibly well navigated here. From Yorick, we do see that Seek Vengeance being found, will threaten that devastating return of Edge of Autumn. Exert Vengeance was the cost paid to enable Be Like Water this turn, as you said. Really heads-up choice to use that red to pay for that ability and cash in that zero-cost blue to make this turn tick. And we will see Yorick taking a moment here to pause, deciding whether or not they would like to use their card in hand proactively prior to sending that Seek Vengeance.
Yeah, so it is a Searching Strike in hand, Searching Strike yellow, so it isn't actually able to play that at the moment. But the Seek Vengeance doesn't have Go Again, so you could cash in those Breeze Rider boots to give Go Again to this Seek Vengeance, and then potentially also use the Mask to maybe search up a Salt the Wound, which, of course, there has been 3 links hitting here already, and the Seek Vengeance is another must block. So the Salt the Wound for 5 finishing off this turn would be rather huge, and again, leaving Max with no cards to work with.
I think this is really heads up from Yorick here. We see the hand kind of hovering over those Breeze Rider boots. Worth just cashing this in while they know they have a guaranteed hit. Of course, Max, still with plenty of equipment available, would have the ability to blunt this Seek Vengeance, deny that Edge of Autumn if that's something they're interested in doing. So if they want to use those Breeze Rider boots, they can guarantee doing so right now, and we see it cashed in both. That hit guaranteed, Mask of the Pouncing Licks and Breeze Rider boots being cashed in to keep this turn going. These one-time pieces of equipment are very important and potent part of Katsu's entire package.
Yeah, absolutely. The whole build of it is, even with the hardened cross straps as well, is that you have one turn where you could do so much damage as you combine these combo lines. The value of the Bonds of Ancestry, especially if you can combine 2 Bonds of Ancestry. So this coming in for 4, Max already knew, yes, I'm going to block this with my equipment, block out the Salt the Wound, take just 2 damage down to 7, but that is a massive light lead for Yorick here. And the question is, can Max defend it out here? No more equipment on the side of Yorick, except for that Okana Scar Wraps, which doesn't have an Edge of Autumn because there's no weapon as well for Yorick. So this really relies on just Yorick's natural cards and their breakpoints to finish off these last 7 points of damage. In the earlier versions of Katsu, we would see Harmonized Kodachi as a way to finish out an opponent who's at 7, being kind of trivial when you have this life lead. But this version of Katsu, we do see the big ability of Okana Scar Wraps, but it does not have the same ability to finish out a game in the same way. So we'll see how this plays out from now.
Yeah, very important that Seek Vengeance was denied on that previous turn cycle. We'll see Surging Strike kicking this one off. The most iconic attack in Katsu's suite, going to enable all of those biggest combo lines. And who needs a hero ability? Simply draw Whelming Gust Wave naturally in your hand, line it straight up with that Surging Strike,
yeah,
and threaten Max once again.
We actually see here Max overblocking on both of these. Oh, no, just blocking exactly 4, and this 3rd Ancestral Empowerment hitting here on the most important part, dealing 1 damage. Is there a defense reaction that
looks like that's all you got in the hand here for Max, who can theoretically deny this, but does leave themselves open to a swathe of damage afterwards if they do so. Really difficult choice here.
Yeah, it's not actually a swathe of damage because it's a yellow Descending Gust Wave and a red Surging Strike. So it's possible that the only thing Yorick would be able to do from this point is just send a Descending Gust Wave for 2. It's not super impressive, but of course still is chipping away at that life total is exactly what Yorick wants to do. If he can have each turn play out exactly like this, where he takes Max's entire hand and deals 1 and 2 points of damage, he will win eventually.
Yeah, of course, the big pain here. Max not going to be as aware that there's only 2 damage coming down the pipeline as we are in the booth here. Yorick with 2 cards in hand could represent a pretty significant chunk of their remaining life total. And we see Max kind of doing that math right here, deciding whether or not this is worth committing the defense reaction.
Yeah, if Max does not commit the defense reaction, it is much more than 2 damage, because then Yorick can pitch whichever card is drawn to play that Surging Strike and then follow that up with a Descending Gust Wave. So it's 9 damage coming for the rest of the turn if that draw were to happen. So that's actually, yeah, 10 value that all you got is, or I guess 8 value that all you got is what we're seeing here. So pretty impressive card. I guess a bit less so, because the line where Yorick just sends Descending Gust Wave will leave them with a Surging Strike in Arsenal. So maybe more like a 5 value. That all you got. Still really good.
Pretty impressive. We see Max in the blender here does commit it to the chain link. It's going to try and prevent that draw. Successfully in doing so.
Yeah, and Yorick, of course, doesn't send just the Descending Gustwave for 2. Instead, holding it because they knows there's a Surging Strike in the arsenal, so just IPing themselves to set up this combo line, figuring out that this is just more damage, giving up a full card to continue the chain here, sending 5 into 4. But a little shake of the head of Yorick here. I wonder if the draws didn't quite pan out.
See if we can take a look at that hand. We see
3 blues on top after that Descending Gustwave. So not exactly what you want, but you do still have Retrace the Past to follow up this Surging Strike into Gustwave attack.
Yeah, that Surging Strike, of course, coming in clutch, was parked in the arsenal from earlier on. And we will see those blues utilized as best Yorick can, one way or the other. We see multiple defense reactions in the hand for Max Klein, so we'll be able to do a reasonable job at soaking up damage this turn. Worth noting, that's quite a lot of Yorick's deck that's been expended at this point.
Yeah, exactly. This is a danger of Katsu gets to search up all these power cards out of your deck with Bonds of Ancestry and with Katsu's ability. So this is why you have to be hyper aware of the power that you leave in your deck, as we saw Yorick do earlier by just getting 100 wins. And we actually see here Yorick declining to play the Ancestral Harmony here, instead keeping it as a 0 cost to discard to Katsu's ability, because there is the chance to do a full wide combo turn here. And there's a Shelter from the Storm covering up that 4 points nicely. But here we see Retrace the Past coming in for 4, and with no more equipments on Max's side, I wonder if he's going to be able to cover this 4 points. Let's see if we can hear what is named.
No luck there, unfortunately. We'll have to wait and find out what the name of choice was on Retrace the Past as this turn continues. Definitely the potential to set up all kinds of remaining combo lines here, and we see Max fully aware of that as they debate how to utilize the last card in their hand, and we see the pain. They were so close.
Yeah.
So very close to putting something together here.
You can also just name Seek Vengeance, which would allow the Okana... Oh, it's a yellow sink below. So there is 1 point hit here, and can discard that Ancestral Harmony. We'll see if there is a Vengeance card name, so you would get back that Edge of Autumn, or if it is just continuing a combo line.
It looks like maybe we are fetching up that Bonds, and of course...
Just naming some sort of Gustwave, getting the 3rd Bonds of Ancestry, and I think that should be able to close out the game here. Searching up another 0 for 4, that's 8 damage coming Maximilian's way. No ability to block that, and the game plan for Yorick here, try to just make Maximilian block as much as possible as you deny those fealty. There were 2 fealty being sacrificed to their own ability, because Max just had to block with the entire hand and could not play a Draconic card.
Impressive stuff from Yorick Schulte, taking down the first round of the event here in Copenhagen. 1-0 start on Katsu the Wanderer, and frankly, a really impressive showing of what that deck is capable of.
Yeah, I told you, like, Yorick is a Katsu master, and with Katsu actually having the tools now to be a contender in the meta game, this is the player you're going to be on the lookout to show you how it is done.
Yeah, feels like a game that's definitely going back and worth watching if you want to get your hands on Katsu and learn how that deck is supposed to come together if you want to play it in the future.
Exactly, yeah.
Of course, we're enjoying the dance here in Copenhagen, but there are many more big dances to look forward to, the biggest of the which might be in Yokohama sometime next year. We've got another ProQuest season on the horizon. If you would like to join us in Japan, the wonderful sights, the wonderful gameplay, this will be your chance to qualify for that event.
Oh, yes. I do love the ProQuest seasons here. Yeah, just get to tour the country and play very meaningful events against, the other Danish players trying to get that invite to Yokohama, which, of course, very coveted. Going to Japan in springtime? Are you kidding me? Of course I want to do that. Also, what do I want? Look at this tough nut playmat. Big bumbly boy just, staring down my opponent. That is exactly what I would want. And a sweet, sweet swing big for all these Brute lovers. Brute has been kind of, under the heel for a little bit in the past here. Has not been so armed and dangerous after all, but with the new set coming up, yeah, I'm looking forward to these brutes and seeing Swing Big back in action.
Yeah, very impressive prizing all around here. Gem packs for our participants. Those playmats up for grabs for the top 2. And of course, we see a brand new card in the form of Overcrowded for the top 4 promo. Lovely extended art cold foil. Really good at shutting down a Codex of Frailty.
Yeah.
So I imagine this is one that people are going to be interested in getting their hands on. Of course, that coveted gold foil envelope taken home for a winner as well. Those promos we alluded to, if you're unfamiliar, take a good look. Overcrowded, going to do a fantastic job against those assassins. And, you know, I'm a big fan of this Swing Big artwork. It might be my preferred one over the original, personally.
It certainly is Swinging Big, just taking down an entire Greek pillar in an effort to, I don't know what is going on with this brute. You know, maybe someone, you know, removed the morning coffee or something. I feel like that's a very apt response to that.
Yeah, wrong side of the bed on Swing Big there for sure. It will be October 4th all the way through to November 9th this time around for ProQuest Yokohama. Make sure you check out the event locator and find an event near you. Simon, I think that was a wonderful way to start off our first event together. I had a blast. It was really cool. But I think I know of something a little cooler.
You know, something cooler than what we just watched?
Yeah, really, really cool. A little bit of
really?
ice, you might say.
Ice cream? Are we going to get ice cream? I know a great place, Scott.
Jarl Trady.
Oh.
Pablo Pintor.
Oh.
Next round. Don't go anywhere. Look, okay, I've made some calls. We'll have ice cream.
Yay!
Not on camera, though, okay?
Oh.
I can't be dealing with that.
Okay, that's fair.
Sorry, folks. How we doing?
Yeah,
Welcome
yeah.
back to the
That
calling
sounds
here in
nice.
Copenhagen. Happy to have you. Hopefully you've got some ice cream at home. Would be nice to enjoy a quick snack while we're about to get things rather frosty in the feature match area alongside Pro Tour champion Pablo Pintor. Jarl Rathe, not a choice I'd have necessarily expected from them. What do you think about that?
Well, so like I would of course expect Pablo to be on Gravy Bones. You know, he's part of the Armory, which is my playtest team, and last Pro Tour we all bought Gravy Bones.
So
and
it's your fault.
Yeah, so I of
Understood.
course assume that like, you know, he's following the team standard. That's what he's doing, right?
Anyway, have some concerns about that one. I'm looking forward to Pablo proving us wrong live and making it and just embarrassing us in the general. Speaking of embarrassing us, I thought we might have some fun this weekend, Simon.
Oh, what's the fun?
How about we pick some horses in the race? How about you have a few players that are out in the field that you think are going to do really well? I'm going to pick some players that I think are going to do very well. And we'll even let Ethan on production pick some players that they think are going to... Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Totally.
He has deserved it, yeah. Maybe he'll also get, like, you know, like a little spoonful of our ice cream.
If you don't see me again, folks, you know what happened. But I think it might be a lot of fun for us to have some horses to back. So we picked some players out at the end of the last round. Let's take a look at some of the names you chose this weekend. Tell me about these people.
Yes. So first, I just wanted to highlight Jacob Clements. This is my player to pick, to win the entire event. The Swedish former national champion, 2 calling top 8s, Pro Tour top 16. Very impressive Swedish player on the most promising deck here with Oscilio, and as well as Andrea Mengucci, someone who I've recently been making some videos with and have known through other card games, and just an incredible content creator and someone who's learning more and more how to play these decks. He's incredible card gamer, and I think once he gets to learn what he needs to learn about this game, really look out for Andrea. Like he's still like getting his feet wet, but yeah. And then I picked 3 Danish previous national champions that I wanted to highlight, just to highlight the Danish players who are here. Unfortunately, or fortunately maybe, one of the Danish Flesh and Blood players has a wedding today. So a lot of the good players, like you might expect to see Sebastian Gondale here, but he's actually not attending because he's attending a wedding instead. But we do have Jonas Bensati, 2021 national champion, Andreas Wenzel, the 2024 national champion, and then Kinga Piper Balazs, who was the national champion this year, started playing back in January, but has been crushing it since. Pro Quest win, Nationals win, was 4-1 at the Pro Tour for their inexperience with draft caught up to her, and that's a very impressive Syndra specialist to look out for. So playing Syndra in a way that you wouldn't normally quite expect, and yeah, certainly someone to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, really good mix of heroes, really good mix of records here, and I look forward to watching your participants as we make our way through the event. I chose to stay a little closer to home. I think there are a few folks over in sunny old Blighty who deserve your attention. There are a few that you might be aware of who are on the leaderboards, a few that have been making a name for themselves locally. Previous national champions here as well in the form of Ahmad Kashi and Alex Kitsu. Bit of a mixture there. The only 2 players I know who were brave enough to stick to their diehards over recent memory. Kashi has been an advocate of Marionette for basically as long as the hero has existed, and cannot be swayed. I think no matter how much you try, they will not budge on anything else, and I'm really hoping that the former national champion can have a strong run this weekend, starting at 1-0. A little bit rough for Alex. I believe they got paired into a Jarl in round 1, which is a bit of a tough matchup for Dash.io, so hopefully things break a little bit better for the other national champion there. You might be familiar with Jacob Clements, Mr. Second, as they're currently being referred to on the circuit, putting up a bit of a strong finish across the board. 1-0 to start today, of course, so maybe another 2nd place on the roster for them. Liam Holden, very close friend of mine, multiple top finishes at the Calling in Spain, as well as a 2nd place finish at the Calling in Liverpool last year. As kind of given into best deck syndrome this weekend, is not a massive Gravy Bones enjoyer, but does believe it is the strongest thing you can do in the format, and has consequently been punished for their choice with a 0-1 start. And Jason Rolfe here, recent Calling winner as well from the UK, seems to have joined the Pablo Pintor school of thought and is also on Jarl Rathe this weekend. Not the strongest start for them, though.
Yeah, we'll see how these Jarls are doing. Of course, there is another Jarl who beat Alex Kitsu in round 1, or he beat Alex Kitsu in round 1.
Yeah, they're getting around.
There are some Jarls getting wins here, and we will see another one very soon.
Let's see what Ethan decided was a good idea. Oh, we have Calais at the top of the list. I believe most people might know Calais as the Yuto, very renowned Oscilio player. Makes some fantastic content on their YouTube channel and kind of set the benchmark for this hero as people made their way into Singapore.
Yeah, exactly. Also Finnish national champion this year. When I was talking to people at the burger bar yesterday, they were saying, look out for Calais. This is a player who knows how to lock in when he needs to. And yeah, that's someone that I'm definitely having my eye on as well as I'm eyeing up these Oscilio players.
Yeah, some fantastic names here. Tommaso Vicido, lucky enough for me to send new into Living Legend at the last calling I happened to cast. Starting off very strong here on another assassin in the form of Arakni, slipped through the craps. We do see Pablo Pintor here on Jarl, which we will see in the feature match area very shortly for their second round of the day. Gabe Scher also on Oscilio. I've had the pleasure of sharing the booth with Gabe a few times now. They told me they were a Kasai enjoyer, so I'm a bit surprised by their choice to play the Lamp this weekend, but hey, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, Gabe is incredibly smart and just picking a smart deck, so...
Makes a lot of sense. Evan here as well, our last contender on the board for Ethan. Not surprised to see this one. Gravy Bones a bit close to Evan's heart, did manage to take down that calling in Taipei at the world premiere on the deck, and has had various amounts of success with it since. I think Ethan here, much begrudged to me to say it, onto a bit of a winner so far. This bracket doing very well to kick off this event. And I think a lot of these names are household names, very well renowned, and we're expecting them to make deep runs over the course of this event.
Especially, yeah. Yeah, so keeping an eye on those, especially Tommaso Vicido, someone who got 9th place in Singapore at the Pro Tour, and you know the winner of course the last calling here in Europe. Very impressive player that I'm sure we'll see as the rounds move on, and assassin expert to be sure.
Well, let's get ourselves settled in, folks. It is time for some Guardian. Mastery pack, I'll just stick to Master. Pablo Pintor will be the feature match this round on Jarl Vitradi. On the other side of the table, Filippo Barbani on Victor Goldmane, High and Mighty.
Yeah, so this is of course 2 heroes that have gotten the benefits from the new Mastery Pack set. And we'll see, you know, like how these new additions impact either of these decks and which one came out on top.
Filippo choosing or forced to go first in this situation. Let's see how things line up for them. So some interesting first points here. We do see Sledge of Anvilheim on the side of Pablo Pintor. Pretty notorious weapon for these Guardian Mirrors to kind of keep resources from being expended nice and early.
I see here, and very interesting decision from Filippo, starting off instead of heaving this Thunderquake, just sending 8 here, which of course Pablo can just block out since it is turn 0. But that is taking 3 cards away from Pablo's deck, so I think Filippo already recognizing that this might be a fatigue match, looking down at that Sledge of Anvilheim and saying, yeah, I'm gonna participate in that fatigue math and send 8 to lead off this game.
I think that's an incredibly heads-up decision and very well spotted. A lot of players here used to kind of passing, or in this case, heaving this Thunderquake on the first turn of the game, setting up something bigger. But Filippo seeing that Sledge, as you alluded to, understanding what this game is likely to be about, and making a conscious decision as early as turn 1. And we will see Pulse of Eisenloft being committed here from Pablo to soak this up. Now, this is not typically used as a defense reaction, but it is worth noting, not only is it an Earth card to decompose for those various effects, but it's one of those important dual element cards that could pay and fuse for an Oakenold alone, and is now not going to be available at any point in the game.
Yeah, that is true. That is a legendary card, so just one off in Pablo's deck. But getting the Earth cards into the graveyard is so important for Jarl and for any Earth hero for that matter. And I want to see how well Pablo can spend a 4-card hand. And I think there is an Everbloom Life here, which is, you know, that's a single point. Honestly, that is, you know, about above rate for what the 4th card in a Guardian opener can be.
Yeah, I think this hand converts surprisingly well here for Pablo. Everbloom Life going to fill up the yard, offer some decomposed fuel a little bit later on. We see an Imposing Visage and a Command and Conquer alongside a Sink below. So pretty clean and efficient here, converting all of these cards, threatening the arsenal from Victor, and parking that defense reaction for later on.
Exactly, yeah. Asking Filippo to block out this Command and Conquer. Not too many defense reactions in the Victor deck because it needs to instead play the block cards to clash with the opponent. But I'm not even sure how many class cards Filippo will represent in this matchup, given that it's a Guardian Mirror and you're way less likely to win those clashes than you are normally.
Yeah, very difficult to analyze in the Guardian Mirror, especially against Jarl, who does have a lot of these non-attack cards, these Channel Lake Frigids, Everbloom Lives, these imposing villages. There are lots of ways to win a clash, but it certainly can be rather disastrous if you fail. So I'm very interested to see how Filippo navigates this matchup and how many clash cards we find. We do see that Command and Conquer soaking up, well, it's being soaked up, I should say, and the follow-up here, just an overpitch from Filippo to send in the Titan's Fist.
Yeah, that is not the best way to convert those two cards from Filippo here. Just sending 4 points of damage. Certainly looks like Pablo has the better weapon in this instance with that Sledge of Anvilheim being able to send 6 damage. But Titan's Fist just plugging in for 4. You know, again, Filippo playing towards this fatigue state and is happy to just convert, you know, essentially 0 cards from deck into 4 damage. That is the advantage of having weapons in fights like these. But I think Filippo, you know, despite playing a little bit towards this fatigue state, cannot do that fully as the only game plan throughout the game. Needs to present some damage and some high numbers because Pablo has the better weapon, is going to be better set up for those fatigue states. So if they both swing weapons at each other, Filippo will lose the game. And he needs to set up those big power turns that that Victor can provide.
Really interesting card I want to talk about, just pitched away by Pablo Pintor here. Looks like a Midas touch in this matchup. Not one I expected against Victor. Is there some rationale to this? Are we maybe just playing every card in the deck in this matchup to prevent fatigue?
I think, honestly, it's a 3-block. Yellow 3-block, probably good enough. If you look, like, Pablo's sleeves has a mountain on it, and his deck is literally a mountain of cards. Like, just this huge chunk can barely hold. Like, Pablo's hands are, like, you know, he has huge hands, and he could barely, like, grab that entire deck and lift it up. Like, that is how many cards are presented here for Pablo. So I think it truly is this fatigue state that is his game plan here. So we'll see if Filippo can manage to summon some of that Victor power here, just sending an Enlightened Strike for 7.
This is going to be a back-breaking turn here for Pablo Pintor. We see the Tunic ticked up. It might be a yellow in hand of a Righteous Cleansing, but it will be good enough to pay for Oakenold, fused with a copy of Crumble to Eternity. Now, this is the bread and butter reason to play a hero like Jarl. Oakenold, the biggest powerhouse you can expect, threatening to rip several cards away from Filippo.
That is a good spotting there, Scott. And coming in for 9, if it hits, so really demands that Filippo has both equipment to give and has a defense reaction to cover this up. Deciding to play Crown of Dominion here to start with a gold token, or actually it means starting with 2 golden play, giving that shield as well. But means there is a little bit less equipment to swing in front of this. Of course, you could use your Tunic alongside those quick dodge flexors. Block with the arms and the shield and a 3-block and cover this up nicely. But if you don't do that, well, you will have gotten this like big tempo hit having to put 2 cards on bottom. Of course, in a fatigue game, putting 2 cards on bottom equals nothing. That is no deck damage done to Filippo. So I wonder if Filippo is still leaning so much into this being a fatigue battle to decide that it's not actually that bad to get hit by an Oakenold.
Yeah, this is a really interesting situation, actually. I think that pitch from Pablo, the Righteous as well, is very suggestive of a fatigue-based board state, taking cards directly out of the deck with that card. We will see Filippo here choosing to offer some amount of respect to this, and we'll see those quick dodge flexes being cashed in here for their 2-block value, not interested in letting this Oakenold connect.
Yeah, so this is very interesting. Essentially, with the way Filippo's equipment is set up, they get 1 turn where they can block out an Oakenold. And so the decision they had to make here was whether or not this is the turn that it hurts the least, or hurts the most to get hit by an Oakenold. And hopefully the future ones aren't going to be as hurtful. So that is a very tough decision to make with unknown information. But here we see Visit Goldmane Estate.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those cards you want to protect if you're looking at playing Victor Goldmane. Big, powerful specialization will generate a pile of might here for Filippo. Very clear why they were unwilling to let Oakenold connect. Will draw a card courtesy of Victor's hero ability. to find a bigger way of attacking. Let's see if we can see what Filippo is working with.
Ooh.
Golden Sun Spinal Crush. So plenty of attacks, but unfortunately not a lot of resources to work with to put it all together.
Yeah, not quite able to play either of these attacks here. If there is a blue on top, you could crack a gold and maybe get there, but it is quite risky able to send the Spinal Crush that way. But these gold are pretty big resources, and Filippo is just totally fine to just swing a Titan's Fist and save up for a huge overpower attack next turn, keeping that Golden Sun in hand to overpower next turn, sacrificing a gold, and then with all these might going onto that overpower attack, can actually make some dents into Pablo's life total. And I think this might be Filippo's game plan to get around that fatigue angle, is sending some of those evasive damage in the form of overpower.
Yeah, I think this is a very conservative approach from Filippo here. Does seem to have an understanding of the matchup, knows what they're intending to do. We will see that gigantic yellow copy of Righteous Cleansing making its way across the board. This one, not a common inclusion in these Guardian decks, but I think this is very telling of what Pablo Pintor is hoping to achieve in this matchup. If this Crush trigger manages to connect, you will be able to look at the top 5 cards of the opposing deck and banish one or more cards with the same name, so stripping away those resources from the root.
Yeah, definitely not one that you want to have crush you when you're in a fatigue state. It also is essentially some kind of some sort of disruption for the future turn, where you could take away the necessary blue card, for instance, from a hand, or the necessary defensive tools from Filippo's upcoming hand. So yeah, that's another like small advantage to the Righteous Cleansing here. But what it also is just a 1-card 10 in terms of deck damage. Like, this is even better than what the Sledge is doing in terms of deck damage, just setting these huge numbers. And this is not evasive damage. Of course, Filippo can just block it out. But if Filippo spends 3 cards to block this out fully, well, again, that puts Pablo ahead in this battle. So we just see a test of strength blocked with here.
We do see test of strength coming. It's Pummel that's going to be finding. Oh dear. Not exactly what you want to see off a clash if you are Victor, gold main.
Donating a gold to Pablo as well. And this also tells Filippo that there is this Pummel on top, so not safe to sacrifice the gold to draw into something. Though it is possible if Filippo has enough cards in, the... I guess actually does the Righteous Cleansing put them back in any order? So Pablo can like change what's on top so that Filippo doesn't know what to draw into.
We do see Pablo here with the Pummel on their side of the equation as well. That test of strength backfiring spectacularly. We kind of alluded to this at the start of the game. These clashes are going to play a very important role, and it will be that Pummel that is getting stripped away from Filippo here. No need to have that ability in the coming turn. Righteous Cleansing doing exactly what it's supposed to do, causing that all-important deck damage, and leaving Pablo knowing exactly where he needs to be heading into the next turn cycle. There will be no Pummel, there will be no tricks, there will be good, clean flesh and blood.
All right, so we see now these 3 Might tokens happening. We see probably the Golden Sun being played here. Oh, it's a Choke Slam instead is the choice for Filippo. So getting that, probably that Crush on hit, making sure that Pablo's attacks cannot gain extra attack during next turn, which means, for instance, Oakenold would be affected by this. But this damage is not evasive, and Pablo can just block it out if he wishes to. So that is the big cost of not doing this. But of course, this Golden Sun, it is not gone. It is coming back later. And good thing that there wasn't an overpower attack here, because Pablo can do the 1 block for 9 here with that Staunch Response. So again, a huge deck damage win for Pablo. Unfortunately, with only 1 card in hand, doesn't get to swing the Sledge of Anvilheim, which costs 4. Tunic only going up to 2, so just has to pass and arsenal a card here. Asking Filippo, what can you do with a 5-card hand? The answer is typically not something super impressive.
No, Filippo here going to take a moment to consider their options. Doesn't seem like they have an immediately obvious spot. Pablo, on the other hand, bit of an awkward hand on their side, too.
That is a 4-red hand.
Yeah, Sigil of Solace, Oakenold without the elements alongside it. Now, this is a really interesting situation we find ourselves in, because this Command & Conquer would theoretically threaten a Pummel, but thanks to that Righteous Cleansing, Pablo Pintor knows that it isn't there. So this is just a bit of an anemic turn for Filippo.
Already removed that Pummel from the equation, and actually knows Filippo's entire hand. Like, no, also knows there's no one coming. There could still be a pummel in Arsenal, right? If you think about the way the game has been played for Filippo, there's been this card in Arsenal, and it can't have been an attack because there was a previous turn where there wasn't enough resources to send like a 4-cost attack or 5-cost attack. So it's very possible actually is a pummel, because that's something that has been missing, is resources enough to send a pummel alongside your attack. So honestly, I would not feel too safe if I'm Pablo here. And there is indeed a pummel in the arsenal, and Pablo making the same decision here that, yeah, it's probably going to be a pummel coming down, and the best thing I can do with my hands, since it is all red, is just I have to say no blocks, discard a card here, lose my arsenal, and, oh, it is a remembrance, so it's not actually losing the arsenal. But then pitching 2 reds to send a command and conquer.
Yeah, I think this was actually a really tough spot for Pablo. We know there's a Sigil and a Fate Foreseen in that hand, so there was no apt way of defending this Command and Conquer without giving up the Oakenold. And Pablo here just happy to play out this Remembrance in response and take their licks, almost in this case.
Yeah.
The pummel a bit inconsequential outside of that extra bit of damage.
Exactly, yeah. Great read from here. And also removing that pummel from Filippo's hand. I think Pablo might have already had the read beforehand and knew from what was coming up that it could have been double pummel if he hadn't removed it. So just very heads up here from Pablo. And I think actually with Tunic ticking up on 3, you could pitch one of these defense reactions and send the Command and Conquer, pitching the other one.
Yeah, there will still be a turn to be played here for Pablo, despite their lack of resources, which is very impressive. Considering their discard to this pummel, something over that Oakenold, definitely considering letting it go, given they've just remembranced one back.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Preferring to have a defense reaction in Arsenal rather than as Oakenold. Taking 10 damage here might make sense to position yourself a little bit more defensively. The Oakenold is a card that requires a big hand to play, and since you are so ahead on the fatigue math at the moment, it makes a lot of sense to not give up too much in that direction.
So Pablo Pintor does make their way to 26 life for now. Will be set to remain defensive, as you allude. We do that Tunic being taken, and it will be the Sigil of Solace pitched alongside it. That Fate Foreseen being kept for later on. Command and Conquer will return serve to the other side, and now Filippo will have to decide if their arsenal is worth protecting. We see, I believe, Shelter from the Storm lurking in the corner of the hand. So both these players here getting caught with a defense reaction in the face of Command and Conquer.
Yeah, exactly. That is, you know, what Command and Conquer does. Again, Pablo will know what this arsenal is, courtesy of that Righteous Cleansing from way back. And Pablo Pinto playing with perfect information is a scary opponent. Whenever we play test, he's like, he often does this thing where when I have a trick, he's like thinking, and he's like, oh, you probably have that, so I'll just do something completely different than what you expect. Like we see here with no blocks on that Command and Conquer. And that is just a gamer that Pablo is. So good at sniffing out his opponent and so good at reacting to the information that he's being fed.
We do see Riches of Tropal Dani being pitched here for Filippo. Pretty spectacular card in Victor. Does draw a card as a result of that gold generation. We'll see Crush the Weak coming across here as the attack of choice. Now, this Crush effect, mostly irrelevant in this matchup, but just a good clean 7 points of damage on a single attack. We will see another copy of Midas Touch and that Fate Foreseen committed in order to soak up this damage.
Yeah, so a very clean block there. You see the purpose of Midas Touch indeed. I wonder if there's more than one copy of the one that got pitched earlier, got shuffled back with the Remembrance.
Yeah, I think we see another copy in the hand of Pablo Pintor actually right now. We do see 2 yellows being pitched for this Sledge of Anvilheim, that Sigil being kept. So yeah, firmly of the belief Pablo decided to just take the whole fridge and mix it together for this matchup and keep that deck density high. It will be that Sledge coming across for 6 points of damage here.
Yeah, the yellows just play quite well with this game plan from Pablo. There's a lot of those in the deck with the Righteous Cleansings and the Midas Touches. But yeah, they just pitch perfectly to a Sledge of Anvilheim, and that is exactly what Pablo wants to be doing. Something very noteworthy as well on this game state that is, you know, we see this relatively like sizable life lead from Filippo based off that Command and Conquer pummel turn. But there's not much equipment left on Filippo's side, and there's a lot left on Pablo's side. And also this balance of justice, which should Filippo decide to go for a turn, where they create gold and sacrifice a gold to draw some cards, well, that, you know, will just turn off an extra card of Pablo as well, on top of all the block value that is represented here.
Certainly worth keeping in mind as the game progresses, and that gold does remain available for our Victor player. For now, Filippo struggling a bit with how to navigate the blocks on this Sledge. Their hand definitely looks like a Guardian hand to me. Big old pile of blues, defense reactions, so not a great way to leverage all these cards. unless they just kind of take the heat here, we see a pummel lurking in the back there, actually.
Oh, the third one? I see, yeah. And Pablo looking very engaged with this game here. I'm sure that it is a riveting experience to play with these Sledge of Andelheim decks. Getting to stuff more cards on the bottom of this huge stack of cards as a blue debilitate is coming down. That is the best thing that Filippo could do, not having access to the Sledge as the big weapon, deciding that 6 is more than 4 and just sending out this one. But sending that pummel to the bottom, and I wonder if you could set that up with a Golden Sun later on. Very possible that, you know, something important in these matches is remembering what has been pitched earlier. And yeah, something coming up here is that Golden Sun in, you know, 10 turns time or so. Probably not even that much, actually, as we are already in turn 6 of the game. And we speed through these decks until we get to that pitch deck, the cards that the players put on bottom. And remembering what's there, very important.
Got to keep those things in mind as the game continues. For now, this debilitate will be the subject of conversation. Another small attack. Again, we see these Oakenolds being committed on defense here for Pablo. Not going out of the way to prioritize parking these in Arsenal, keeping them safe. Knows they can either remembrance them back as the game goes long, or simply won't need these big attacks in the face of their Sledge of Anvilheim.
Yeah, I think a big trap that that Jarl players could come to do is thinking that every single Oakenold has to resolve, because it is a costly card to do, especially whenever you have to keep 2 cards in hand that you would just have left over to send it. And you usually need to have 1 Oakenold hit that's usually enough for the game. In this case, Pablo sent 1 that ate the equipment and knows there's another one that can get through the equipment and doesn't really do much after that. But here we see a headbutt, winning that clash here for Victor, drawing a card of the ability, Test of Strength, showcasing how important it is, and this Midas Touch just not having any power to contend in this clash. There is a cost to having these cards in your deck.
Feels like a big win there for Filippo on Victor Goldmain. Does successfully generate a gold and draw a card courtesy of that Test of Strength. Well worth knowing that copy of Headbutt, of course. Not a card that is commonly played so far, mostly because it's brand new. Out of Mastery Pack Guardian, players figuring out where it belongs. But the balance of justice on the other side looking even more impressive at this point. For now, it will be Visit the Goldmain Estate, that big premium payoff card for Victor. Going to be making a rather sizable mountain of might.
Yeah, this is huge. So Filippo, of course, has been keeping around that gold, not cracking it at any of the spots where you might be tempted to do it. And this is why. There's still another copy of Visit Goldmain Estate in the deck. And this card just goes, like, you know, from to better and better and better the more the game goes on, creating so much value. 6 might and draw a card for a single card is massive. And we'll see if Filippo can send all these resources available into some good attack now and then set up for a huge attack again next turn. Pablo's hand just with a bunch of defensive blue cards, not really able to use them much. But here we see the Crack of Gold that will enable the Balance of Justice to be used. And I'm sure Pablo is going to be aware of that with a Enlightened Strike for Go again. Perfect way to make use of this extra juiced up hand size.
Yeah, that Enlightened Strike lurking in the hand there for Filippo at the start of the turn. Does find some fuel courtesy of that gold token. We'll see the balance cashed in, unsurprisingly, in this spot. Likely going to be cracked for a card. The follow-up will be that Golden Sun, the premier specialization of Victor Goldmain, coming in for 10 points of overpowered damage here to try and just force the sticks through to Pablo.
Pablo drawing a defense reaction here is huge. Able to block that overpower attack with 2 cards here is massive for his ability to convert this hand. If he had drawn another action card here, let's say another blue block 3, wouldn't actually have been able to do much with his turn rather than just send a Sledge and keep a card left over. So this defense reaction is a huge hit of that Balance of Justice and a big risk to drawing with the gold from Filippo. Of course, the way his hand lineup was, didn't need to like be able to send this big 5 into 10 turn and then follow that up with a 6 might turn next go around.
Really impressive stuff here from Filippo. It will be back to Pablo Pintor. Tunic does tick up, and we will see the Sledge swinging in once more here. 6 points of damage coming across. This game plan just consistent and reserved.
Wins the first class of Trouns. Pablo filling his deck with all these defensive non-attack cards. Here's another attack that is a
Cranial Crush is big enough, I believe, to shut down a
this dunk. So Thunk is still revealed to clash here, so you do still get to make a might of it, I believe. But yeah, both of these are 6 power attacks. Right?
Cranial Crush is
is
8. Yes, so you're going to see, you have to win a clash here with Thunk if you want to get the might. So this is going to be Filippo deciding if they want to re-roll this with Victor's hero ability and guarantee the cause from Trounce.
Sending that Cranial Crush to the bottom could be a real line, but Filippo not risking any of that precious, precious gold to this, of course, you could risk that it comes out not in your favor. Deciding that, it doesn't actually change much if I get to draw that Thunk off the top. Not really worth spending the gold. Again, you don't have to do everything you can do. And his hand lines up just perfectly to just send this Golden Sun for, what is this, 16 overpower? Sacrificing a gold. This is huge.
I think that's an incredibly reserved decision from Filippo Barbani. Really hard to say no to Trounce's value, but understands how important those gold tokens are over the course of the game and the danger of providing those resources to Pablo Pintor. Instead, 16 points of overpower will be met with Channel Lake Frigid. 13 of it will be leaking on through, knocking Pablo Pintor all the way down to 10.
Yeah, this is huge. Like, Filippo truly playing in this way where respecting the fatigue game, but also knows to set up these big swingy turns. Command and Conquer Pummel, Golden Sun for 16. And again, remember, there is one Golden Sun left in deck for Filippo alongside a Pummel, potentially coming up later. I think might need to arsenal the Golden Sun to draw into the Pummel. And if Filippo can line that up with the 3rd Gold Main Estate, that could close out the game. So Filippo's mission right now is just make the game go long enough until it gets to that point.
Pablo going to utilize the cards left over from that evasive attack. It will be Sledge of Anvilheim following this Enlightened Strike. Pretty well-rounded turn, 11 points of damage, not half bad for just 3 cards.
Yeah, the interaction between Tunic and Sledge of Anvilheim is so impressive. Every 3rd turn, you get to just do a 1-card 6 off your weapon. Are you kidding me? That is massive, but literally and figuratively speaking on this one.
We will see the Sledge respected here. Cards earned from Filippo as we make their way back to over to him. Titan's Fist will be the follow-up here. Weapon trade-offs for these players. Just biding their time to find those bigger turns and put the massive attacks together.
Another all-blue hand here from Pablo. And actually, I don't think Pablo is playing the Felling of the Crowns and Plow Unders in this deck. They're just deciding that putting enough Earth cards in your deck to enable those cards just hinder your ability to play the Guardian game and blocking well. So that is some very interesting deck-building decisions here from Pablo. And instead, of course, and allowing him to be able to play this defensively as he has been. We'll see if that game plan works out, though, against Filippo's setups with all of this huge evasive damage. Victor just showing his might, winning just enough clashes to be able to, flex some muscles and do some power here.
Blocking 6 here is going to be the case. We will see Filippo drawing up so far. Okay, let's make our way back over to Pablo Pintor. We'll see Sledge of Anvilheim making its way across the line once more. 2 resources left floating. Does, of course, represent some potential hiccups for Filippo, but plenty of life to work with, so no need to worry. Big, big deal on the other side. We see that final copy of Visit the Gold Main Estate in the hand here, alongside Rouse the Ancients, Macho Grande, and Spinal Crush. That big dose of damage is what Filippo needs, but only 2 gold remaining at the moment means it might not be at its best.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder if Filippo can set this up in a way where they just sit on the Visit Gold Main Estate in Arsenal until that pivotal turn, or if just going to fire it off right now. So, because there's been a few gold being used here to draw extra cards and to that Golden Sun, it might not actually be worth doing it yet. It is still, you have the shield still count as a gold, and you do have the 3 gold you'll make. So it's still 4 might tokens, but it's not as impressive. Still, Filippo deciding to go for it right now, drawing a card off this, and potentially able to send a huge turn here with Rouse the Ancients into a Titan's Fist swing.
I think this is, again, a very regimented decision from Filippo. It's very easy. I think I personally would have held that Gold Main Estate and tried to get more value out of it, but understanding that Pablo Pintor is on 10 life, we're going to be able to send a Spinal Crush after this. The pressure that is going to follow this Spinal Crush is also going to be incredibly significant because of these extra might tokens.
Exactly, and because you have essentially, I've been calling this over and over again, but you have this pummel plot plus Golden Sun coming up. That is 10. That is 14 overpower. So that might just be enough by itself if you can get Pablo low enough. And so a little chip damage here and there. Of course, not getting in any damage this turn, but potentially next turn will. But the draw was a test of strength, so not able to arsenal it.
No, it's even worse. The hand is a test of strength and 2 copies of Trounce. There is next to no damage available for Filippo here. We see a Sigil of Solace in the hand, and Everbloom Life is going to partner with that Sigil here to buy back a larger, more expensive card. Well navigated from Pablo, but a disaster of a hand for
Truly,
Filippo.
like the game plan just going completely the other way. Like, we'll still be able to utilize these might, pitching potentially 3 cards to that Titan's Fist and just swinging that for 8. Or maybe even just for 7 if it's truly only block cards available, which do not have cost 3. Yeah, we'll see what that hand is.
Yeah.
It is a Spinal Crush, so yeah, you could pitch that one, and then you have to IP yourself once again, or you can send the Titan's Fist for 1 less point of damage, and arsenal the Spinal Crush, but that kind of puts you on a clock, because you know there'll be a future turn where Pablo will know that you draw 3 block cards and will not send an attack into you.
That hand causes me physical pain. I am so sorry, Filippo. That is such an unpleasant situation, and fair play to them for navigating. You see the cheeky smile from both players here, understanding, and this is just sometimes how this Guardian matchup goes. You need these cards, and sometimes they will arrive when you really would prefer they didn't. Fiddler's Green here coming in clutch here.
I wonder if Pablo's Jarl deck isn't really doing much of that ice stuff. Like, we can see there are some of those cards that can destroy equipment, specifically trying to get rid of the compass from Gravy. But otherwise, looks like very much a fatigue deck. Sigil of Solace, Fiddler's Green. No, none of these Earth cards. And not really valuing the Oaken Owls because, again, they don't actually provide much of a fatigue advantage. So I think Pablo might actually be presenting Sledge of Anvilheim into a lot of opponents this weekend. Yeah, we'll see exactly how this plays out. And finally, this Test of Strength gets to do something and wins the clash here. Cranial Crush against Heart of Fiendale. You know, it is a very coveted card, this Heart of Fiendale. A nice, shiny Fable from the very first set, but not able to have any power in this instance.
Yeah, not winning any clashes for you is the heart, but I think it is definitely a testament to what you were alluding to just moments ago. Pablo's list here very clearly tailored towards a fatigue end state, definitely where Heart of Fiendale shines at its most. We see this Command & Conquer coming across here, unfortunately not backed up by any points of evasion. That Tunic not available to threaten a pummel, and so Pablo will have the ability to just block this out, save that Fate Foreseen for later on if that's what they intend to do.
Yeah, that does look like a nice thing to do. You could even just pitch the Heart of Fiendale and the defense reaction here to your weapon. Again, if you're trying to play fatigue, pitching a few defense reactions, even though they are only red cards, is actually kind of nice, because at those end game states where you go to second cycle, that is usually when you need the defense reactions the most, and might not even want to put it in arsenal yet. Though I also believe this is the 3rd Command & Conquer for Filippo, so Pablo knows the defense reactions are much safer in the arsenal now than it have been previously. And looks like deciding to go for that exact play. Of course, being at less life than Filippo is perfect for Pablo. Remember, Pablo was at 10 life earlier, and Filippo was trying to just chip away some damage to set up that overpower kill. And that plan has gone completely out the window. Overpower for 14, no longer enough to kill Pablo, even through no blocks. And this really puts Filippo in an awkward position. These life totals are squaring up at the moment. And yeah, we'll see if Filippo has been able to send enough damage to actually still be in an okay position in the deck race. It would be nice if we could have deck counts next to the life totals in a matchup like this to actually follow what's going on.
A really impressive amount of range, I think, from Pablo's deck here, as you say. Pulled those life totals back in line. We'll see Cranial Crush as the follow-up here for Filippo, just trying once again to force through some amount of damage. We know that Fate Foreseen, again, locked in hand. All these defense reactions doing a fantastic job at blunting these non-evasive attacks from Filippo. And with such a dense deck, there will be plenty of tools left over for Pablo as we start to make our way towards the end game.
So something I am noticing from Filippo here is that these Rouse the Ancients are getting pitched and can offer some of these huge damage turns later in the game. If Pablo can only defend for 12 in that late game, and you send Rouse the Ancients into a second big attack, that can actually push a lot of damage to potentially finish out the game. And here we see the Remembrance here shuffling in 3 copies of Visit Goldmane Estate. That is a huge blow to Pablo's game plan here. Forget all I said about the way the cards were pitched. Now we shuffle the deck, and these Visit the Goldmane Estates are going to keep rolling and creating even more might. This is not a good position from Pablo. And again, there is still that... there's still that Golden Sun looming. Potentially, we could see 3 Visit Goldmane Estate popping up on the same turn, or like at least 2 of them on the same turn, creating a huge stack of might and then sending the overpower attack.
Yeah, I think this is a perfect example of how impactful a card choice can be in a deck in Flesh and Blood. 1 single copy of Remembrance has single-handedly swung this game to looking rather bleak for Filippo Barbani, to looking pretty good for him, actually. Visit the Goldmane Estate is going to put together a pretty brutal assault. We know there's still a Pummel in there. We know there's still a Golden Sun in there. And these are all things that have to be on the mind of Pablo Pintor.
Yeah, the deck not looking very big either. So these draws are going to come up relatively fast here within the next 6 or so turns. Whereas Pablo's deck still looks fairly sizable as a Enlightened Strike is being sent here for 7. And I actually see some Goldmane Estate already in the hand of Filippo. Of course, you can't just give up too much life total to set these up, because that's when Pablo might find the window to try and close out the game. But at least giving up 4 points of life right away.
Filippo falling down to 15 here. Will keep 3 cards to work with. We saw that Goldmane Estate coming back immediately after the shuffle, so this first will generate 6 might tokens here. Of course, that Aurum Aegis is still around, hasn't been cashed in, and does count as a gold. We'll see a card drawn, and it will be a Spinal Crush to follow. So pressure upon pressure upon pressure here for Filippo. He's going to earn a chunk of cards from Pablo, one way or the other. 2 defense reactions in the hand here, though. Really interested to see how Pablo navigates this and whether he decides those are better off served next turn.
Yeah, so the fact that there's so much damage being sent Pablo's way here means that he will not be able to amount much of offense coming back on Filippo's turn, giving him, again, full tempo to send another big attack. And this is what we mean when we say fatigue by damage. Actually, keeping a blue in hand with that tuning coming up in 3 counters does let Pablo send 6 damage and arsenal that defense reaction, which could be huge for denying some, dominated or overpower attack here.
Yeah, bread and butter plays here for Pablo. We've seen this time and again this game. Keep the defense reaction available to park in the arsenal, play around those evasive attacks, and make the most of Sledge of Anvilheim. We see the second returning Visit the Goldmane Estate just peeking out of the corner of Filippo's hand here. So we are going to start chaining these turns together and getting very, very elusive. Worth noting, we did see some headbutts from Filippo earlier on, and there is no head equipment remaining for Pablo Pintor.
Oh, true. So that one will have +1 attack. That's
also has some
3 for
evasion
7
there.
at blue?
Absolutely.
4 for 7, I guess. But yeah.
Yeah, fantastic card there.
Yeah, from Mastery Pack Guardian, one of those Majestics from that set. Really, really cool top-down design as well. Actually, specifically referring to the head slot equipment.
Yeah, it's that top line I'm really interested in as this game progresses. Not being able to be defended by non-head equipment means all this equipment we've seen saved so masterfully from Pablo over the course of this game might not be able to soak up damage from that if it's paired very carefully with these might tokens.
Yeah, that makes sense. Especially if there's some other card that could give Dominate to something in Filippo's deck in his blue base. Could really set up this headbutt to do a ton of unprovoked damage. A big sigh here from Filippo, trying to figure out how to navigate this turn. Let's see if we can take a look at their hand here.
Yeah, just out of frame, unfortunately, there. Yeah. But we will take a look at this turn as it progresses. We know that Goldmane Estate is lurking, and I think that's kind of what's causing the issues here, one way or the other. Filippo knows they need to stack this damage. They need to force these chunks through using these rebought Goldmane Estates in order to actually push through the mountain of cards that Pablo Pintor has left. Unfortunately, they're lined up a little awkwardly.
No, there's a Macho Grande in hand with that tunic counter at 3. So could just send, pitching 2 blues and send a Macho Grande for a hefty Dominate attack here for 14, I believe. Macho Grande attacking for 7, or for 8 Dominate by itself.
Yeah, 8 in the blue on Macho Grande, so plenty of options. So yeah, this is a really difficult choice.
Right, we can even talk about Macho Grande doing 8 in the blue, because now we also have the red one available. Not previously, this is something we had, but with Mastery Pack Guardian, in putting the full cycle of this card at display. I love whenever LSS do this, also with Bittering Thorns in blue recently in the Ira deck, just completing those cycles. And Filippo really stuck here with a big thinker here. Could also just send that headbutt and block with an additional card here. But deciding to just block with the disable. There's also still the chance to send headbutt and arsenal the Visit Goldmane Estate. Or you could play the Visit Goldmane Estate right now, draw into another card you can pitch for that headbutt.
This is going to be a very interesting turn from Filippo. I think there's maybe 4 or 5 ways you could realistically navigate this next turn.
Yes.
All of them are defendable. I think they all have their pros and their cons. And I think given how well they've navigated this game so far, I'm very interested to see what they choose and what their priorities are in exactly this spot.
All right, so just decide to go for the headbutt right here and saving the Visit Goldmane Estate for later. If it would decide to play the Visit Goldmane Estate now and draw one of those block cards, red block cards that were shuffled into the deck, that would have been disastrous for the turn. So Filippo playing around that nightmare scenario and just doing the safe play of just sending a headbutt right now. Again, Pablo doesn't have too many Command and Conquers left in his own deck, so the arsenal relatively safe. And headbutt 13 here cannot be defended by equipment, so Pablo just gives up the entire hand here, giving Filippo full tempo to do whatever he pleases, and maybe we can see one of these Rouse the Ancients come up to utilize this full tempo situation. Let's see what comes off top. Of course, Filippo praying to not hit these block cards in this coming hand here. We see...
Looks like a trounce and a pile of blues to me, which is not ideal. Pablo finding a way to break even on that previous turn. Fiddler's Green rebuying the life that would have been taken from that headbutt, so that pseudo-evasion not doing Filippo a lot of good, and those might tokens ultimately not amounting to very much.
Yeah, this is a very interesting build from Pablo here. Just being able to play so defensively with Guardian. I'm reminded of the Fatigue Bravo we saw, at Calling Birmingham a few years back, where Pablo, I believe, won the tournament with Fatigue Bravo. And yeah, that's kind of what we see again here. Pablo trying to relive the past with another nice defensive Guardian deck here. Just sending the Stabilitate, not even sending the Visit Goldmane Estate here, knowing that you're going to have a card left over anyways because of this trounce that is stuck in hand. So if you were to send the Visit Goldmane Estate and then have to pitch something else into the Debilitate, not really the right time to play it. So maybe trying to save up for that double Visit Goldmane Estate turn that I alluded to earlier.
Absolutely. Pablo here kind of stuck in the blender as well. This Debilitate, it's surprisingly annoying with an Enlightened Striker, truth be told. Does kind of limit the potential of a turn, as you might choose to otherwise navigate it if you let this Crush connect. But debating on doing so here. Of course, that Tunic not available yet to tie together a sledge turn. So Pablo going to be utilizing some equipment here to deny that Crush trigger with their gauntlets. Interesting.
Yeah, that is actually quite interesting, especially since the Debilitate was only coming in for 6 damage, right? So I think a 3-block would have been enough to just deny the Crush by itself. But I think Pablo's seeing the points here where it might be good to defend. Also potentially stopping a pummel, right, with that specific equipment block. Is it?
We'll see the gold cashed in here. We'll draw the bonus card to... So this is incredibly heads up from Pablo Pintor. By utilizing that gold they had lying around, they can generate the extra required resource to make Sledge of Anfulheim come together.
Right.
So Enlightened Strike here, putting a card in the bottom, and then four resources available.
By keeping 2 blues in hand after the block, make sure that no matter what they drew off the gold, that's just a card that could be put back with the Enlightened Strike here. So yeah, huge tool here for Pablo, realizing as this game is likely to not be in his favor from the Fatigue stake. But here we see the Golden Sun revealed to a trounce here, but Righteous Cleansing beats that Golden Sun. But this is actually still huge.
That's Pablo Pintor winning the entirety of that trounce. Cranial Crush also bigger than Disable on the previous clash, and therefore might, vigor, and gold aplenty for the Pro Tour champion, despite not being the one who started that fight.
Yeah, the trounce certainly a dubious card in this matchup for that reason. Of course, both being a red block card and sometimes doing this to the Victor players. So it's a bit of a gamble here where we see the Sledge of Anfulheim being sent and Pablo pressuring this tempo advantage. Now, Filippo knows that there is a Golden Sun on top of deck. So knows that you can set up this Visit Goldmane estate turn into potentially this in the future. And I also see a pommel in hand. Is that red pommel from earlier?
It is. It's next to Riches of Tropaldani and a copy of Rouse the Ancients.
So hand blocks for 4 in total. Filippo's life total is getting dangerously low, and Pablo sees the opportunity here to potentially slam through these Visit Goldmane estate, maybe even making sure that Filippo can't utilize all these might because just has to block with too many cards.
Yeah, sign of a phenomenal player here from Pablo Pintor. While this deck, very clearly designed to play a longer game and grind out those resources, does understand there's an opportunity here to steal away momentum and kind of prevent these big pitch stack turns from ever materializing from Filippo, just by forcing their life total to be too low to keep all the cards required to put it together.
Yeah, absolutely impressive here, as we see Filippo considering blocking with that pummel, or maybe that Rouse the Ancients. Yeah, very interesting. Kind of would like to be able to send that pummel plus Golden Sun next turn after the Visit Goldmane estate, but probably won't have the space to do that if you just take the full damage here and have to IP a card. Like, something that Filippo could do here is just Visit Goldmane estate and send the Titan's Fist, taking a ton of damage in the process here, but then arsenaling the pummel and keeping the Golden Sun in hand, sending a huge turn next turn. But if you take too much damage here, like, Pablo is just going to demand more cards from you. You know there's a Righteous Cleansing coming. So that line that Filippo was hoping to do, not actually able to do it because of that pressure here.
Riches of Tropaldani coming in clutch will draw that copy of the Golden Sun and make sure it's parked in the arsenal as well for the next turn. Does mean that Filippo will have slightly higher amounts of defense to work with. Won't have to worry about keeping that card in their hand. Most importantly, that Tunic, also coming up to 3, will mean that we can really tie it together on limited resources.
Filippo doesn't have the extra might token because donating 1 to Pablo. So the 7 we see on the dice here actually representing the might. But I think actually Filippo might just be pitching the, just going a full IP here, setting up that turn, hoping their life total is high enough to be able to defend here, drawing a D-react, and just needs 2 blue and that Golden Sun and defense reaction. So let's see if blocking out here for 7 is enough to stop Pablo's attack here. It's coming in for potentially just 11 of that Righteous Cleansing. And if that's all there is, Filippo can block it out with the equipment and with that defense reaction and send this absolutely massive Golden Sun right in Pablo Pintor's direction. It would come in for 21 overpower damage.
This is the question being posed to our Pro Tour champion. Can you hit me hard enough? And we see the deliberation here. This hand looks like a whole bunch of yellows to me. It's Righteous Cleansing, Midas Touch, another Righteous Cleansing, and a Sigil of Solace. So actually really hard. Pablo can't play these Righteous Cleansing. There's not enough resources.
Oh, but with the Vigor and the Tunic, actually I think would be able to pitch everything here to play out that Righteous Cleansing. That's exactly the math puzzle that Pablo has figured out. This is the best way to play this. 11 points coming at Filippo. Will Filippo go all the way down to 2 to set up this huge turn? You could potentially also block a little bit more, like send a blue 3 block in front of this as well, and just gamble on your gold, drawing you into enough resources to make this play work. But you require to have 3 blues on top, and we know there's still that 1 extra trounce lurking, so that would be quite the risky maneuver from Filippo here.
We do see those gauntlets committed immediately.
Oh, it's Spinal Crush. I see, so there was not an extra blue. So actually, I think Filippo is forced to make this play off cracking the gold here. And blocking out for 8 here, taking 3, so the Crush not enabled, and might just have to rip 3 blues from the top with these gold tokens here to send the huge attack, or alternatively just send the Golden Sun off the Tunic, pitching a blue, and not worry about the pummel right now.
How risky do you want to be, Filippo? Taking a moment to consider what has been expended so far. How likely is it to be a defense reaction in that arsenal? Most importantly, do I need to pummel to win this game? We see Visit the Goldmane estate being pitched and reconsidered. Are we break? Okay, we're going digging. Yeah, it's time to look for gold. What will Filippo
gets there and Pablo doesn't have the defense reaction, even a Fiddler's Green and a 3 block is not enough with all the equipment to survive a 21 damage turn. So draws again. Is it another blue? Oh, there's a pause. There is another blue. It is a disable in hand there, and we see the Golden Sun. So this is exactly enough off the Tunic resource to send the Golden Sun for 17 overpower. massive turn here. And Pablo has the fiddler screen blocking for 1, a 3-block blocking for 3. Equipment can block for 4 in total. Is that enough? And there's, of course, also these gauntlets of Iron Will in the block zone. Is that the one that affects attack reactions? Oh, wait, that is a staunch defenses in Pablo's hand. Pablo is so safe.
Yeah, staunch response in the hand for Pablo Pintor here does mean that they will have the ability to absolutely stuff this Golden Sun in a box.
Gauntlets of Iron Will plus the fiddler screen actually enough. Filippo made the gamble that there was only 3-block action cards in Pablo's hand. This is not quite enough, and the staunch response almost covering this up completely with the quick dodge flexors. And yeah, so that's the pummel goes up to 20 power because of the ability of Gauntlets of Iron Will, and I believe that this is a defense for completely blocking out 21 overpowers, Pablo. What is going on? Even gaining 3 life.
Simon, it's like, I'm sorry, something feels borderline illegal about presenting a gigantic 21 power overpower attack, and not only has your opponent successfully soaked up this much damage, but you got to use all the cards in your hand. The overpower didn't do anything.
I believe there's 2 damage going through. I believe that was a block for 18.
Yeah, that's fine. That's okay. I'm sure.
And then gaining 3 life, of course. So yeah, I think Pablo will still be...
Pablo Pintor ended that turn cycle on a higher life total.
Yes, 1 higher life than before.
Get me out of here. Just get me out. Oh my god.
Of course, Filippo with full tempo here, but has this rouse the Ancient, but cannot swing it because not enough attack on the attack action cards in hand to even swing it. So just has to do a Titan's Fist, leaving Pablo with, just block 3 and then be able to just put in the blender here. Oaken Old, revealing that crumble to eternity. And that should be mentioned. You only need to send 2 Oaken Olds to win the game, and this is the one. So yeah, Filippo can barely survive here because of the trounce.
We will see Macho Grande into Macho Grande on top. Please get rid of your Macho Grande. We'll find an Oaken Old on top instead. Okay, so winning number 1. Choke slam into Thunderquake. Does mean no dice on the trounce once again.
Mastery Pack Guided experience. Shelter from the Storm, still meaning that it's a block for 9, so completely covering this Oaken Old. So Filippo's all good in terms of that hit, but of course is rid of a lot of his tempo here. Cannot send that Rouse the Ancients still, but just sending 8 with a Cranial Crush. And Pablo is so happy to play this game, can just defend this out, pitch this Heart of Fiendal plus the Tunic to send Sledge of Anvilheim, and of course not gaining a life because just too far ahead at this point. And sending the Sledge of Anvilheim blender to Filippo. Filippo has to defend this with 2 cards every time, and so Pablo is just getting ahead on fatigue damage this way. Filippo not able to amass this big hand needed to win this game here. And I think Pablo is done with the big turns. I don't think he needs to do any more of them. I think he can just slowly grind out Filippo from this point. The crazy stuff has already happened. We've seen the clashes here.
This is the kind of the deadlock that we've come to expect. Riches of Tropal Dani will need to do some heavy lifting here. Does break a gold, make a gold. So drawing 2 cards in that case does give Filippo a 3-card hand to work with, despite blocking with 2 cards on that Sledge of Anvilheim. Do they have a meaningful follow-up? We know there's 1 Visit the Gold Main Estate left in the deck. Okay, this will only be making the extra gold, so 3 Might tokens coming in here. No extra card drawn, as we've already drawn from Riches. But we will set ourselves up for some kind of power turn. But with just a Titan's Fist as a follow-up here, I feel like we're just playing Pablo's game.
Yeah, and Pablo actually has this Tear Asunder in hand to give overpower to that Sledge of Anvilheim with enough pitch to do it all. I think there is 2 other blues, and a red. So can actually send the Sledge of Anvilheim for 7 overpower. Can Filippo even defend this? And even, if possible,
it's going to be Macho
Grande. Is there a defense reaction? No defense reaction. Filippo dies here. Pablo Pintor taking out the game, blocking out a 21 overpower turn. What is going on?
I'm not okay, Simon. Like, that just doesn't sit right with me on a spiritual level. I'm happy for Pablo Pintor. It's hard not to be. They're an incredible level person. I'm happy to see Jarl finding success at the calling level. But that's not fair. That's the only way I'm going to put that.
That was absolutely incredible. We saw Filippo really try and set up these endgame sequences. You know, shuffling in 3 visited gold mini states, set up that exact endgame that we were talking about, perfectly playing into, you know, our storyline, which was great. But Pablo with just so much defense here to cover that up. That was incredible. Not much ice showing from this Jarl in particular in this specific build. More of just classic fatigue Guardian, but with the Oakenolds as well as an added extra flair. But yeah, so I guess we'll have to wait with our ice cream session.
Yeah, I guess we can make that work. I don't know. I want to double down on that, actually. I was very impressed by both of the players in that game.
Yes.
I thought they both clearly had an understanding of what the matchup was about, what would mattered. We kind of saw the tone and play pattern shifting over the course of the game as it went back and forth. That's exactly what I want from a game of Flesh and Blood. So I really enjoyed that, and I hope everyone at home did as well. Jarl happens to have featured in an Armory deck in the past. So if you are considering joining us in Flesh and Blood and you want to get involved and maybe like the look of what Pablo Pintor was up to, Armory decks are the best way of doing that. There is going to be a huge slew of these coming forward as we make our way through the end of the year. The first one worth talking about, we saw some cards from this at the start of the day today. Armory deck Ira.
Yeah, so the whole Edge of Autumn and its associated cards, such as Seek Vengeance and Enact Vengeance, are actually being featured in both certain versions of Ira as well as some versions of Katsu. So this armor deck here, just bringing a bunch of pow-pow to the table, and actually quite valuable cards. So this is a good one to pick up. Classic Flesh and Blood gameplay of just sending good attacks and understanding the basics, blocking a little bit, good value.
Yeah, speaking of good value, I recently put in my pre-order for Armory deck Pleiades. This is one I'm really excited for. Another dual format Armory deck, so if you're looking for Blitz or Classic Constructed, you will be able to make the deck work for you. This one, our resident rock star of Super Slam, does have a lot to offer if you're excited by the Guardian class, or of course the revered talent. Take an extra turn's quite a terrifying line of text.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, especially if you play against a hero like Oscilio, whose turns just cannot block that much. Of course, the opponent does get to draw up to their intellect to be ready to block out your extra turn again. But if your deck has a bunch of no blocks in it, like let's say the Gravy deck does, for instance, having an extra turn can be quite scary if you're not able to block out completely on that attack, or you just combine it with the confidence tokens that Pleiades can make, which also limit the amount of cards that can block.
If you're looking for something a little more veteran, Armory deck Rhinar will be making its way into stores on November 14th. One of the biggest and baddest brutes from back in Welcome to Rathe, finding brand new support and hopefully a place in the spotlight.
Oh yeah, I am quite looking forward to this. I was eyeing building a Rhinar deck. I already have a KO deck, but Rhinar just looks like so much fun and a little bit more tricky to play. You know, you have some effects that can go search your deck, and you really have to do some math on the whole likelihoods of everything happening, discarding the right cards, intimidating the right cards, etc. Very intricate deck that you can really, go deep on and learn so much. Or you could just, if you just enjoy the random madness, just slam your cards and see what happens.
Yep.
Rhinor's kind of for both play styles.
Alpha Instinct feels like a big part of that puzzle, of course. Tomas is going to be here this weekend. He's currently selling prints. It's going to be selling all kinds of artwork for Rhinar, their other cards, and prints for this card, Alpha Instinct, this weekend. So happy to see people getting those signed as the weekend continues. Finally, you will be able to meet madness yourself on December 12th. Arakni slipped through the cracks. Currently one of the biggest players in the format, will be available as an Armory deck, and it's looking very impressive.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, meeting madness this holiday season, every December is kind of a, little madness unto itself, and Arakni is certainly playing into this field. We'll have, actually, this is one of the, premier decks in the format, so you could, get this Armory deck and be well on your way to getting there. Already participating at your LGS with some of these decks, and also, speaking of how competitive this deck is, we'll actually get to see this in action. So if you're looking forward to some Assassins picking up this Armory deck come December, you can see the deck in action just next round.
Sounds good to me. Okay, Armory decks remaining the best way to get involved in Flesh and Blood. Well worth joining us with one of those if you're joining the game for the first time. Now, Simon, you tell me you want to see some Slippy next round.
Yes.
That's okay, you want to see some Assassin?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I won't settle for all this meta nonsense. I want to see something against Slippy that maybe people weren't expecting heading into this weekend. How about Levia?
Ooh, yeah, that is nice. You know, like Levia is, of course, you know, like we have Ethan, you know, clicking the buttons, deciding the feature matches. No surprises there would be a Levia scoured out here. But yeah, at 2-0, you know, this is one of those like very swingy brute heroes that is just a joy to watch. Always at the edge of your seat, will the Levia be able to survive blood depth or not? Let's see if Levia can beat a Slippy. Coming right up.
Let's do it. Okay, I saw some requests there at the end of the round. Make no mistakes, I have gone and apologized on behalf of Pablo Pintor for what just happened in our feature match area last round. Simon, how are you feeling after the start of today? You enjoying your first trip in the booth?
I'm so excited, man. I just want to play some Flesh and Blood. But I also get to watch some Flesh and Blood. That is awesome.
That's the place to be. Nowhere else I'd rather be this weekend, and there's nowhere else that nearly 400 players here in Europe would rather be either. 29 different heroes up for grabs this weekend. Let's take one more look at them and see who's in the field so far. A lot of what we expected at the very top. Going to be a battle of gravy, and Arakni slip through the cracks. But the standouts here for me, 29 copies of Oscilio, and honestly, the success of so many of these curveball heroes that we've seen so far today.
Yeah, exactly. We saw Katsu win in round 1. We saw Jarl take it down in round 2. And, you know, this round, we're seeing another one of the interesting heroes here with Levia. 4 people representing Levia in this tournament.
Yep, at least one of them 2-0 so far. Going to be carrying on to the bracket. Very excited to see what kind of build of this deck that they're putting together. Of course, there can be these more fatigue-centric versions of Levia we've seen, and of course, leaning more into the Shadow version as well. So excited to see what's finding success so far this weekend. I don't want to keep you waiting, ladies and gentlemen. If you're interested in seeing some Slippy versus Arakni, we're going to be making our way down to the feature match area in just a second. Simon, pick a winner. I need to know. Who are you taking in this fight?
All right, so let's see. I think maybe Levia can take it down.
Fantastic. I'm glad that I asked.
I think she blocks enough that she can take it down.
Okay, it makes a lot of sense. Levia, definitely a blocky hero. I'm looking forward to finding out whether or not you're correct, so let's make our way down to the floor and find out. It's going to be Arakni slip through the cracks against the Demon of Solana. Levia, Shadowborn Abomination on the other side. Bino Nolting here against Martin Bergstrom. Both of these players 2-0. What are we looking out for in, well, I guess the first few turns of this game, Simon? What are the cards to watch?
Yeah, so basically in the beginning of the game, Levia is all about setting up that graveyard, putting 6 power attacks in there so that you can later use the cards that banish cards from graveyard to enable those. And the thing you want to do is that you don't want to start banishing cards too early, because a lot of these cards have blood depth, which means that you take damage from them being in your banish zone. Levia's ability is that, you know, if you put a card from your from anywhere, 6 power attack into your banish zone, you turn off blood depth for that turn. But you want to be able to keep doing this. And if you start with too few cards in your banish zone, or in your graveyard, as you start going off, you might run out of cards in your graveyard, and you can no longer put something in banish. So that's the game plan from Martin here, starting by setting up here with stuff like pulping and discarding the beast within.
We're going to see a pretty phenomenal start here from Martin Bergstrom. As you say, pulping here. Little bit of evasion on the first turn of the game will force some damage through, but beast within will be the discard. Finds a Wrecker Romp off the top. Very snazzy looking promo copy of Wrecker Romp as well. And we will see a follow-up here coming from Martin. Very intent on not only filling that graveyard and fueling those later attacks, but potentially just pushing some damage here.
Yeah, on turn 0, this is not something we often see, but here's pulping followed up by Wild Ride. Let's see if Martin can discard that 6 cards in hand to keep the turn going and forcing Bino to block with even more cards. Yeah. It is a 6 cost.
Beautiful stuff. Boneyard Marauder finds itself in the bin off of this Wild Ride. So, soaked up damage here with a little block from Bino. Kiss of Death going into the bin there. Definitely one to watch. Worth plucking back with Codex from time to time.
One.
And we will continue.
Beast within? No Beast Within. But still, 6 go again. Can only be blocked by 3. So Martin actually managing to do essentially 6 damage on the first turn. Of course, there was an equipment block as well on that pulping here. So just 5 damage presented. But that's actually worth giving up your arsenal for. And most notably, Martin's graveyard is stacked right now and might actually be able to go through that. There's a ton of 6 attacks in there with go again, so Shadow Realm Horror is especially enabled by this. So if Martin can find that very early, should be good to go. One interaction of playing against Assassins with Levia is that Assassins, some of the attacks have the ability to banish cards from the top of your deck, essentially forcing cards into your blood depth and forcing you to start going earlier than you're ready to. So Martin being able to go from the first turn here is actually pretty important.
Speaking of the first turn and important cards, Kiss of Death is going to be the card kicking things off here for Bino. This one, at its best in Arakni Slip Through the Cracks, it's the deck that shines the most, being able to flick this unquestionably. I also want to talk about the block here of choice. Chains is not a card we see from Levia very much, but this one really good against Gravy Bones.
Okay, so big danger signs here, as normally you would use the flick knives to flick the Kiss of Death here, but Bino is just flicking this Hunter's Clave here to mark Martin, because there is a Take Up the Mantle hiding in hand, and because of that 10-0, Bino got to block with Bonds of Agony, is actually already able to send that off on the very first chain link here of the game. Yeah, so give and go again with the Black Tech Whisperers. That's another attack reaction. And here we see Take Out the Mantle. That's the third one. So Bonds of Agony is enabled here. You turn Kiss of Death into a Bonds of Agony.
What a horrific switch of places from the Agents of Chaos. Bonds of Agony, of course, one of the biggest and baddest cards in the arsenal for Arakni. Slips through the cracks. Going to take a cheeky peek at the hand here for Martin and rip away an important tool. More importantly, going to be able to rip away copies from the deck as well. So we see Soul Harvest, Barraging Beatdown, and a yellow copy of Graveling Growl.
So if Bino just takes the Graveling Growl here, can put 3 Blood Depth cards in Martin's Banish Zone, and I don't believe there is a way to... no, I think the Soul Harvest can still be played here, right? Okay, so Soul Harvest costs 6 and cannot actually be played here. So that way you leave Martin without a way to turn off that Blood Depth damage here. So essentially 3 extra damage coming in from this Bonds of Agony here. That's what I mentioned by Assassins can forge cards in your Banish Zone, so you better be ready to go. And yeah, Martin was ready to go, but lost a card that it is losing the resources to be able to do it. Could have, played that card off the chess piece, pitching a blue and a yellow. But yeah, not with this block here. So the surprise Take Up the Mantle, a huge swing for this game.
Really want to take a moment to highlight what we just saw Bino doing there. Big information to be gained from a card like Bonds of Agony. You can, of course, take a look through the opponent's deck while you're digging out the copies of the card you're looking for. Does better inform you about what cards to expect, maybe if there's anything surprising lurking in the wings. So we know going forward, Bino is going to have perfect information about what might be happening to them.
Yeah, exactly. If there's any sorts of traps, you check for how many relentless swings there are in the decks to see if you can safely go down to 2 life or not. Stuff like this can actually matter quite a bit.
So we do see Martin shuffling things up here. We know kind of stuck with that Barraging Beatdown and Soul Harvest, which I imagine will be used just to kind of fuel some Mandible Claws here, try and put a turn back together. But importantly, this turn not over for Bino here, and of course, massive impact to start things off. But this Kiss of Death does have go again, thanks to that hero ability from Arakni, slipped through the cracks. So they can continue the assault if they wish. Now, this is a very interesting spot because Bino knows that Martin's hand is kind of awful and doesn't do very much in this spot. So might be incentivized to just kind of take the foot off the gas and leave that hand where it is.
Yeah, could even just set another Hunter's Clave attack or something, not really costing too much here. Of course, this copied Bonds of Agony here has double go again, one from Slippy's ability and one from the Black Tech Whisperers. So yeah, just setting 4 damage here. Very, very demure. Just a little attack here and saving something else for later. Potentially saving, chucking a stealth attack into that arsenal. That usually helps when you play Slippy to make sure you have a stealth attack in arsenal. Especially Kiss of Death is the best one of these, because it means that all of your that means your future hands are enabled. You know you can start with a go again attack. You have targets for some of these attack reactions that require stealth attack. So this is what Bino is doing here, setting the Leave No Witnesses despite Martin not having an arsenal.
We see a rather unsurprising block there from Martin. We see the Blood Dead, of course, being taken. Now, this is very interesting. That Barraging Beatdown could have been used to send a Mandible Claw. Instead, choosing to park that in the arsenal and try and set up a bigger turn with it, despite the amount of arsenal interaction you might expect from an assassin. What do you think about that, Simon?
Yeah, so it is possible that Martin just doesn't want to make his graveyard have too many non-6s in there. So again, I mentioned the card earlier that that really benefits from banishing 3 6-power attacks from your graveyard. It's at its best then, the Shadow Realm Horror there. And if you just so if you put too many of those in the graveyard, of course, if he's pitching to attack with a weapon, yeah, he still wouldn't be doing that. But yeah, it is possible that just taking 1 card away from the Sleepy decks, they might have a ton of defense reactions and can't always use their full hand if they have 3 stealth cards. So you might not really get very far from just attacking the Sleepy.
Sure. Bino, of course, taking a moment to consider their return volley. We will see a Bonds of Agony pitched here to start the turn with Hunter's Clave. Now, this powerful dagger, not quite as problematic as a deck like Arakni Marionette, for example, but being marked, as we saw on the first turn of this game, does come with some pretty serious drawbacks.
Yeah, actually, we see it played out already right here, that if the Mandible Claw had attacked, the Bino could just like block with that Bonds of Agony, sending it into the graveyard for a future take up the mantle. But because you left Bino with a full hand, just had to go for a dagger attack instead.
We see Orb Weaver Spinneret as the follow-up. Going to see that Art of Desire coming up after this, buffed up by the Orb Weaver. 6 with Go Again, courtesy of Arakni's ability. This one, not at its best in this matchup, but still plenty of reds to find, and more importantly, can cause some blood debt issues.
Yes, indeed. And of course, there's, it's not like Martin's deck is full of red cards, but like sometimes it does hit and then draws a card to gains a life. So it is kind of a scary on-hit. Martin, though, has to be very careful, though, making sure to keep some cards that can banish a 6-power attack, because otherwise it's going to be left with with taking, more blood damage next turn.
Difficult spot to be in. It's a bit of a balancing act playing a deck like Levia, especially when, for better or worse, you found yourself with some amount of blood debt this early on in the game. Does mean there's a little bit more juggling to be done if you want to keep your turns flowing and not ultimately falling behind its pressure.
Oh.
And it will be another take up the mantle coming across here for Bino. We see again that mark from Hunter's Clave does punish Martin.
Yeah, but actually the Hunter's Clave didn't hit because Martin smartly blocked with a piece of equipment. So so actually the take up the mantle doesn't get to copy anything. It's just +2 damage right here. And it does hit a red card, though, off the top here with that Endless Maw. And we'll see if that card from the top is something that is able to be used. Just since a Graphene Glycera, since Martin is not marked, this attack does not have Go Again, so it's just for 1. And Bino might have some sort of pump for this, like a Territorial Toxin we see right there. So, okay, just clean 4 damage. Not too bad. Classic Slippy turn. Nothing over the top, but just the Art of Desire body hitting, drawing a card, and yeah, just making good value. Already putting way ahead of life totals here. So now Martin needs to do something impressive. And here we have the Dread Screamer here, starting off the chain. Able to get Go Again here and banish that 6 cost to satisfy the hungry Demon Gods. I think, is that exactly 6 cards in the graveyard? Makes it a very easy dice roll.
Certainly does.
Oh,
so
it's 8, okay.
Selecting some cards at random for this Dread Screamer. Hopefully we will find a selection of 6s to keep the turn flowing for Martin.
Yeah, so that's what they do here. They roll the dice to determine the cards that are being banished from the graveyard here. And able to just send this attack here for 6 Go Again, followed up with something else from hand. And if Bino decides to block this out, that's when the card in Arsenal here can come into play by intimidating another card. Barraging Beatdown we see here, intimidate another card, and then make Bino unable to block. But Bino says, no, I'm totally fine taking the Go Again damage. It's Go Again with no on-hit. That is not so scary. Not nearly as scary as what the Slippy deck is doing, which is sending 6 Go Again with an on-hit where the opponent has to respect it. So yeah, take the damage and save the blocks for later.
Worth noting here, of course, Blood Debt will be turned off this turn for Martin, courtesy of that Dread Screamer, so will manage to keep their life at 18 at least. Of course, life total a very relevant factor for Levia if she's looking to provide a transformation a little later on. For now, we're going to see the follow-up. Command and Conquer is the choice here. So trying to earn some cards from Bino, demand some respect, and it looks like they will manage to do just that. Bino hovering above their hand, sheepishly turning 2 cards sideways.
Yes, so was planning to block with 2 cards, but smartly saved them for the second attack, because that is actually the one with the on-hit here. And yeah, Slippy, a lot of the 5-card hands from Slippy does actually end up wanting to block, so that's usually how you need to like pace your game against Slippy, expecting that this is what they're trying to do.
So 18, a life total worth watching as we make our way into Bino's turn. The goal here going to be to try and sink Levia low enough to force an issue, but we will find a lot of juice up front. It will be Savor Bloodshed into Orb Weaver Spinneret, joining a Graphene Chelicera for a whopping 8 points of damage with Go Again. Worth noting here, this dagger will gain that bonus from Slippy's hero ability.
Yeah, exactly, because it is a stealth attack here, and if Martin does not block this out, Bino can use Flick Knives to flick the Hunter's Clave at Martin, which makes it hit and makes Martin marked. And then you'll draw a card off the Calicera. So yeah, that is quite an impressive attack here. Just very efficient, sending a 2-card, 8 go again on hit draw card.
Do you see an important one in the hand for Martin here? Blood Rush Bellow, a card worth watching alongside that Shadowborn Horror we've referred to a few times in this game. This is definitely the type of hand you would really rather keep to put together, but this is a rather problematic amount of damage if you're hoping to transform into that demi-hero.
Yeah, I wonder if Martin is just going to place a few equipment in front of this and actually take the damage here, deciding to keep that full Blood Rush Bellow hand. So what Martin might be hoping for here is that the Blood Rush Bellow discards the right cards, doesn't discard the Shadow Realm Horror, but discards the other 6 attack in hand. And then you can send the Shadow Realm Horror, hopefully hitting one of the go-against 6s in the graveyard, to be able to also send that. And then you can make this huge Blood Rush Bellow turn off the back of your Savage chess piece. So I think Martin says, I'm just this far behind, I'm just going to have to take this down.
Playing a Codex of Frailty, discarding it, not exactly where you want to be, so it makes a lot of sense that we didn't see that discard. Looks like we have a small judge call here. Players just clarifying exactly how this scenario works, and I can understand that. Happy to see the judges taking care of that.
Yeah, no worries, absolutely on that. And yeah, I just want to dive into that decision again of just arsenaling bad cards against Assassin can kind of be a big advantage because it blocks the Codex from truly disrupting you. And if they send Arsenal Disruption, you just take the damage. You're not forced to block it. And I think that's exactly what we'll see Martin do here. Just take this damage from Lethal Witnesses and send off this big Blood Rush Bellow turn. Hopefully, doing upwards of 24 damage or even more. So we'll see, if the stars can align for this turn, if and if there can be enough damage being sent.
Only 14 life to work with, so let's make our way back down to the match. I want to find out whether or not we have a transformation on our hands or whether it will be time to bellow loud and clear. Leave no witnesses will be the attack of choice from that Codex. Immediately sent across, and Martin now needs to decide how they wish to proceed. Are those cards more important, or will we not see a transformation in this game? No. Okay, so question has been answered, down to 10. We will banish another Wrecker-Romp from the top, and of course that barraging beatdown that has been parked in the arsenal for most of this game so far. But it is time for Martin to unleash the beast either way.
Yeah, so let's see here. So play the Blood Rush Bellow. It's a 50-50 on whether you hit the Shadow Realm Horror or not. So you definitely don't want to discard that one. And that is, 50-50. It could easily decide, the fate of this turn here.
It feels like a big deal.
Let's see. Oh, it is the Shadow Realm Horror discarded. That is the way of the Brute. Still, the Blood Rush Bellow draws 2 cards, give +2 to every Brute attack this turn. And might just have to send these Mandible Claws here, which are going to be affected by the Frailty. So a lot less effective than if you were able to send some go-again attack.
Yeah, a bit of a disjointed hand here by the looks of it from Martin. We do see Deep-Rooted Evil, a Hungering Slaughter Beast, and a Mark of the Beast. All yellow goodies. So
that's actually perfectly fine. You pitch another yellow to send another Claw for 4, and then you finish off with one of these Blood Depth cards, which is going to come in for a massive chunk of 8 damage, as well as satisfying Levia's thirst for blood.
Not a bad sequence. Making the most of the tools available to Martin. Unfortunately, no Shadowborn Horror to tie the room together. Crown of Providence will be tying together Bino's hand, though. Going to be cashing in that quick card cycle to try and put things together for their own turn.
Yeah, and Slippy, the kind of deck that can sometimes have these disjointed hands, especially if you have cards like, Shred that demands what the opponent should block with, or card attack reactions in Arsenal that breaks your Codex, etc. So Crown of Providence, an actual really important piece for the Slippy deck to piece together these turns and make sure you can finish out this game. Of course, just a 16 damage Blood Rush Bellow turn, not what Martin was hoping for, and not as threatening to Bino. Can even just take all this damage and swing something back.
Yeah, we can definitely see this hand is less than optimal for Bino. Considering blocking with that Shred and a Mark of the Black Widows, are going to soak up damage with those spare cards and make the most of the 2 they have remaining for a quick 1-2 punch here. Definitely a significant life lead on their side, so they can afford to make these choices.
Yeah, blue Shred is actually interesting. I haven't seen that much, but it seems like a very smart inclusion, just giving -2 to a blocking card, but it's still able to temper with the temper equipments and also just be a blue for whichever you want to pitch for, such as sending Calicera into a Hunter's Clave, as we see right now.
Yeah, there's a Command and Conquer in hand for Bino. It does also have the potential to send that afterwards if they would prefer to. Of course, no Arsenal on the other side for Martin, so would just be raw damage if that were the case. See if we can see what Martin is working with on the Levia side of things. Swing big, Mark of the Beast, another Beast within, and a blue barraging beatdown. So plenty of resources, plenty of big attacks, but not a lot of ways to convert all these cards aggressively.
Yeah, this is one of those things where, like, in normal Brute would be love to just block 6 here and send a swing big, but Levia cannot, because then you take 6 damage off that blood depth, and she's a thirsty, thirsty girl, and you might just be have to just block with the swing big here. You could put, I mean, not, you know, on this one attack here. That's not necessarily something you need to block with, but Martin does decide to just do that, just to you know, to prevent a little bit of chip damage here. And I think Martin was expecting there would just be like 2 daggers, attack and pass, knowing to block with 2 cards, but instead it actually is this Command and Conquer coming in.
Yeah.
And yeah, now, you know, losing a few points of value from that decision.
Yeah, slightly punished, unfortunately, for choosing to respect that Chalicera. Instead, going to take extra damage from this Command and Conquer by choosing to block that dagger. But will manage to keep 2 cards to throw Mark of the Beast and keep that Blood Debt at bay. But definitely a bit of a disappointing turn cycle for our Levia player.
Yeah, exactly. This is the big downside of this hero, where it in some ways forces your hand. This is also what you want to do when you play against the Levia player, is trying to force them into positions where they make plays they don't want to do. And part of that is, of course, just getting their Blood Depth train started nice and early, leaving them without many options.
We'll see that Mark of the Beast coming across here just for 6 damage. Most importantly, will turn off that Blood Debt when it banishes itself from the combat chain. But Bino Nolting here, with 23 life to work with, does just have the luxury of blocking with their face if they prefer. Of course, his hand not ideal once again for Bino. Looks like an abundance of stealth attacks and no way to utilize all of them.
Yeah, so these turns will be just trading, you know, cards back and forth. It's not actually like that bad of a situation for Martin here. Notice that there's still a lot of equipment on the side of Martin and can potentially draw into his second Blood Rush Bellow turn with that Savage Sash this time and actually showcase the power level of Levia, the huge upside there is to playing this deck. But yeah, again, once you get just sending an attack for 1, and yeah, this time Martin making the choice to just block that out with the Scowling Fleshback, making sure that Bino cannot send the extra card coming, and buying Martin a bit of space here. And there is a second Blood Rush Bellow in hand, so yeah, Martin happy to just take 1 damage here and finally unleash a 4-card Blood Rush Bellow hand. So this one, you know, needs to be good. We need to roll well. That's just the life of the Brute. Can potentially discard that Sea Legs, be a huge benefit to this hand, and keep that Dread Screamer. So that's what we want to do. Once again, a 50-50. Don't discard the Go Again card. Let's go. So 2.
It is.
Let's see. It is the Sea Legs. Yeah, so we create a Golden Rum, which can actually give Go Again to another attack here. So depending on what Martin draws off this, you know, could actually send quite a few attacks this turn.
This might be the change of pace that Martin Bergstrom needed to get themselves back into this game. Gold Kiss Rum will be generated. 2 resources remain floating after that Blood Rush Bellow. Let's see, Dread Screamer, Boneyard Marauder, and a Deadwood Rumbler in the hand there. So plenty of resources for these claws and a big attack to finish. This is pretty much exactly what Martin was hoping for. Yeah,
this looks nice and aggressive here. Can pop the Sash and pitch your blue here to be able to do a ton of damage here, unless I'm mistaking on the cards that are in the hand.
Yeah, so okay. I think we're going to be saving that Dread Screamer by the looks of things. Looking on to save that Sash for a future turn, pushing the damage with the Boneyard Marauder for now, with how nicely that resource curve lines up. Try and save those for another big turn to close this door. We see 8 more damage coming across here. These life totals are going to be evening up pretty quickly if Bino doesn't respect this.
14 cards. Okay.
So Bino here debating whether or not there is something they're interested in doing. We're going to be removing those banished cards from Boneyard Marauder to see exactly what is gone for future turns.
Right, so something that is also important to remember in this game is that like Levia also has this demi hero available. So she is right now below 13, so you know, Levia Succumbed is not available. But once you hit 13 Blood Depth, you can actually turn into Redeem and get rid of those Blood Depth for good. making sure that you no longer take that damage and also gain a bit of life in the process, going up to 8. So that might be a way where Martin can finish out this game, and potentially this Dread Screamers can help with that. There's another Blood Rush Bellow. So yeah, this, Bino Nolting just blocking a little bit and sending these small hands, actually playing right into Martin's perfect situation here, as can set up another 5-card Blood Rush Bellow hand, still with Savage Sash and still with Dread Screamers.
Yeah, worth spotting for sure. Currently 7 blood debt there for Martin. If they can get themselves over that 13 threshold, Levia Redeemed will become an option. And we know, again, some horrors in the hand here alongside that Blood Rush Bellow does mean there is plenty of power available for Martin this turn. And I expect to see them cashing in the leftovers of their equipment to try and blunt the assault here and keep all of these cards. We see Apex Bonebreaker making its way onto the chain, probably joined by a 6-power attack here to generate that Might token.
That's interesting. I even wonder if Martin is actually supposed to just block with the leg piece. You're taking the damage, and that way able to play around a Codex or a Leave No Witnesses. Let's see what it is in hand for Bino here instead. Blocking with the arms, making that Might token. And yeah, there is a Codex here, so now Martin will be forced to block with yet another card and cannot actually send that Blood Rush Bellow turn coming in here.
Yeah, this Leave No Witnesses is going to be a back-breaking situation for Martin. 4 points of damage coming across. Will need to decide whether or not they are eating this with their face if they want to keep this turn together. Of course, that Gold Kiss Rum, the agility token available as well. There is all the potential for power here if they are willing to take this hit from Leave No Witnesses, but it will cost them their arsenal and put them all the way down to 2.
Yeah, so very tricky situation here from for the Levia seed here. There's even a possibility here that you just lock with 2 cards and IP yourself, trying to set up that Blood Rush Bellow turn again, but your life total is too low that you can't really do that. So might just have to play some good mid-range Flesh and Blood still, blocking with that Scab Skins. There's even a chance that you just take the damage, let go of your arsenal here, and then you still send that Blood Rush Bellow right now. You really have to hope for a miracle to turn that into something spectacular, especially since you will be discarding yet another one of those Shadow Realm horrors. And actually here, Bino deciding to ping Martin down to 5, just, getting rid of the mark with that Graphene Chelicera. But the reason for this is that you kind of have, since Martin's life total is so low, you kind of have limited turns to be able to activate this Flick Knives over the next few turns. But this way you can just get it in while the getting's good. And right now, Martin cannot take another point of damage. Otherwise, this Flick Knives will finish the game. And if Bino draws any way to recur a dagger or another orb with a Spinneret, can finish the game through blocks in just 2 turns.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's another factor to finishing the game here. Of course, blood debt, a very real factor for Martin Bergstrom here. There is a 9 debt to pay, and this Blood Rush Bellow will need to find something to turn that switch off. Oof. We see Swing Big and Command and Conquer. So while this assault might be a very relevant amount of damage, if it does not end the game and does not take care of Bino Nolting, the Debt Collector will come knocking for Levia.
Yeah, exactly. So can utilize this Gold Kiss Rum and the Savage Sass to send both of these attacks here. That's an attack for 16, but yeah, with Bino having the ability to block this out, and Martin at 10 blood debt, but not 13, cannot turn into Levia Redeemed to get into a better spot here. So we just see this Swing Big coming drunkenly with an entire tree at Bino's face for 10 damage, but unfortunately not quite enough to finish out this game. See if Bino can make the decision to block out something here. Of course, not if there's a bunch of defense reactions, such in hand could be the way that Martin can maybe sneak out a win with that cheeky Command and Conquer in hand. But yeah, defense reaction already committed here, and there's a chicken token, which, right, it's a quicken. That's a nice little pun for that. Good catch there. So, yeah, the chicken token on offer. Bino says, I do not want that quicken. Don't need it for my turn. There's a second sink below that cannot block here on this Command and Conquer. But yeah, the issue is that has not been a 6-power attack banished this turn. So Martin is looking at 10 blood debt and cannot pay that debt. Has to pay with his entire soul.
Yeah, no chickens in this match. Martin doing their best to leverage that quicken token, putting out a very impressive turn at the end here. I wonder if Bino has noticed that the...
I don't think Bino has
I believe
noticed,
the question was just asked, and there was a subtle head nod there. So gonna have to make sure that the Bino realizes the situation, might choose to block this out regardless of the incoming debt. But seems to be contemplating how to best navigate this turn.
Yeah, it's basically like just making sure you understand what Levia is doing. Bino might not have that many games into the hero, and there might be some trickery that can happen. So, if there is, a specific type of thing that can happen, you need to make sure that you can still send some threatening attacks on the way back. And having that second Sink Below in hand is certainly, making it harder to play. And if you don't block at all on this Command and Conquer, and Martin has some secret way to turn off Blood Depth that you don't know about, like some secret trick that, demi-hero stuff, then yeah, you might actually, be in trouble going down to 1 life.
Yeah, we see both players just confirming there. Yes, I will die. And unfortunately, throwing your Banish Zone into the abyss is not a valid line to escape the debt, and so it will be Arakni slip through the cracks in the hands of Bino Nolting, making their way to 3-0.
All right, yeah, we definitely saw some excitement there off the Brute, looking at the cards being discarded to those Blood Rush Bellows. But yeah, the issue is the first 2 Blood Rush Bellows weren't quite strong enough to prevent the disruption from the Slippy player. And as you go lower and lower in life, when you're forced to block, that is when you cannot do that final big Blood Rush Bellow turn. It was there at the end, but with Martin at 6 life, just couldn't quite catch up.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty difficult matchup for our Levia player. We kind of saw it nice and early. You alluded to it. The extra blood debt being forced to be paid so early kind of puts that clock on about half of maybe what you would expect it to, and we kind of saw that playing a factor in the game throughout the whole way. But I think that was a really interesting learning curve for players who maybe aren't familiar with either of these heroes, and some interesting synergies that maybe you wouldn't see elsewhere.
Yeah, absolutely, and we definitely get to see the turn 1 bonds of Agony, which doesn't happen very often. Surprise, take up the mantle on the very first attack there. So yeah, good on Bino Nolting, a name that definitely recognized and see around these card game tournaments. And moving up to 3-0 with Slippy, trying to just get an opponent, get the opponent dead 1 stab at a time.
Absolutely, great games, great names, and great products. If you've not been joining us at your LGS recently, you might have missed Mastery Pack Guardian, which is on shelves for you now. If you enjoy the Guardian class, you're looking for something a little bit more refreshing. Maybe you enjoy Volder Seismic Impact. This is probably the product for you.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely hoping that we can see some more Vol dialogue, and that's a new hero that is coming, or not a new hero, but like new to CC, coming off these mastery packs, and something that like people are trying to figure out exactly how to build. And I think when they get it right, you could actually see some play, especially in certain meta games where people draw cards here. This is the breakdown of the packs here, 12 packs per display, so it's like half size of your regular draft set. This is not meant for drafting, it is meant for a nice pack shuffle play.
Absolutely, yeah. I love to see this product. I think it's incredibly accessible, much lower price point than normal as a result of that box size. Makes it fantastic for that new game mode that we're all enjoying across Skirmish season. If you've not seen some of the really nice goodies you can find inside this pack, of course, Volder Seismic Impact does stand out as a brand new hero, but our new friend Jarl the Tradie finally gets his marble treatment.
Oh yeah, exactly. I'm sure there are some Jarl stands out there that are very happy with that. I always love whenever I go to Malmö in Sweden for ProQuest, there's so many Jarls because the Swedish just love their Jarl, the Northern Brides.
I can see the aesthetic. It makes a lot of sense. I'm not surprised. It's a big fan favorite out there. Leyline of the Old Gods, another beautiful marvel in this set. Very impactful card, bound to make a name for itself alongside Tectonic, Plating, and Volder for many years to come. And of course, Base of the Mountain, a card that I've been hearing whispers is sneaking into many Gravy Bones decks this weekend.
It really is. Yeah, certainly one way to disrupt the Gravy Bones deck is to attack them with Dominate attacks. Just ignore their allies, and Base of the Mountain can get around that effect.
Absolutely. Mastery Pack Guardian also has some shinies for you if you're so inclined. If you like to bling out your Guardian decks, those Seismic Surges do need to match. And I'm really happy to see one here from just across the regions of Aria, showing us a little bit of everything the flow has to offer.
Wow, yeah, I have not seen these before. These look incredible. And yeah, it's true, yeah, we got, the aria, and is that like 3 different from aria? Is that like
Yeah, 3
Volcor
different
in one of
regions,
them?
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Regions of Rathe. I see. Yeah, that's just incredible looking. Wow, I love these.
Beautiful cardboard, and of course, they're not the only beautiful cardboard you'll find inside. Testament of Valahai, this incredible shield for Valda. If you've not had the pleasure of seeing the back of this marvel, I won't spoil it for you. Something rather special that's worth looking at the back on this one. Hopefully, you find it inside a pack yourself.
Oh yeah, that's a nice
Mastery
one
pack,
looking
yeah.
back at you.
Absolutely. Mastery Pack Guardian, very sweet, incredible set, and hopefully you get the chance to crack, shuffle, and play very soon. Speaking of play, we got some more feature matches coming up, and Simon, I'm not done with this off-meta narrative that I want to weave through this weekend, because for better or worse, there are a lot of people out there in the field today who are putting up incredible results with heroes you might not expect to see.
I love it. I mean, that's exactly what we want to see, right, in these tournaments. So which hero is this one?
3-0 Phi Rising
Phi.
Rebellion will be joining us in the feature match next round. So if you want to see a little bit of Volkor's finest, don't go anywhere.
There once was a ship that put to sea, and the name of that ship was the Billy O.T. The winds blew harder, bow dip down, blow me bully boys blow. Soon may the weatherman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. She had not been 2 weeks from shore when down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Soon may the weatherman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Da 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 da. Before the boat had hit the water, the whale's tail came up and caught her. All hands to the side, harpooned and caught her when she dived down low. Soon may the weatherman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. No line was cut, no whale was freed, and the captain's mind was not on greed. But he belonged to the whalesman's greed, he took that ship in tow. Soon may the weatherman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Da da. Sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. As far as I've heard, the fight's still on. The line's not cut and the whale's not gone. The weatherman makes his regular call, turn quarter, captain, crew and all. Soon may the weatherman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go.
Now, while I've been on this crusade for off-meta heroes, I understand there's a bit of a looming question in the room. Bit of an undead necromancer problem in the format right now, from what I'm led to believe. So how about we throw that in there as well? How about we get that
absolutely.
in?
No, I really love these matches. That is like, we got this off-meta deck, but like we kind of remember they like used to be very strong. Up against like one of the pillars of the format. We just saw that with Levia against Slippy. Levia did not pass the meta check. But can Fi pass the meta check here against Gravy Bones?
I believe. I am a believer. But before you start believing with me, we got some other goodies to look at. I want to talk about how this event is going so far. So let's take a look at the round 3 standings so far. Some really, really interesting points to pay attention to on this board. There is only one duplicate hero. And for now, first place belongs to Florian, Rotwood Harbinger.
Yeah, one of our 3-0s, of course, we see a, is that 9 different heroes. The duplicate, of course, being as expected. Jarl, I guess there's a second duplicate with two gravies there. Bartosz Yemba and Evan Tangai, 2 members of Team Armory.
Yeah, some big names here worth paying attention to. Of course, Pablo's joined us in the feature match already. Bartosz Yemba, a juggernaut, quite frankly, of the game as well. Anton Sidmeheas is a local to me, a fantastic player. Has been putting up some incredible showings this year and repping Dash.io this weekend. Happy to see that. And of course, Emad Kashi might be a name I picked out earlier myself.
Yeah, nice.
Happens to be sitting there at 3-0, so I like this board so far. This is good for me.
I'm also happy seeing, a Dane and seeing Oscilio there with Emil Spangenberg. Good to see. Also, another Dane here, Lauren Nielsen, someone who is always at the top 8 of our nationals. A player who she likes to pick her fights, doesn't play everyone, but this is a fight that she has picked and starts off with an incredible 3-0.
Yeah, a lot of Slippy on this board. Of course, Bino managing to go to 3-0. We just saw them on camera. But a couple of very interesting pinpoints here as well. A couple of verdants popping up. So this Wizard players are finding success. But I can't help but notice another Jarl here at 3-0. Maybe someone knows something I didn't.
That's 3 out of the 7 Jarls so far. We've only seen the first 2 pages. I wonder if there's even more Jarls coming at the next pages. Let's see here. There is more Gravies and Slippies, of course, as expected. Another Oscilio and another Mario as well.
Yeah, see, you're focused on the heroes. I'm focused on the flags. I'm going down the right-hand side here, and it's GB, it's GB, it's GB. Incredible showing from my hometown folk. Jacob Clements, of course, a juggernaut of Flesh and Blood at this point. Very much in that World Tour race, likely to be making more of a name for themselves. Declan Patrick has been playing Arakni Marionette since back in London. Happened to bump into them in the calling myself, where thankfully I was on Florian, so I was rather happy about that at the time. Finn Baird, of course, on Slippy as well. We see another Anthony Vero performance as well on 3-0 as well. Another Gravy there. So some huge faces, some huge names, and some huge heroes. Somehow, this isn't all of the 3-0s.
No, there's even more of them. Actually, someone we didn't mention last slide was Brody Spurlock. Brody and Jacob Clements, top 2 of the World Tour leaderboards, starting off at 3-0. And here we see Daniele Frattarelli of Italy playing Syndra. The hero that has been kind of like sliding off the metagame a little bit, but still has some believers here. Additionally, we see Gabe Shear, the other caster, me in a different reality, I guess, coming up here 3-0 with Oscilio.
Yeah, a couple of other standouts on this slide. A 3-0 copy of Volda is something I'm paying attention to. A hero we were just talking about from Mastery Pack Guardian. But I'm also interested in Daniele and Tommaso Vesido, who, of course, are juggernaut of the game as well. Funny story, both of those players had their entries won from my social media giveaway for this event. So I gave away some tickets on social media. Those are the 2 players who picked up their entry to this calling as a result of that giveaway. And they're both 3-0 so far, which is really
so cool.
impressive.
I wonder how mine are doing. Yeah, here we see, I mentioned Anders Andersen as one of those Kano players to look up for, coming from Denmark, has been crushing up the ProQuest scene with that deck. So yeah, that's definitely happy to see them at 3-0. And still, another smattering of heroes. No more Jarls, but we do have, a couple Dorinthias showing up as well here.
Yeah, I want to take a moment to talk about Tim McCarthy, who's been refining this Dorinthia list for the last chunk of weeks over in the UK. There's some shenanigans going on in that one, some hybrid goodies, and some different play patterns into multiple different heroes. I'm very excited to see them performing so well, and hopefully, with a bit of luck, we'll see that plan on camera later on. Happy to see it. So, for now, we have a feature match to enjoy. Now, I know it's your fault we're dealing with Gravy Bones, Simon.
Yes, it's my fault entirely, yes.
So,
burn me at the cross.
Might take you up on that. But
after ice cream, please.
Understood. I'm human. I'm not going to do that to you.
No.
But with that bias acknowledged by the entirety of the Flesh and Blood community, who do you want to win this game, Simon?
Okay, I want Gravy to win. So,
oh my God.
No, I think Fi will win. So that's why I'm rooting for the underdog.
Okay.
So this is a bit reversed, but historically the ninjas have been the ones that are some of the hardest matchups for the Gravy Bones. So I love to see the Gravy players try and figure out how to beat them. And what we found in our testing for the Pro Tour is that the best way to beat the ninjas is to ignore their hats, let them draw an extra card each turn, and just no blocks, send more damage back at them. That's how you beat the Syndras. And so these games can be quite volatile if it's played in that way.
All right.
Looking forward to that.
Will it be Punny Name or Phoenix Flame? Let's find out. Down in the feature match area, it's going to be Gravy Bones, Shipwrecked Looter, taking on Fi, Rising Rebellion in the hands of Robson Dechamps.
Yeah, exactly. Adrian Martin here, a teammate of Pablo Pintor that we just saw a couple rounds ago of the Sunflower Samurais. Certainly, one of these, this group of Spanish players that just always show up. You always see these the T-shirts there, with the sunflowers on. That's a team of Spanish players who always come to these events, and yeah, they're striking more and more fear into opponents as you sit down against the Sunflower Samurai. It is certainly a challenge up here for Robson Dechamps, but playing with Fi.
Yeah, so Robson kind of stuck going first here. Probably not the optimal choice, I would imagine, in the matchup if they had, well, their way of things. But some choices to be made here nice and early. Bram with Cinderclaw will be the attack to start things off. Going to be activating that compass in response. Take a cheeky peek at the information on the top of the deck before committing to any blocks.
Yeah, so this is the turn 0 here, of course, happening. Robson is not expecting to get much done on this particular turn, but might chip in a point of damage or two, or in this case, create a fealty, which will help set up future turns, making sure an attack can be draconic. So yeah, this we haven't seen much Fi since the Hunted, but actually got a ton of upgrades from that set. Of course, Syndra was the draconic ninja that people focused on.
Yeah, some really interesting upgrades worth paying attention to for sure here. Dragon Scaler Flight Path is a card that people don't talk about enough in Fi. You can line it up with Searing Emberblade to attack with that weapon twice. If you're really careful, you can line it up alongside Ignite to create some horrifically wide turns with that weapon you might otherwise not be able to.
Yeah. That is actually kind of an impressive thing to be able to do. And yeah, Dragon Scaler Flight Paths, of course, we see how good it is in Syndra, but yeah, also has a lot of use cases here. But this is a sick turn 0 here from Robson, from Belgium, playing that Warmonger's Diplomacy and on turn 0 and denying the ability for Adrian to develop an ally. The Warmongers is quite impactful against Gravy Bones. You cannot play an ally and swing with it. You kind of have to decide between what you're doing here. So might just have to send some golden tipples and set up a bit of a turn here, choosing war on both sides.
Yeah, war, what is it good for? Apparently, something. Golden Tipple, going to be discarding those Sawbones for now. Going to make some gold and refresh a brand new card. Unfortunately, it looks like a chum here. That's actually kind of perfect. There's another Golden Tipple lurking behind it, so just going to be filtering allies on the first turn here for Adrian.
So for this setup turn here from Adrian, I might just actually want to just send a couple Golden Tipples. Discarding a few allies, setting up your gold. Could even use that gold-baited hook on something just to get that extra piece of gold. Not able to play out those allies from the graveyard because Warmonger's Diplomacy prevents him from playing the non-attack actions.
Yeah, for a Warmonger's turn, this definitely feels pretty great for Adrian. We didn't see the card drawn from that Tipple, but if it's a reasonable arsenal...
I think it is a Call to the Grave.
Okay, that's a pretty spectacular one to find. Going to park that for now. I love to see that parked if that's the case. Holding on to that blue, making sure those allies can be played later on, regardless of the amount of blocks that must be committed here from Adrian. So we'll go back to Robson, who will, of course, get their first assault as Fi, and we're kicking things off with Oath of Loyalty, the big, potent chain starter.
Full 5-card hand with Oath of Loyalty is... Yeah, that's kind of amazing. Of course, Fi is flush with draconic chainlinks here and probably able to develop all of them. Even has the fealty to help with that. And Brent with Cinderclaw too. Yeah,
I want to talk about a small potential synergy here. I think we can see lurking in the hand for Robson. that Warmonger's Diplomacy had the ability to become draconic if they wanted to try and double down and make things really nasty for Adrian. Instead, it's going to be that Searing Emberblade coming across here to keep this turn going wide, choosing to prioritize just pushing damage from this point forward.
Yeah, I wonder if Robson has a different chain ender in hand here that would actually make that make sense, choosing to do that instead of Warmongers, especially if it's a one-cost. I think there is a Demonstrate Devotion in hand at least, so can turn that blue into both a swing with the Searing Emberblade as well. Okay, so there's actually a one-cost here from the
yeah, the Flame Call Awakening.
Flame Call Awakening, exactly. Searching up a Phoenix Flame from the deck.
Yeah, this one, a bit of a lost relic of the past, belittle at home, if you like. Can't always tie this with Flamescale Furnace anymore, but does allow you to tutor up those Phoenix Flames the Fire so iconic for, and just add an extra chain link in somewhere, which is rather good with Mask of Momentum.
So, kind of interesting that Adrian chose to block out this Searing Emberblade with just the equipment here, respecting the Mask of Momentum and stopping that chain link from hitting. Of course, Fi cannot do the same thing that Syndra can to flick, to preserve the chain links here hitting. So the blocking is actually a lot more effective against Fi than it is against Syndra. And maybe that changes the game plan for Gravy.
We'll see that Phoenix Flame coming across for one here to keep things going. Of course, another copy lurking in the bin for Robson to grab as this chain continues to get wider and wider. We do see a hand for Adrian that just doesn't block very well. Black Alley Break Lines, Golden Tipples, very much a proactive hand for Gravy, so kind of forced to take the heat.
Yeah, exactly. Having that second Phoenix Flame in the graveyard can be a huge advantage. You know, there's certain cards that where you could just get to regrow both of them at once, or if you're at a future turn, find yourself able to arsenal a Phoenix Flame, you can then regrow the other one and use an Enlightened Strike to pitch that to the bottom without losing access to Phoenix Flame completely. So a ton of you know, small advantages from having that Flame Call Awakening so early. And yeah, here we see this Brand with Cinderclaw. This is threatening a draw. So Adrian needs to block this out to not trigger Mask Momentum. But now the Mask has been disrupted. Only one card in hand left for Robson. So can just send this Phoenix Flame coming in for 2 damage, buffed up by Tiger Stripe Shuko.
Yeah, lovely Shuko bonus. Looks to be in maximum effect in Fi. Definitely a deck capable of acquiring that nearly every turn if it's something it wants to do. One card remaining. Very intrigued if we have another chain end. Okay, we're just going to throw this Rising Resentment on the end here for 3 more points of damage, just forcing the issue while Adrian seems so hesitant to block.
Yeah, so Adrian has a hand here that is blue, a golden tipple, and an ally, so is very content to just keep those 3 cards. But there's a different reason why you want to throw your attacks right now, and that is the Conqueror. So Conqueror of the High Seas, threatening the Arsenal is so hard for these ninjas to block, and so you're better off just never arsenaling against Gravy. This is the way you're supposed to play with these Draconic ninjas in the Gravy matchup. Do not arsenal ever if you can avoid it. Normally, it would be so nice to have a Draconic starter in your arsenal, but you just have to give up that inconsistency to not ever be forced to block a Conqueror.
I think that's incredibly valuable information and well worth knowing if you're exploring the Gravy Bones matchup going forward. We'll see Back Alley Break Line being pitched by Adrian here to fuel another copy of Golden Tipple. This one will be blue, so it's going to discard that Swabby, replace itself with a fresh gold and a fresh card, and will then allow these allies to start emerging from the depths.
Exactly. There's a second Swabby from the top, but it's actually totally fine. You can use your death threats to make the full 5 resources needed to play Swabby and swing with it, or you could just, you know, temper yourself a bit, play the Chum instead. Of course, the issue with putting any ally in play against the Mask of Momentum deck is that it makes it so easy for that Mask of Momentum to trigger as the ninja sends attacks into the ally that will guarantee hit. That's especially a fault of Chum, where you can guarantee 2 attacks hitting. So this is why I mean by saying the Gravy cannot try to always prevent the Mask trigger, because most of the time you're just not able to anyways.
Yeah, Dragon Scaler Flight Path here jumping in front of this Tipple because we have seen that gold-baited hook activated. Of course, there is an abundance of gold there already, but denying it here on this 1-power attack, a priority for Robson. As Swabby emerges from the depths, it will be an attack for 7 to follow things up. These very impressive numbers coming out of Gravy Bones.
Yeah, so this is, you know, this is a 3-card, like just the analysis here, right? So this is a 3-card, 8 damage, there's 3 defense, so that's a 3-card 11, and made a gold. So yeah, just like some nice, you know, good numbers. It wasn't even at the like height of what Gravy can do, but just some bread and butter things. Of course, the issue with these ninja matchups is exactly that Mask of Momentum, because I mentioned this as a 3-card 11, But the issue is that because you're presenting allies, Fire essentially has intellect 5, because you can keep attacking the allies and triggering your Mask of Momentum. So it's really hard to prevent that from drawing here. Though this is a huge one here. So Sunken Treasure can turn that Phoenix Flame. Oh, you cannot, right? It's only yellow card.
No, you can.
Card
Yes,
face down, yeah.
Yeah, Sunken Treasure, a big part of this matchup and a big deal why Flamecall Awakening being found early was so important. That redundant Phoenix Flame, very important for Robson because Sunken Treasure is a card you have to respect. And this is the danger of not attacking allies first and trying to leverage them to trigger that Mask of Momentum. You do walk into Sunken Treasure and kind of force the issue on Phoenix Flame.
This one also coming face, but there's no second Sunken Treasure here to really threaten that Phoenix Flame. Of course, now Robson would be able to just pick that up with Fi in response, so not even that threatening. But we see this Fiddler's Green in hand from Adrian, and might actually be interested in using the Gravy to loot away that Fiddler's Green, replacing it with a different card and gaining 3 life.
Yeah, Sea Legs and Portside Exchange, the other 2 cards in the hand there for Adrian. So some decisions to make, some game actions to choose on the Gravy side. It will be damage taken here from Searing Ember Blades. They're going to fall on down to 24. That first connecting chain link does mean this next attack does have a bit of an extra threat attached on account of, well, the guaranteed mask, should you let it do so.
Yeah, so I wonder if Robson has a 4 attack to send here, or just this Phoenix Flame for 1, which actually is demanding a block already. So this is 1 to the face, but that is a beautiful, beautiful expected play from Adrian here, deciding not to loot away this Fiddler's Green because it blocks that Phoenix Flame so easily, and that denies the draw for Mask of Momentum here. So now we see Display Loyalty sent into that Swabby, and that does not create a fealty, actually. It's only when it attacks a hero it's supposed to create fealty, but I guess the players did not realize this.
Yeah, Fiddler's Green. That might be the best Fiddler's Green I've ever seen. Just denying a Mask of Momentum trigger, gaining 3 life on the way out, and blocking that Phoenix Flame for the trouble is pretty impressive stuff from that card. Definitely one that's seen more of an uptick in these Gravy lists as of late.
All right, so something worth noting here is that Robson decides that now that Adrian only has access to 3 cards, you're probably fine to disrespect the Conqueror of the High Seas, and yeah, in fact, Adrian does not, because Adrian will need to have that in Arsenal and 2 blues to go alongside it. So totally fine to Arsenal a card right now. And Adrian not with the best follow-up here with the, with essentially the golden symbol number 10 to 12 here with Portside Exchange, but a little lower value, cost 1 less and has 1 less power compared to the blue Tibble. So, but yeah, not actually giving up a full card just to get an ally, or just to get actually the Sea Legs in the Arsenal. So giving up a full card to get a gold and a Gold Kiss Rum.
Yeah, certainly a palatable exchange, getting that Sea Legs into the bin. Of course, does activate Gravy's ability as well to revive some of these allies who have otherwise been stranded in the deep waters for now.
Death Threat's not available, though, so can only play the Sawbones here, but that is a strong card here, and even though we've seen Robson do some crazy turns here, the Gravy is still, like, combating on life, because, these hands are just, the small hands just end up being so much value still. This was a, this was a 2-card 9, also making a gold and a Gold Kiss Rum. That's just, that's just the name of the game for Gravy.
Is that good, chat? If so, please explain why. We see the players here just understanding how Sea Legs broke down. The Portside Exchange, of course, allowing this Sawbones to come to fruition, making that gold from the Portside Exchange.
Oh, yeah. There's no gold made from that one. And that's actually pretty important because you can use your hook to also make sure that this Sawbones has a gold on hit here. Adrian right now thinking about this Call to the Grave, if it needs to search up for anything else, but might also just hold off on that, sitting on it in the Arsenal and waiting until later. You can use that to get a back alley break line down the line.
Yeah, we see the
immediate
regret there from Adrian. Does make the gold and then realizes.
The second time that the hook wasn't activated this game, but yeah, that is fine. We'll see if that extra gold comes back to bite Adrian. Or actually, what we will is that we'll just do what the players are supposed to do, is completely forget about that, because, that's, you cannot carry that mistake over into your into the coming turns. And here we see a Mounting Anger coming in here. 4 go again. These cost curves here, pitching a blue, sending 1 for 4 into a Searing Ember Blade is just so efficient.
Absolutely. Mounting Anger, a card that's definitely fallen out of favor in Fang's absence. Not one that fits cleanly into Syndra, but a very impressive card. When Fang was at its peak, this card was very much a premium and fantastic in that draft format. Represents a potential 5 points of value. Definitely an attack worth respecting.
All right, so Adrian here, once again, has a hand where it could potentially deny that Mask of Momentum trigger. It's a bunch of blues and might just utilize the fact that Sawbones can prevent a damage, but decides to take the Bouncing Anger right here, which means that this Lava Burst will now come in for even more damage.
Yeah, that Lava Burst is definitely a statement of intent here from Robson. Intends to go at least 4 chain links wide. It will be Searing Emberblade as the follow-up. 3 points here looks to be going...
Is that at face or into Sawbones? It looks to be at face, so Adrian's certainly interested in blocking out this one.
Yeah, really interesting to see the Searing Emberblade going face here. Definitely a testament to the plan for Robson. Have to imagine maybe there is a more practically aligned attack to eliminate this Sawbones, looking to guarantee that draw from Mask of Momentum on the following chain link if this Emberblade isn't respected. Instead, it will earn a card. That Tip the Barkeep will be playing defense and turning off that Mask trigger for now.
Yeah, I wonder if Adrian is actually scared of Ancestral Empowerment here, but here we see this hot on the heels coming right in at Sawbones. That guarantees a hit. So this means the next attack that will come also has to be defended, otherwise you have to put 2 cards in front of this Lava Burst. And the next card that's coming in is this Phoenix Flame, coming just for 1. So yeah, a very awkward breakpoint there.
This is actually incredibly impactful. Tiger Stripe Shuko is going to juice this Lava Burst up to a 7, courtesy of this. So we're going to see a very painful and difficult to block attack coming in at the end of this, courtesy of Lava Burst. And we know that Pirate's Hook has already been used here on blocking duty from Adrian, so not going to be a clean way of putting this back where it belongs.
There actually is a little bit, because you have the death threats that you can use because Sawbones has been put into your graveyard this turn. So you can use this alongside a Quick Dodge Flexors to kind of use a little bit of value out of your equipment, but that is not the best use of Quick Dodge Flexors, and also means that the death threats aren't able to be used on your turn, combining with a Call to the Grave to summon a Chum.
So it's 1 point of damage from this Phoenix Flame, proving incredibly problematic for
so
Adrian Molina.
Adrian just blocking this out for 2, and yeah, I think that's quite heads up, knowing that this way you actually stop the Mask of Momentum draw, preventing Robson from presenting 7 and then, you know, using the Dragon Scale of Flight Paths to give that go again. But yeah, right now, you know, no reason to give this one go again, and just sending 7.
Well, it looks like there is 1 card left lurking in the hand for Robson, so not impossible that go again is something
That's
that
right,
we're
it could still happen
in.
there if there's a second Lava Burst, but
They do
still
come in pairs.
Yeah, that's exactly what they do.
Okay, so we're going to be taking the heat here. Lava Burst into Adrian's face, falling all the way down to 13. It will be an Arsenal for now. Okay, 16 instead. Arsenal parked for Robson, so going to look to go a little bit bigger next time around. This is definitely the kind of spot where Adrian would love to find that Conqueror of the High Seas.
Yeah, so 16 is like that life total threshold where any 5-card hand from Robson is going to threaten lethal. So you will have to like start blocking every turn from now on, unless Robson decides to go into some of your allies here. And we see that Seafloor Salvage here to try and remove the Phoenix Flame. That seems like an incredibly important card, and essentially stealing a card from Robson, giving up this blue to save his Phoenix Flame.
Honestly, Robson has to be ecstatic to have had a blue in their hand here to make for an easy retrieval of that Phoenix Flame. Otherwise, that would have been incredibly problematic. So, Bramble Cinderclaw on survival duty here. Phoenix Flame remaining intact. We see Robson here. Going to have to debate how they want to navigate the rest of this turn as Adrian considers their arsenal. It is going to be that Call to the Grave we saw parked there so long ago. Going to go fishing for an ally.
Yeah, so notably on that Seafloor Salvage, it doesn't actually target. So the way this lined up is that once Robson lets the Seafloor Salvage resolve, Adrian can choose the Phoenix Flame as it's still in the graveyard. So Robson has to respond to the Seafloor Salvage, and then Adrian can go and put another card face down if he so wishes, and he took his own sea legs to create a gold. So that huge stack of gold for Adrian, which hasn't actually been touched yet, just sitting there, looming, waiting for that huge breakout turn where you can, you know, turn a ton of gold into a big advantage. And yeah, that breakout turn has to happen quite soon here for Adrian, because as I said, he is in that range of needing to block on these turns.
Yeah, our Gravy Bones player slowly running out of time. Will need to mount their comeback sooner rather than later. It will be Chum off that Dead Threads to kick off that return fire. One of the better allies in the deck, definitely a point of contention for many. We see that Hook activated this time to try and earn a gold. 4 points of damage coming across here. See if we can take a peek at the assault for Robson. How does this hand come together? We see that Phoenix Flame that was saved. Hunt to the Ends of Rathe, really cool inclusion. Ronin Renegade and another copy of Mounting Anger, which will line up very well with that Tunic counter.
Yeah, so certainly not looking too bad for Robson here. I wonder if there is... yeah, and also, like, remember that any attack is also a must block for Adrian because future attacks can just be sent into Chum and trigger that mask. It's going to be quite hard for Adrian to prevent the mask activation right here. And I wonder if... it might even be completely impossible. We see here the Mounting Anger attacking into Chum here, guaranteeing the hits. And letting, putting the Phoenix Flame away. So now you can send the Phoenix Flame here for 2 into the Chum. And clearing that all up. Or you could, of course, like, change your course a little bit and send, start sending things at face.
Yeah, this guaranteed factor of Mounting Anger does add a new equation to this turn. Robson can, of course, hold off that information for a little while longer, maybe suggest they intend on sending that Phoenix Flame at Chum when perhaps something else will lurk. For now, Sunken Treasure, no premium target on Robson's side, so a yellow will be exchanged for a gold.
Yep, just a very nice value of a card. 3 buck and make a gold. We see the huge pile of 7 gold now on Robson's side, but yeah, the fact that this Ronin Renegade has been blocked out means that it's now much harder to trigger that Mask of Momentum. So just Phoenix Flame probably going into the Chum right here. That's a clean clear of that ally. And another chaining that has hit. So with the last 2 cards Robson has, can still threaten that mask. And here is a Hunt to the Ends of Rathe coming in for 3.
Yeah, really cute here. I hadn't really thought about the implications of this card playing well with Tiger Stripe Shuko, but it absolutely does. If you're not staring down an Arakni on the other side, you can utilize it to get that extra point of damage. So 3 here, not a break point of any sort, but if that Arsenal card does present another attack, Robson's turn could potentially be far from over.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's just, it is a card you're going to include in your deck list anyway as a sideboard card for Arakni, but it also still is like, a yellow Ronin Renegade, essentially. Like, it's not that bad. And sometimes you will also naturally mark them because of, you have cards in your deck that mark the opponent. And there was actually the second Lava Burst. You were correct. So they do come in pairs.
Look at that. It's a myth. It's a legend. I've been on the receiving end of too many Lava Bursts to not know how that goes. So we do find it coming out of the arsenal for 5 additional points of damage here. And this is a bit of a tough spot for Adrian. This is a lot of damage pushing over, of course. A Hunt to the Ends of Rathe threatening a mass draw from his attack as well. Doesn't feel like there's a great choice to be made here.
No, once again, you could still utilize that quick dodge flexors alongside a 3 block, but this leaves Adrian's hand not very juicy anyways. So I wonder if you either just block 5 here with a golden tipple and a blue 3 block, and then you just start cracking your gold and see what happens. But it's a bit of a risky thing because you could very easily, not have the requisite things on top. And of course, Adrian knows exactly what the top card is. So yeah, just deciding to take 5 here. Giving the card to Robson, but 20 life to climb down is going to be quite difficult. And yeah, now Robson can decide to either arsenal this. I think it might have been a yellow brand with Cinderclaw.
Yeah, one off shade of red, one way or the other. Brand of Cinderclaw going to be parked for later on. Those Dragon Scalar Flight Paths saved for another turn, and it will be time to go fishing with some gold.
I think there's an ally on top of Adrian's deck, and that's why he made this play, so he could discard that to the... Oh, it is a Chart the High Seas. Okay. Yeah, so that was actually opening up the line where you could just gold into that and then play the Chart to High Seas and play a Chum next turn after blocking for 5 on the Lava Burst. But instead, Adrian says, no, I need a bigger hand. I need to go fast. I need to go long. And there's the second golden symbol being picked up here. So just going to keep cracking that gold and see if you can find any allies. There's the Conqueror of the High Seas, which is certainly able to be sent for 8 go again here. But it's a little bit tough on the cost curve at the moment. So... Might have to run out that Chart the High Seas, see what you can hit, maybe crack another gold, hope to rip another blue, and then go from there. Or maybe hit a string of allies. You can actually use these golden tipples to see further in your deck.
Yeah, multiple red tipples, not ideal by any stretch, but Adrian is going to continue cashing in the riches of Gravy Bones, spinning those wheels and finding more blues. So we have one resource floating. That tipple can, of course, exchange a card for another. We know the Avast Ye was drawn, so this Conqueror is online. It is functional this turn, one way or the other, but Adrian has to find the best way of putting this slightly resource-tight hand together.
Yeah, it is quite interesting. So you could... just send the Conqueror right now, pitching that extra blue, but it's not a very impressive turn. So I think you might need to crack another gold and hope to hit an ally so you can send a golden tipple and then draw another blue off that, and then you actually have something efficient going on.
The wheels continue to spin for
I think that was an ally.
I did see a peek of yellow out the corner of my eye. Let's see if it was an ally to pair with those tipples. It was a swabby that could be discarded to those tipples to tie the room together, make another gold, and turn even more resources into even more cards.
Yep, so this also enables your death threats now, so you do have that extra point there. So even a yellow off the top could still... Yeah, that's actually another ally. So you could send another golden tipple here, and if you hit a blue off that, you can follow that up with that Conquer of the High Seas, making a large dent into Robson's life total here. But I actually still wonder if Adrian still has to keep going just to make sure he can also finish on an ally after all of this is said and done. Running card here, and
that abundance of treasure coming in clutch here for Adrian. It's a blue copy of Call to the Grave found on top. So that Conqueror can present itself as the end game of this turn if that's what they want to do. And threaten to bring those life totals back in line. Instead, we're going to be breaking another gold here. Trying to go even bigger.
I think you have to do this, yeah. So again, if there's... It's a big gamble, but if there are 3 blues on top, you also haven't used Gravy yet. If there are 3 blues on top, you can go Conqueror into that Sawbones.
Yeah, I think that's a red saltwater swell. We're going to fire this in the dark.
Good, it's a yellow. It's a yellow.
It's a sea legs on top of the deck. No resources generated here for Adrian. And that Conqueror will not be joining the combat chain.
Yeah, so there's a big risk to go for Adrian here. But if you're pulling back from 20 life, you kind of have to go risky here and, do these big pitch turns. But yeah, unfortunately not getting there. And now it's going to be quite hard for Adrian to actually get the space needed to play that Conqueror, especially if Robson is turning out that full 5-card hand.
So the floodgates will begin to open for Robson Dechamps. We know there is a 5-card hand to work with. Let's take a look at what's inside. It's spreading flames to kick things off. There's no Art of War anymore, but this one, it's not half bad in exchange.
An all-yellow hand that blocks for 5 in total. Certainly not helping Adrian here.
Spreading Flames going to set up a gigantic turn, duplicating additional power onto every draconic attack that comes down this chain link, as long as it is small enough to meet the conditions. Of course, Phoenix Flame, very good at doing exactly that.
Yeah, it's going to be a massive turn right here. And Adrian, of course, has the ability to use Gravy here to turn one of those Rigor Mortises hopefully into a blocking card from the top. Can use the Compass to check on that. But usually, since you're probably going to use the Gravy anyways, there's not really a reason to use the Compass. Of course, if there is an ally on top, you can pitch those allies into that quick dodge flexors. And that's going to be an important tool this turn. There is a blocking card on top. Another Conquer of the High Seas.
Yeah, those Conquerors turning up painfully late for Adrian Marin. Not going to be able to turn them into the offense they definitely hoped to see. He's going to have to utilize these Rigor Mortis. One almost certainly getting cashed in by Gravy. The other, I can definitely see Quid Dog Fletchers playing a part in this turn.
Yeah, absolutely. One way that you can kind of save a gold that way instead of desperation, turn your ally into a blocking card. Usually that's not a winning play. You just save up that gold for later, so you can have another turn where you get to crack a bunch of gold, and that is how you potentially can get back into this game.
So we will see that Gravy Bones activation here. Going to be eating one of those gold, drawing and discarding in order to refresh a new blocking card into the hand. That Conqueror on immediate defense as a result. I think Robson Dechamps spells blood here. Going to be Brand with Cinderclaw as the follow-up. This, of course, yellow, meaning as Chainlink 3, it's getting +1 from Spreading Flames and another +1 from the Fire Tenant. Coming in for 4 here on Chainlink 3, and this turn is nowhere near done.
Yeah, and this is, of course, this means that Phoenix Flame is also going to come in here for 2 damage, and then there's a weapon coming in for 4 damage, and yeah, this turn is just going to ramp up, and even if, Adrian, blocks, put a free block in front of this one, it might still not be enough to stop that Mask of Momentum trigger. And also, we still have the line available of Dragon Scaler Flight Paths plus Searing Emberblade, depending on exactly what happens. So yeah, needs to do a 2-block here, and send a quick dodge flexors to cover up this fully for 4. Now it's going to be not as easy for Robson to trigger that, but still, weapon coming in here, 4 damage. Cannot block this out without using the Jet Threat here. So just, Yeah, blocking for 2 with the quick dodge flexors. And then the Phoenix Flame that's coming in for 2 can also be blocked by the quick dodge flexors. But
we're
here,
going to see those flight path cashed in here, gaining the go again to go even wider with the sword once more. So Searing Emberblade will continue.
Adrian blocks 2 on this one, which means that the Phoenix Flame actually is left unblocked and can come in for 2, and that will trigger the Mask of Momentum.
Yeah, so the Phoenix Flame here coming in for 3 courtesy of Tiger Stripe. Shuko getting even bigger from that Spreading Flame stun. The quick dodge flexors was never going to be able to soak this up, so this will be connecting.
Is it a lava burst off top for 7
and we'll find
again?
an attack. It's a Salt the Wound! Salt the Wound is made draconic, and the sea legs will slip away underneath Adrian Marin as Robson Dechamps steals away a game on Fire Rising Rebellion, now sitting at 4-0.
Salt the Wound for 6. That was exact lethal, actually. What a beautiful card to draw off the top there. 5 showcasing why these Draconic Ninjas are so good against Gravy Bones. And yeah, we saw there, the desperation mode of putting the Gravy in their position where they can no longer be tempered with their gold, having to crack them all in the same turn, and hope they just have this, row of blue cards available, and that they will, never run out of blues, but that did not happen. And
I think we saw some truly impressive turns from both players in that game. We saw exactly what all that gold can do from a hero like Gravy Bones. And then we got to see the power of Spreading Flames, which, while I might be innately familiar with, if you haven't been playing Flesh and Blood for very long, that one might not be a card you've seen very much. And Fi looks pretty spectacular there.
Yeah, that is, a Fi at 4-0. It's the only Fi in the tournament, I believe. And so, yeah, that's just undefeated. Indeed, after 4 rounds of tournament, all 5s in the room are undefeated. And, yeah, that's, incredible stuff to see there. I'm trying to do the math on, how much damage was presented on that turn. I believe above 20, which is just absolutely insane.
A sizable chunk. Yeah, I'm starting to think maybe my casters picks in the future just have to be from the bottom row. I think it might treat me rather well based on what we've seen from today. If you want to be a casters pick in the future, there's only one way you can do that. You need to turn up to a calling. And, of course, there are many callings on the way in the near future. If you want to join us in Shizuoka, you might find yourself with a very interesting looking playmat.
Oh yes, wait, hold on. Is this an equipment we have not seen before?
No, nothing known about this one yet. Expansion slot card coming from Super Slam. All I'll say is there are some daggers in that hand, and there's an Arakni on that sleeve. So make your own estimations. Of course, some wonderful promos available there. This should be a pretty spectacular event.
Yeah, indeed. Well, that is a nice, little teaser there. Of course, also just seeing the World Tour in Japan. We had that launched last year with a bunch of events there, and it's good to see the Japanese community coming together and showing up for these callings here. Absolutely great to see. What else is on the docket for Shizuoka?
Yeah, Shizuoka is a little too far away. Don't worry. There's some things in Europe as well. And, of course, over in the States, we'll get to those. Another interesting-looking playmat. Some surprising reveals maybe from the expansion slot worth looking forward to over in Hamburg if you're joining us at the World Tour there in October.
Yeah, that looks very Rune Blade on that one. But also, I just again want to highlight that this is the first calling we've ever had in Germany. And that is because very recently, LSS was able to convince Germany that Flesh and Blood is a game of skill. They just showed the World Tour leaderboard. They show how many times Jacob Clements gets second in a calling.
It's remarkable.
Yeah, that's enough to conclude that this must be a game of skill. And so we can have tournaments in Germany.
Yeah, I'm really excited to be there. I have the pleasure of bringing that one to you from the booth as well. So hopefully I will see you there. If you're so inclined and over in Sydney, I might need to call in a favor because Light Up the Leaves is a card that is particularly appealing to the Verdance lover in me. That's a very, very pretty playmat.
Oh yeah, I love that artwork, the design of the card, and also just how it impacts the games. It is we already liked Burn Bear; it improved Verdance so much, but having an Earth version of the 6-point Arcane spell is kind of impressive.
Very, very nice. So, World Tour in Sydney, well worth looking forward to at the end of October. However, in the immediate future, we have a more important match to settle, Simon.
Yeah?
Good news for everybody who's at home. If you were looking forward to some Oscilio, we're going to have some of that on camera for you. But more importantly, it is the UK versus Denmark in the feature match area. So if you want to see these casters admitting personal bias live in real time, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. In the red corner, it's going to be Francesco Giorgio on Arakni, slip through the cracks, representing the United Kingdom, of course. In the blue corner,
we have Emil Spangenberg of Aarhus, the other big city in Denmark that isn't Copenhagen, an incredible flesh and blood community. And he's been an Oscilio mainstay for a long time. I know I faced him in a Pro Quest last season when he was playing Oscilio, and he's still playing, and of course now Oscilio is amazing. So no surprise to see Emil here at 4-0. Coming up against the Goliath in the form of Francesco.
Yeah, absolutely. Francesco, I mean, a battle-hardened winner, a calling winner, has all kinds of accolades to their name. But I have to stay focused on the battles of our bias here, Simon. And they're not the only players involved in that battle, because we picked some folks at the start of this event to keep half an eye on, and I want to see how they're doing. So how about we take a look at your casters' picks for the weekend? Talk to me about this very minimal, average-looking field.
So of course we have Jacob Clements, who was my pick to win the event. Really has the back against this wall, his back against the wall to win now, starting at 2-2 with Oscilio. But yeah, I just want to talk about our 2024 our 2024 national champion from Denmark, Andreas Wenzel here, starting out at 3-1, playing Verdens, is someone who kind of doesn't show up to every tournament, but when he shows up, he just crushes. I had no idea who he was when he won the national championship, because he just hadn't been at any event I was at for a year. But yeah, then he shows up here and is already crushing. Just an incredibly talented player.
Well, love to see it. Happy to see some success for Verdens. Thankfully, I'm sure there's plenty of success on the other. I think that's a better average. I think that might be a better average. Okay, Emad Kashi at 3-1. Jacob Clements, I mean, that was a safe bet at 4-0, was it not? Jason Rolf at 3-1 on Jarl is really impressive to me. I'm very eager to watch how the rest of their event goes. Alex Kitsu needs to do me some favors, maybe having a bit of a rough run of it over there at 1-3. And Liam Holden is in my hotel, so I'm going to be having some words later this evening when we get back home.
Fair, yeah. I mean, he's already back home, so.
Oh, Liam, I'm so sorry. Let's take a look at how things are playing out for Team Ethan. Oh, never mind. No. Cut the stream. No one needs to look at any of that. That's all. I'm going to look at the 1-3 at the top of this bracket. I'm going to cuss out Yuto live and in real time, and no one else on this slide is getting any of my attention.
Yeah, that's that's totally fair. I will say, again, I had Thomas Avocito before. Just once again, this Italian group of players who have been really refining the Slippy deck. Very impressive to see. And Pablo just keep winning with Jarl, apparently.
Yeah, someone knew something I didn't heading into this weekend. As much as I joke, these are some juggernauts of the game, and I'm actually very happy to see this level of success. This format, of course, very diverse, and it's very cool to see so many people finding success on a variety of heroes. Speaking of variety, we haven't seen Oscilio so far today.
We have not.
It has been a bit of a talk of the event, though, turning up as deck number 3. For players who aren't maybe familiar with Oscilio, what are the reasons that might be?
Yeah, so it's kind of a tricky deck to play. You play 30+ instants in your deck, which means that your capability of blocking very limited. But you are, if you're playing Oscilio correctly, you're kind of looking for these good value turns. So you're kind of trying to block a lot along the way to buy yourself space to get to those hands. So the tricky part is figuring out when you're supposed to play the mid-range game plan or supposed to dig aggressively using his ability for the combo game plan, where you just throw. We saw in the quarterfinals of the last calling here, where there was a 60 damage turn being thrown at Fang from Matthew Rents. So yeah, maybe we'll see something similar here, but it's much harder against Slippy to throw those big turns because they're going to be disrupting you. So you're looking much more to be a value deck, preserve the Gone Through Flash, and just keep playing that turn cycle over turn cycle, preserving it in Arsenal.
Interesting. This seems like a pretty phenomenal matchup, and I can't wait to see how it goes. So let's make our way down to the tournament floor for the battle of, well, the two most relevant players in the room at this exact moment, because I know I'm never living this one down if Francesco can't keep things going. So,
yes.
Francesco Giorgio on Arakni slips through the cracks against Emil Spangenberg on Oscilio Constellar Intelligence. Now, we see Emil going first here this time round. Is that the choice Oscilio would like to make in this matchup?
I'm not fully sure. I would think that you probably want to go second, but it's very possible that Francesco won the die roll and chose to go second. So I assume that is exactly what happened here, but I haven't actually.
Okay, so going to be kicking things off here with Oscilio activating, discarding Electrostatic Discharge. We'll see a Channel Lightning Valley going to be the fuel here. Blast to Oblivion pitch. So it's going to be filtering things through. We'll find that Channel Lightning Valley being kept around for now. And of course, that will be locked and loaded for next turn. So Francesco going to have to consider Channel Lightning Valley, a card I think a lot of people forgot about when Aurora left the format.
Yeah, it's true. Like, I certainly have my copies. So I was like, oh, I guess they just go in a box somewhere. I actually ended up proxying over my Channel Lightning Valleys because I mistakenly brought my actual Aurora deck instead of a proxy deck. But yeah, so that's
the delights of a professional player, ladies
Yes.
and gents. We see Kiss of Death is the start here for Francesco, which is exactly what I was hoping to see. Kiss of Death, at its best in Arakni Slip Through the Cracks, it's a very important tool for how this hero plays.
Absolutely, but that turn 0 from Emil here, just setting up with like essentially an extra card due to that Channel Lightning Valley and the go again of the Sigil. It's a very nice setup. So the question is, can Emil just afford to like take this damage and send a huge turn back? And that's exactly what he's trying to do. We actually see defense reaction in Emil's hands. Might just throw down a shelter from the storm, or there's even a sink below an arsenal there. Okay, I see. So actually a quite defensive hand here from Oscilio. It's what I mentioned when I say the Oscilio deck can unintuitively actually play quite mid-range. You wouldn't normally think that the deck that's just trying to, you know, combo off and play Gone in a Flash a million times in the same turn is also interested in playing defense reactions. But actually, you know, a lot of times you can, you know, do good blocks, send 0 for 4 into 0 for 4 arsenal and pass.
Absolutely, yeah. I think this is very telling of that approach you spoke about. We see, again, a Oscilio activation here to filter the hand further, gain more information before committing to additional blocks. Emil here, understanding this matchup is going to require them to pick a fight sometimes and decide to blunt some of these more important attacks. And these effects reactions are a pretty big endorsement of that.
All right, so no blocks here from Emil. Francesco going to just flick this Kiss of Death. That's an interaction we didn't get to see in the last round with Slippy, but... or in the previous round with Slippy. But yeah, because it is a dagger attack, you can actually sacrifice it to Flick Knives, and that will deal 2 damage to Emil on top of course, the Kiss of Death being dealing damage by itself. So yeah, very efficient attack here. And here we see the Razor's Edge pushing the Infect over even the 4 block of Shelter by the Storm.
Yeah, really interesting small little tell there from Emil for a moment. Chose to pause Francesco on that Kiss of Death flick. Made it very obvious that Shelter from the Storm was a card that had to be considered because they were debating blunting that flick there as the turn continued. Instead, using that card as a defense reaction, we see the Blood Rot Pox being generated courtesy of Infect. It will be Sigil of Lightning to kick things off this turn, making an embodiment of Lightning, hopefully giving something rather potent go again. I believe we see a Blast to Oblivion in the hand alongside this Sigil of Brilliance, so definitely some shenanigans afoot.
Yeah, that is a combo. So Sigil of Brilliance, if you can return that to hand with your Blast to Oblivion, you will, get the Sigil in hand and also draw an extra card. So, and of course, Francesco also has to respect the Blast to Oblivion as an attack here as well, because there is still this Channel Lightning Veil. I think maybe, depending on which instant Emil has in hand, might have to hope to draw any sort of arcane spell to trigger that Channel Lightning Veil.
Bit of an awkward hand here for Francesco, full of defense reactions. We see Sink Below alongside a Shelter from the Storm. It's Take Up the Mantle with no good target, leave no witnesses to wrap things up there. So this Sink Below going to need to do a little bit of work, hopefully fixing that hand. Finding a Pain in the backside, which definitely has the ability to do some damage here.
Yeah, exactly. Getting rid of some of the more defensive tools there as Emil is playing out, carefully considering playing out the instant here. And one thing that's worth noting here, it is another Sigil of Conductivity, but actually deciding to, instead of bringing back the Sigil of Brilliance and banking on drawing a arcane spell here, just brings back the Channel Lightning Veil and save it for a later turn. Having an instant in your arsenal is incredibly nice against the Assassin players, because it blocks off your arsenal, so you don't have to discard your Codex, but if they send any Arsenal Disruption at you, you can just play out that Channel Lightning Valley in response. So yeah, Emil here doing something very tempered. Doesn't try and blink the Brilliance and try and go off, and just plays in the safe way.
Yeah, I think it's very easy to get blinded by that Sigil of Brilliance, which is really intriguing. I think a lot of players automatically default to that card draw, and instead Emil here utilizing their tempo to keep that Channel Lightning Valley around for additional draws in the near future. For now, Pain in the backside will be coming across, this one threatening to both mark Emil and cause a little bit of extra damage in the process.
Yeah, but Emil says no blocks to that one. Fine taking the mark here, as just a Hunter's Clave is set. So actually, interestingly, pitching that take up the mantle despite opponent being marked might mean that Francesco does not have a stealth attack. And that's indeed what's going on. So now Emil has, 1 point in that read of what the arsenal is. It cannot be a stealth attack. Because Francesco would have, instead of sending the Hunter's Clave, just sent the stealth attack here, having still not used the go-again ability of Slippy.
Yeah, leaving no witnesses here, causing a small dilemma for Emil. Will need to decide how to utilize that Channel Lightning Valley. Almost certainly just going to play it out in response. Instead, covering it up with a Sink Below here on defense reactions. These looked very impressive from Oscilio so far, blunting a lot of the most potent on-hits from Francesco.
Absolutely, but Emil is still falling further behind. Like that last time with the Blast to Oblivion, yes, it was a cute trick, but spent a full card just to rebuy that Channel Lightning Valley. Doesn't actually gain that much advantage here, but now drawing card of Sigil of Brilliance and is setting up with a full 5-card hand. So let's see if there is a way to utilize this hand. Sigil of Conductivity, of course, is is going to prevent 1 arcane damage, but Francesco cannot deal arcane. So if Emil wants this one to die, has to either return it to hand with Flash of Brilliance or deal himself arcane damage.
Oscilio activation, discarding Electromagnetic Somersault. Going to go looking for something a little more impactful this time around. Let's see if we can't take a peek alongside. We see Sigil of Conductivity, Mind Warp, Etchings of Arcana, and Eclectic Magnetism. So lots of arcane damage to push this turn. Very important note here for this matchup going forward. Take a look at Francesco's equipment suite. You might notice something is missing here. There is no way to stymie arcane damage this time around.
Yeah, so normally against Wizard, we think that it's really important to have access to Arcane Barrier. But against Oscilio specifically, whenever Oscilio deals Arcane damage, it is in such big burst that just being able to pitch a card to prevent one of that damage isn't actually very effective. And even if you were to present Arcane Barrier 3, it's usually better to spend those equipment slots on blocking cards because there will be plenty of attacks coming in. As we see here, the Balance of Justice already blocked with Emil has already drawn 2 cards here of the Sigil of Brilliance and the Oscilio activation. So it's now just running out that Mind Warp at instant speed courtesy of that Eclectic Magnetism. And that is a Mind Warp for 4. So that is going to find purchase here. And Francesco has the decision to crack the Balance of Justice in response or let the Mind Warp hit first, draw 2 cards, and then crack Balance of Justice.
Yeah, it seems like that's the question, just being clarified by the players here as to how they want to navigate this Mind Warp. One of the more powerful cards we've seen from Oscilio's toolkit, if you're unfamiliar, big powerful Surge spell will force your opponent to shuffle their hand into the deck and draw 1 less card total if you let that arcane damage connect at more than 2 points. So players here just breaking down exactly how Mind Warp works. The card is aptly named, I think, for the effect it causes on players sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to figure, I think they're counting the amount of lightning cards being played here, but it is Eclectic Magnetism, and that Channel Lightning Veil was also played on this turn.
Yeah, no worries. Looks like these players doing exactly what they should do in this spot. Just calling a judge to confirm the situation, run things back, make sure everything is above board. After all these events, complicated, long, and it's important to get it right. So.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's any sort of like confusion, or especially like Oscilio being quite the confusing hero to play against. And yeah, maybe just trying to work out exactly what's going on and what's happening, and keeping track of what's going on is Francesco here, making a trying to figure out the exact game state. So yeah, that's what the judges are there to help with. And yeah, maybe the British representative needs the help.
Absolutely. Okay, so it seems like the judge question, if you're interested, was about Channel Lightning Valley. So if you want to draw from Mind Warp, or you want to draw from the damage dealt from Channel Lightning Valley, technically both of those things happen simultaneously, so someone needs to go first. So it looks like that's why our players were kind of
I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, that could actually impact things. But of course, you can. There's how the triggers are exactly layered. So yeah, that's,
absolutely. Looks like we're ironed out. So let's make our way back down to the floor and find out together as to what kind of chaos may have unfolded in our wake. It will be that Mind Warp there. So we're going to be have our cards drawn, and we're all fine and dandy. And Francesco will find a brand new hand, courtesy of that Mind Warp. Have a couple of cards to work with.
It's actually like a nice pickup for Emil here, being able to turn that card into another point of arcane damage, because a shock was drawn there. So because there's Emil is actually out of action points at this point. So was at the risk of not being able to convert that card, but deciding not even to play it as an instant, saving the 1 point for later. That probably makes even more sense. Just IPing yourself and having that powerful zero-cost shock effect for later.
Okay, Orb with a Spinneret will be the kickoff here for Francesco. Going to make that Graphene Chelicera. This one, I think a lot of people were caught off guard by exactly how potent it is, but definitely feels like one of the more important parts of the toolkit. Rebuying those daggers, and in this case, adding a little bit of extra juice to Bonds of Agony. And we've seen exactly what this card can do a few times so far this weekend.
Yeah, this one is quite massive here. Already pre-buffed by the Orb with Spinneret, and Francesco can go ahead and use Black Tech Whisperers and Flick Knives and an attack react from hand to juice it up. But the thing is that, like, from Emil's perspective, Francesco doesn't even have to have an attack react in hand to make this play. You can just make this play to put fear into your opponent and force them to try and overblock the Bonds of Agony. Since it has go again, you can just send something else instead.
Yeah, that's the power of Arakni. Slip through the cracks, lets you dodge and weave through your opponent's points of interaction, cause some questions that maybe don't even have optimal answers. And we see Emil trying to find one right now. That hand, Etchings of Arcana, that consigned to Cosmos Shock you alluded to before. I believe a Flittering Charge tucked to the back there, along with one unknown card in hand. So some good sequencing tricks, a few things to put together, but a lot of low block values, unfortunately.
Yeah, that is often the name in the game for the Oscilio player. Of course, can still use the Oscilio ability to turn some of those instants into hopefully some blocking cards. It's a part of the toolkit for that hero.
We see Emil here going through the yard, deciding what has already been played, whether or not there is anything worth contemplating from maybe a Codex of Frailty to follow. This definitely has to be a consideration with this.
It is so hard to know, because like Francesco didn't even know what his hand was going into the turn because of the Mind Warp happening. So it could have easily been a very bricky hand with just a bunch of stealth attacks. So it might not be super scary what's happening here. And so I think from Emil's side, you might actually need to just gamble on Francesco not hitting the attack react, especially since there hasn't been a block with the Black Tech Whisperers, so you're not super inclined to use it already. You might be able to use it better in the future. So instead, Emil actually just blocks for 2, and I think what this is just a bit of a value block here, as that card, like the second Flittering Charge, will not be able to be used from the hand. Just wants to get it out. But no, there is a Just a Nick here that is the worst possible to draw into of that Mind Warp, drawing both Bonds of Agony and Just a Nick of those 2 cards.
Yeah, it's hard not to feel slightly aggrieved by that. I think you work through so many hoops and do your best to make your Mind Warp come together and do the big fancy thing your deck is supposed to do, and you just give the opponent the best possible hand they could have asked for.
Sometimes you fix their hand.
Yeah, that's
put away 3 bad cards and draw 2 good cards is sometimes an improvement, especially in this case, if the cards are specifically Bonds of Agony and Just a Nick.
Yeah, I'm sure Francesco not complaining about the aftermath of that Mind Warp now. That Just a Nick will, of course, jump this attack up alongside Flick Knives and the Black Tech Whisperers to force through this Bonds of Agony and strip away cards from Emil.
12 total, so that's 10 damage coming through, with Emil already being behind by 10 life. This is going to cause a huge swing, and Francesco can pick and choose a card.
Solemn nod of agreement definitely coming across. So, well worth noting here, I think this has been very strategically navigated so far by Emil. Now, I understand this looks pretty bad. We've all been in this spot when a Bonds of Agony comes across, rips your hand to shreds. We see that strategic Flittering Charge block to make sure that both copies weren't taken here. But if there is any deck in this format that can piece together a turn that will obliterate Arakni from here and rebuild, it is Oscilio.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, just like any of which, like, if we're seen this matchup and it's like Kano versus Arakni, we wouldn't be talking about how, oh, the life totals is such a big deficit. How would Kano ever come back? Because we know Kano can do a big combo turn. And Oscilio is still a wizard and still has the same tools. If you look over at Emil's equipment suite, they're all still there. They're all, like, ready to go to do something better later. So Emil might just be totally fine taking the big hit here and then trying to, like, just put a more defensive pace to it, blocking more, and then eventually getting to that combo kill.
So we see Consigned to Cosmos Shock, Flittering Charge, and Etchings of Arcana as the choices here. If it's you, Simon, which card are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm just looking at all these pretty artworks, you know, like the... I just love all the lightning going on here. We actually also see is exactly why Emil was blocking with that flittering charge, because if you don't block with it, you're left with 2 in hand, and then Francesco can just take out both of them with the bonds of Arakni, which you certainly do not want to have happen. So, yeah, unfortunate to draw the 2 of the same card and have to block with it. But this...
It looks like we're stripping away the consign to Cosmos. This is a really interesting choice, actually. I think with Francesco presenting 0 Arcane Barrier, choosing not to aggressively attack these Arcane effects is a choice. This is something to watch going forward.
Honestly, well, so... Yeah, I'm not even sure that like a Arcane Barrier thing matters that much because, again, this Etching of Arcana is going to be big enough. If there's an instant in the arsenal here, you can go Flittering Charge into Lightning Instant, into Etchings of Arcana for 5, rebuying that Sigil. So yeah, that is a like really good value play, playing out Sigil of Brilliance, and still having a card draw as well from the Channel Lightning Valley. So yeah, Emil will be able to set up a 6-card hand next turn still through this. But the consigns... Consign to Cosmos Shock is just such a good card in the Oscilio deck that this is not about preventing this turn from being good. This is about preventing Emil's future turns from being good. The fewer shocks are in the deck, the more safe you are going down to a lower life total, because you know that you won't get killed on on your own turn with some instant speed arcane damage. And also, like this card, it's it's a yellow pitch, 0 cost, 3 block, lightning instant. It can be discarded to Oscilio. It can be used just an instant to enable your turn. It can be used as essentially it's a 2-point arcane damage swing because of the Volsar and it buffing itself up. So yeah, I just think this card is just so good that it'll improve Oscilio's future turns, and that's why Francesco got rid of it, even though it enables Emil to have a really good turn right now.
Remind me to give you a call when I need to sell my copies of Consign to Cosmos. That was quite the ringing endorsement.
Actually, was there only 2 copies of Consign?
You are right. I think that's very worth noting.
So now Francesco knows that the Arsenal must be another Consign here. And of course, Emil will have to use that to make this turn work here, but can go Flittering Charge now and will actually get that card draw before spending the action point on the Etchings of Arcana. So can even send another go again lightning effect if so inclined to buff up that damage.
This is a very impressive small hand from Emil here. Flittering Charge kind of did its best work in Aurora, but still equally good over here, as the 0 for 4 will be enabled by what we assume is a Consign to Cosmos Shock lurking in the arsenal.
I actually wonder if Emil is targeting Francesco or himself with that shock effect, because you can actually turn it into an embodiment of lightning, which will be perfect for the upcoming 6-card hand with that with the Arsenal card of the Channel Lightning Valley and the Sigil of Brilliance popping. So very possible actually that it's not going to deal 1 damage to Francesco, but rather just turn into an embodiment of lightning, courtesy of that Sigil of Conductivity.
Love to see this here. Flick Knives being committed on the block for Francesco. I think this is a play a lot of slip through the cracks players are hesitant to make just because of how important this piece of equipment can feel. But happy to commit it here to soak up damage. It will be that Consign to Cosmos Shock that enables the rest of this turn. Does look like that point of Arcane goes directly at Francesco to make sure we're drawing this card before the turn continues. So we'll see the combat chain cleaned up here for just a moment as Emil's turn will continue. Does try to make the most of that card being found. It will be Volsar cashed in on this Etchings of Arcana, and this one going to rebuy that powerful Sigil of Brilliance we saw earlier on this game.
Yeah, so setting up for that nice 6-card hand, and if Francesco hasn't found too much disruption and can't do too much damage, Emil might be able to keep all of these cards. And potentially use the Flash of Brilliance to rebuy that Sigil of Brilliance or rebuy the Conductivity, depending on whether you feel like you need an extra card or an extra action point.
Big turn coming up for Francesco. Giorgio will need to interact meaningfully with Emil to stop this big Oscilio turn coming. We see Infect and just a nick. Codex of Frailty available in hand.
Wow, so that's really interesting. That Codex is not going to be able to be played here unless there is an attack reaction. And even if there is, you would have to discard this just a nick. So Francesco had didn't really come together, but was still forced to. It could only block with one card because of the amount of damage Emil sent was arcane damage. And so, yeah, they're not really getting full value out of this 4-card hand. This might actually be an opportune time for Emil to not block very much. I see there is a sink below, which might be pointed here, but there's also, importantly, that Gone in a Flash, which is such an important piece for this deck. Might be able to have a mini combo turn next turn with the Lightning Greaves and with those. So just deciding to send all of the equipment at this Infect that is blocking for 3 in total.
So we're going to see that Flash of Brilliance triggered here. Going to rebuy one of those sigils by discarding a card. Usually the Brilliance will be picked to buy another card off the top of the deck, making an even bigger hand to function with here. And we see a good number of instants in the hand for Emil Spangenberg. And as you previously alluded to, that Gone in a Flash does mean that we might start looking at a combo turn right about now.
Yeah, so we'll see what comes in here. It's just a Hunter's Clave coming in for 1. And I think there was a Shelter by the Storm being picked up. Yeah, so 2 defense reactions, unfortunately, in Emil's hand. So might just choose to take this damage. But here we see Torrential Toxin buffing up for 4, which is perfect for Emil. That means he can land one of those defense reactions and then do his combo turn and chuck the other one into the arsenal. Yeah, this is going to be a great comeback turn here. Doesn't really need to... It didn't really need to make the embodiment of that Sigil of Conductivity because I think Emil is planning to use Lightning Greaves off of Old Knocker here to make this Gone in a Flash be able to play for all it's worth. The big question is, how many instants does he have access to, and does he have an instant in the arsenal? And also, is there a way for him to utilize, like, end the turn on an arcane spell? It currently does not look like that is available.
I think this sink below could play a very big role in how this turn plays going forward. And you understand the hesitation here from Emil. They know they could sink away that Shelter from the Storm, maybe find a little something else, but this turn isn't over. They know there's something else coming down the pipeline for Francesco. Giorgio, we know that it's going to be a copy of Codex of Frailty, but instead they choose not to sink. We'll choose to keep that defense reaction.
Keeps the card in arsenal and can now block out this Leave No Witnesses with that Shelter from the Storm. So gets to use both of those defensive cards, and as what is going to be a massive upturn for what Francesco thought was, you know, this nice repair turn. I was certainly wrong about not being able to use the Codex this turn because, yeah, because like just being able to pitch the Justinic and using the Spring Tunic lets you get that card out of hand.
Leave No Witnesses making its way onto the combat chain next to that snazzy-looking Ponder token. And it will be an interesting decision here if Emil values that defense reaction more than the card in their arsenal. Of course, could also be an instant, so there's a chance this card could be played in response and that defense reaction saved for a little bit later on. Lots of permutations to consider here.
Yeah, exactly, as we don't know what is in that arsenal. I don't know if you got a good peek of it, or you can just, I don't know if you have a, you know, vision to see through sleeves.
Still working on the patented HowlingMines X-ray goggles. They'll be here soon enough.
That would certainly improve coverage a lot. But yeah, for now, we're just going to have to be in the dark and see what happens as we're moving over to Emil's turn, defending the Danish glory here in Copenhagen, hometown, or home country at least, calling here for Emil. And everything's riding on, you know, this turn being good enough to change the texture of this game. Oh, I guess Emil actually has the chance to turn an instant into something else. It is a very good instant. The Sigil of Solace combining with Gone in a Flash is so much value, but maybe Emil is really looking for that arcane spell to really turn his turn up a notch. Or maybe he's figuring out if he can do this turn in a way where he doesn't even need to use the Lightning Greaves and can save them for later. Just playing out the Sigil of Brilliance to draw an extra card on his own turn rather than turning it into a Gone in a Flash.
I think this is very telling of how experienced with this deck Emil is. I think the fact we even pause there to consider those permutations is just a testament of skill. But so many players would have been tempted to utilize the Sigil of Brilliance to try and force a Gone in a Flash turn right now. Whereas to me, it looks like Emil has decided that they'd rather play this small value turn, utilize their arsenal, and maybe try and keep that for a bigger combo turn down the line.
Yeah, exactly. Because, like, yeah, again, you're not really going to do the, like, super big combo turn, 6-card hand blast to Oblivion, do, like, 40-plus damage in this matchup. There's just too much you need to block. And so just trying to see if you can get the most out of your cards, especially finding some sort of some sort of arcane spell would really juice up this turn by a lot, and still has access to use the Oscilio ability to turn another instant into something else if he's really so inclined to look for more. Let's see what is in that arsenal. Seems like it's about to be played.
See if we can try and get a peek on the hand cam. Not quite. Ooh. Let's see if it is going to be the first play of the turn.
That's like
for Emil. Oh, the boy! Stop teasing me.
This is we're on the edge of our seat trying to figure out what is in the turn. That is a Comet Storm Shock being discarded to Oscilio's ability. Of course, the shock side is the instant, so you can still activate it. And what did Emil pick up here? We see the big sign. There is it is a channel Lightning Valley in the arsenal here. Okay. Could have used that to bounce up a Gun and Flash, but instead going for the not cracking the Lightning Greaves just yet, just going for some value Gun and a Flash right here. Probably going to use the Sigil to the Sigil of Solace to pop it right back into hand, gain some life, and yeah, Francesco is trying to just deny the card draw as much as he can, and Blink is being used. That is perfect with Gun and a Flash. Yeah, so now we can just replay it, play the Sigil of Solace, gain 3 life, and chuck that Gun and a Flash back into the arsenal.
Emil here sequencing things exactly how they had intended. The Flash will continue until morale improves. More damage coming across for Francesco to juggle here. Do they want to deny another card from Channel Lightning Valley?
Yeah, would have to chuck 2 cards in front of this Gun and a Flash, but Francesco knows that another card could likely mean that another 4 damage. But of course, Emil wouldn't have the action point. So this way, Emil is not forced to use his Lightning Greaves here and can save them for a later turn, chucking that Gun and Flash in arsenal and can go for the big turn later. This is the patience of a good Oscilio player, knowing that you can just do these good mid-range turns. This was a massive, a massive amount of value for not that many cards. And yeah, just, pure damage here. In fact, that is not something that Emil needs to block. But again, you can't just play patiently and even block out on a turn like this. You don't need a 5-card, you don't need a string of 5-card hands to win this game.
Limited tools available here for Francesco, making the way back to their turn with a copy of Infect. This attack, pretty efficient, but it is just raw numbers with Blood Rob Pox. So Emil not forced to respect it if they want to keep access to their entire hand. And we see here just a lot of what I expect from players of this quality, taking a moment to see the cards that have been played this turn, contemplating how many copies of these big impactful Leave No Witnesses, Command and Conquers, Codex of Frailties are remaining left in Francesco's deck, and how much they might have to respect defending that Gun in a Flash.
Yeah, exactly. I actually wonder, so Francesco has given up all of his equipment at this moment to defend a lot, so his ability to block breakpoints is greatly diminished, but here we see this Leave No Witnesses, and speaking of ability to defend breakpoints, this is massive here. So Emil, with that Gun in a Flash, is now being threatened by that Leave No Witnesses. That is a huge, huge 2-card hand coming in, and does he have 2 blocking cards so that he can defend?
Just about.
Yeah, and then I think he has another instant in hand, so he can just do this thing where he plays a Gun in a Flash, plays an instant, bounces it back, and just, gets pure value. This is a way you can outgrind here, even though you have to commit 2 cards to that one Leave No Witnesses. It's actually totally fine.
These sneaky small hands playing very well in the wake of Arsenal disruption from Francesco. We do see a Codex of Frailty in their hand, so that question may well be asked again immediately following the Sigil of Solace. So very impactful 2-card hand for Emil. Will get to keep their big combo piece around, but we know Francesco has a point of interaction if they want it.
And we see the huge cost of using up the tuning to block with last turn. Means cannot do the attack with Hunter's Clave into Codex for Command and Conquer. So yeah, just gotta do Kiss of Death into Codex for Leave No Witnesses. And once again, there's a threat to this arsenal Gun and Flash. And yeah.
Yeah, Kiss of Death not quite as impressive in a spot where Flick Knives no longer available, have to close the chain to enable Codex of Frailty, but just a good, efficient attack. It is coming in for 0 for 4 here, off of Arakni Slip Through the Cracks, does have that go again, and it does earn the maximum respect from Emil here with 2 copies of Current Funnel.
Wow, that is a punisher into a Codex of Frailty. Yeah, we see these players just right now. Francesco is essentially doing a 1-card 7 right after Emil did a 1-card 7 with the Sigil plus Gun in a Flash. But can Emil block this one out? Does he have to give up the old knocker maybe to defend here? Yeah, that's the call to figure out whether or not to block that that Kiss of Death. Yeah, certainly didn't work out in this case.
Leave no witnesses rebought into the arsenal. Ponder and Frailty generated here. They will immediately be thrown and blocked out here from Emil. That patient game continues. They understand what's important. Just deny those points of arsenal interaction. Keep Gone in a Flash safe for a future turn.
Exactly. Mid-range Oscilio indeed is what we're seeing. Of course, you know, the Francesco's life total still being this high is getting me a bit of a concern if Emil will eventually have enough damage left in deck. Of course, traditionally the Oscilio deck is quite hard to fatigue, but as you know, more and more of these, you know, arcane damage spells are being blocked with, and as we go further and further into the game, it might be harder for Emil to do that, especially if he's eventually forced down at a low enough life total where he's forced into a block cycle. So that's why you see Emil play this patiently, keep his life total high, making sure that once he actually has the hand that does do a lot of damage, he can get to keep it.
I want to take a moment to talk about this red copy of Bonds of Attraction we find on the combat chain. Not one we've seen in red very often. This card, surprisingly impactful in a number of matchups right now, especially against Gravy Bones. So cool to see some stealthy reds making their way into the list to make that matchup better for Francesco.
Yeah, and it just gets to hit here, gets getting 1 point of life. You know, it's not, you know, super impressive or anything, but also like takes another, you know, point of value away from Emil's deck, and also banishes that Sigil of Brilliance to deny future etchings of Arcana. I'm actually not sure if there is a second Sigil in the graveyard, but yeah, here we see that pitching 2 shelters for Command and Conquer. So yeah, not a super impressive 4-card hand. And yeah, that's a bit of the punish sometimes of the Slippy deck. Doesn't play that many pitch cards for the Command and Conquer, plays a bunch of defensive cards, and sometimes if you just give Slippy the full 4-card hand, they might not be able to use them well.
Name a more iconic duo, Command and Conquer and every red defense reaction in my deck. Been there many a time, Francesco, having to sacrifice those shelter from the storms to enable their 6-power attack, but again, we are threatening that Gone in a Flash. Both players understand that is a lot of what this turn is going to revolve around. And we see Emil here declaring no blocks. He's going to let that first copy expire and fall all the way down to 10.
Oh, wow, yeah. Having to give up the Gone in a Flash here is... He even had another Sigil here to... Sigil Solace to work with it, and the electrostatic discharge. So yeah, actually had the really good hand for enabling that Gone in a Flash to do a lot of damage. But now, yeah, had to just give it up and see if he can string together something else off this hand. This triple instant and a 2-block just wasn't ever going to block that Command and Conquer.
Yeah, tough one. Sigil of Solace, Blast to Oblivion. We see that Discharge and Sigil of Lightning. One of those will be spun away by Oscilio's hero ability here, looking for something with a little more pizzazz.
I see Emil activating Oscilio on Francesco's turn. Is the intent here. Yeah.
Yeah, both players just clarifying that we are, in fact, still at the end of Francesco's turn before making our way into Emil's and gaining another activation of Oscilio in the next turn cycle. Not this one, of course, does remain tapped for now.
And getting rid of just like Sigil of Lightning turning into Sigil of Conductivity, you know, just cycling Sigils at the moment. Not actual Sigil of Cycles, but you know, and there's an actual cycling Sigil in the terms of Sigil of Brilliance.
Sigil for Sigil cycling of Sigils with cycles.
But yeah, I wonder if that's actually a big deal here, being able to do that. But I guess with no action points, it's not that important to be able to rebuy that Sigil of Brilliance. So just running out the Blast to Oblivion here, and can do the Sigil of Solace too. This is an attack for 7, and then the Sigil of Solace, gain 3 life, return that Sigil of Brilliance, draw another card, but it's out of action points here. So I don't know if this is a turn where you would want to use the Old Knocker and Lightning Greaves. I assume not. And the fact that there are no 0-cost shocks in deck means there's not actually a good card to draw off this that would let you like use the extra card draw. So
yeah, I think, of course, if you want to expend that Sigil to bounce Sigil of Brilliance, you can play that Sigil out again, and therefore keep the card you drew to park in the arsenal.
True,
get yourself ready for the following turn.
Fair.
So plenty easy to put this together with Blast to Oblivion. That Sigil of Brilliance, meaning this turn, it actually probably was the missing piece of this equation, I think, for Emil. Does enable them to kind of set up that big turn we're looking for and still press some pretty significant damage here.
Yeah, I guess that is actually pretty good value, right? So it does 10 points of life swing and 2 cards. Yeah, okay, that's pretty good. So yeah, that's not too bad. That's a 3-card 10, essentially. Though even more, it's a 2-card 10. What is drawn?
Gone in a Flash.
Oh.
Gone in a Flash is the card found to be parked in the arsenal by
Wow,
Emil.
yeah, that is huge. So if Emil can dodge some of that Arsenal disruption here, gains a bit more of a life buffer, probably still have to put some blocking effects next turn, but yeah, this was actually huge. Yeah, 2 card 10 into that Continental Flash. That's the type of value game you really need to play to overcome this Slippy matchup.
Sigil of Brilliance played. It's going to be Bonds of Agony pitched here for Francesco to start things off on Hunter's Clave. We see Take Up the Mantle lurking alongside Mark of the Black Widow.
Oh, this is an important thing to block actually for Emil, and he does not know that. But there's no flick knives on the side of Francesco anymore. So if he wants to mark the opponent, has to do it with Hunter's Clave. And Francesco has 2 cards in hand that requires the opponent being marked. Mark of the Black Widow and Take Up the Mantle. But yeah, Emil just cannot afford to send a full card in front of this Hunter's Clave. And that is unlocking Francesco's hand.
Oh, Emil, if only you knew the damage Hunter's Clave is about to do. It is going to be Orb Weaver's Spinneret, generating that Graphene Chelicera and adding some damage to the first stealth attack of this turn. And we will see a follow-up coming from the Arsenal in the form of Bonds of Agony.
Oh, that is so interesting, actually. So I wonder if Francesco is not actually able to make this Bonds of Agony work, but instead attempting to use the Take Up the Mantle to turn it into something different.
And it requires 3 reactions.
And we see Emil immediately reaching for the trash there to take a look at what has been played so far and what attacks could come flying his way. See some of those Bonds of Attraction, some Infects, some Kiss of Deaths, even some Double Troubles, but nothing that looks like it will cause chaos for that Arsenal.
Yeah, there's no... As of yet, there's no stealth card that attacks the Arsenal. Of course, come December, that will change when we meet Madness, for real. But yeah, this... so it means like Emil can definitely figure out that this Bonds of Agony is not that threatening. And might even be able to figure out that there must be a Take Up the Mantle. Because like, otherwise, the sequence is just so unimpressive. That's why I saw Emil looking through the graveyard, definitely understand what's going on here. And this will be an attack for 9. Might just get the Kiss of Death just to deal 10 damage.
Yeah, Kiss of Death, of course, does transform back for a little bit of extra juice if you are just connecting with an opponent and have nothing better to do. Francesco here taking a moment to consider how they would like to play this out. They do go with Infect, which, of course, also extra damage, gives a Blood Rot Pox. That's forced the opponent to respect it in the long run.
With
And actually, Emil's hand is really set up for that combo. I think there's two Blast to Oblivion and a Sigil of Brilliance in hand.
We might be about to see the wheel spin.
Well, if he can survive this turn, but I only took 9 damage down to 3. Should be. And there comes another attack for 3.
Okay.
So
Mark of the Black Widow does represent lethal here.
Has to send a card in front of this to survive, unfortunately. But there's no on-hit otherwise. It is just 3 damage. You could also send the old Knocker in front, but then you'd have to pitch a card to your Lightning Greaves, so it's not necessarily doing you any favors. So might just have to give up one of these Blast Oblivions, unfortunately. Take 1 point of damage and go down to 2. It's certainly not where you want to be. Yet this is just enough damage that Emil is in trouble here.
This does feel like the most impactful turn of our game so far. Emil gingerly fingering those cards, deciding how they want to navigate the rest of this. And it does look like this Blast might be jumping on defense here. The yellow copy just soaking up 2 points of damage, falling down to 2. And so that Blood Rot Pox is going to be looming. This turn will either need to end the game for Emil, or they will need to keep back 3 resources to prevent themselves from expiring. It's going to see Aether Bindings of the 3rd Age here going to be broken. The Sigil of Brilliance will amp up a little bit of damage, and we'll see a card being drawn. Let's see if we can take a peek what made its way into the hand.
Oh, a Mind Warp. So now there's actually a Arcane spell to finish off this turn. So yeah, you could do, you know, sacrifice your Lightning Greaves, play Gone in a Flash, play Sigil of Brilliance. Is there another instant for that Blast to Oblivion? Yes, there is. There is a Channel Lightning Valley to do that. So yeah, this is, you know, a lot of damage. Of course, you wouldn't be drawing for that Channel Lightning Valley if you sequence this exact way.
Something very cute that is worth noting here, Simon. If Emil chooses to, they can use that Blast to Oblivion to remove the Blood Rot Pox token. You can bounce away
true.
those auras in a pinch. So if they want to keep themselves alive as this game progresses,
I
they have the
wonder
way
if
to do that.
that's actually the thing you could do. You could start with your Blast to Oblivion right now, and then use the Channel Lightning Valley, bouncing the Blood Rot Pucks, and then you get that card draw of that one. That actually seems like not the worst thing to be doing, and then you can just send an array of Gone in a Flash into into that Mind Warp. And instead we see here, starting off with the Gone in a Flash, then playing Sigil of Brilliance, and instead using the Blast to Oblivion to draw a card off the Sigil of Brilliance.
Gone in a Flash to start. Both players confirming the Old Knocker exists. Will have a role to play in these Lightning Greaves as the turn continues.
Yeah, it is an awkward interaction between this and Channel Lightning Valley, but now actually Emil is in the position where he can play out the Channel Lightning Valley if he wishes to, and still threatening the card draw ability. So, yeah, the interesting thing here where Oscilio's ability is not a tap ability, even though we see players tap it to indicate that it's been activated. So you can actually use the ability even though you also use Old Knocker. But here we see, yeah, Sigil of Brilliance, bouncing up that Gone in a Flash back to hand, and now can play Blast to Oblivion, get your action point right back from playing that Sigil of Brilliance, and can now use the Channel Lightning Valley to bounce back that Sigil of Brilliance. Yeah, this actually works out perfectly, right? Because you're also going to get to draw off that Channel Lightning Valley.
This is going to be really interesting as to whether Emil thinks the game will end this turn and chooses to bounce that Sigil of Brilliance for another card, or whether or not the Blood Rot Pox needs to go. It will be the Blood Rot Pox. They're choosing, and we see Francesco snapping to blast and realizing, wait,
you could
do what?
Yeah, you could actually still bounce the Sigil of Brilliance, because even if you draw a red, that's the same as denying the Blood Rot Pox. You just pitch the Brilliance and the card you drew to it. But if you draw a blue, you actually get an extra point of value. But yeah, anyways, this Blast of Oblivion coming in, Channel Lightning Valley triggering, drawing another card there.
See a Flittering Charge picked up by Emil.
Yeah,
as
Flittering
another
Charge
attack.
not actually very impressive on this turn, and now lacking action points because of not having that Sigil of Brilliance in hand. So can't really do that much more is the issue. Only one action point remaining and 3 non-attacks in hand. So might have actually needed to bounce that Sigil of Brilliance, or at least the Sigil of Conductivity, and that way get access to the action point through that embodiment of lightning.
So I think we're going to see a rather sheepish Mind Warp plus Volzar activation here. Will be a pretty significant 7 points of arcane damage coming across. Of course, no AB available for Francesco. So this is going to connect, and those 2 cards are going to be tucked away in favor of just a single one.
Yeah, exactly. And so shuffle in your deck, draw 1 card. Is that card going to be significant? Even a blue is significant here, as Francesco can swing both daggers, force Emil to block with the card and go down to 1. But there's still, there is still that Channel Lightning Valley in play. There's still that Sigil of Brilliance in play. I guess, actually, the Channel Lightning Valley will be gone at the end of turn. No way to pitch a card to keep it around, because everything costs 0. So could not actually put that Flittering Charge in the pitch zone to keep that Channel Lightning Valley around.
We see 1 card available for Francesco. What did they find from that Mind Warp? Do they have the ability to take any of the tempo back? If they're unable to threaten that 2 life from Emil, this is a huge tempo swing back in the right direction. And we see Emil pausing Francesco here, making them stop for a moment while they consider taking plays in their turn. Okay, card in arsenal. We'll move our way over to Emil. We'll draw from Sigil of Brilliance. He's got a full 6 cards to work with and an awful lot of Gone in a Flash.
Yeah, so we'll see if these, if these 4 attacks can close it down. There's also the Comet Storm coming in, and really needs some way to generate these action points here.
It was a Shelter from the Storm that was found from that Mind Warp. Parked in the arsenal does cover this Flittering Charge before Electromagnetic Somersault bounces it back to the hand. We will see it making its way down once again as this assault continues and Volzar keeps ticking up.
Yeah, so can do this plus another Sigil here to give it go again. That is another block for 4 though, so Francesco is certainly not dying to this Comet Storm. Even if it is threatening to come for, I guess that is 8 9. It is 9 arcane damage. So it's actually, you know, pretty pretty huge here. Finishing the turn off 9 arcane damage. Would have to pitch both of those gone in a flash to make that work.
We see Sigil of Conductivity charging the Volzar, rebuying that action point by giving Flittering Charge go again. And we'll see 3 cards in hand for Francesco as players confirm. Before that, Comet Storm threatens to loom large over the rest of this game.
There's
Most
only 5
importantly,
cards left in Emil's deck.
5 cards remaining for Emil Spangenberg. We're going to have to see if there are enough to put together one final assault of damage against Francesco Giorgio.
Okay, let's see here.
We see the count here from Emil. They obviously have perfect information at this point. They know what 5 cards are left remaining.
Mm-hmm.
Can they solve the puzzle to put this game together? We're going to see that Comet Storm pulled back to the hand, closing the chain here.
And it doesn't actually need that much more arcane damage to finish this off, but the question is, does Emil have that available in deck? Is there another shock effect? I don't think there was null shock in this deck. We haven't seen that yet. So, and is there another Comet Storm? I believe there is not. So I don't think there is an ability for Emil to win the game on Francesco's turn, despite doing 9 arcane right now.
9 points coming across from this Comet Storm here. Will take Francesco Giorgio forcefully down to 2. Have these players at equal pegging as they make their way into the final straights of this game. Francesco here pausing.
I wonder if there's a shelter from the storm just to prevent a single point of damage.
Just confirming the Volzar count in this case, that things are in fact at 9 points of arcane. Yeah, well, worth noting here that if there is a shock remaining in that deck, falling all the way down to 2 does mean any shock is good enough.
I don't think there is. I don't think Emil has shock left, so Francesco is safe to get down to 2 life.
All the chips on the table. What are the last 5 cards in the deck for Emil Spangenberg? We see Art of Desire coming across the line. It will be Oscilio that is reached for here to discard a copy of Snag. Will draw all but 1 card.
See, and there is that Electrostatic Somersault to maybe do a little bit of a value block here, but a second copy of Snag and a Blink, like these cards are quite useful and has to block with the last piece of arcane damage.
And it will be a take up the mantle to juice this over for 2 more points of damage. We will not see the Snag. The Snag is going to keep this alive. Is there a follow-up attack for Francesco? There is. It's Art of Desire coming across, and neither card in hand blocks for Emil Spangenberg. It will be Francesco Giorgio of the United Kingdom, of course.
Oh, no.
Making their way to 5-0.
Ah, Emil, you were representing Denmark. But yeah, no, of course, being taken down by Francesco Giorgio, an incredibly accomplished player as well from Britain. You know, someone that we usually notice from his limited prowess, but also just, you know, playing, you know, Slippy's kind of like playing, you know, a draft deck in real life.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't know this. Francesco found a lot of success on Azuri back in Dromai format, so has some experience on the Assassin. Very cool to see them bringing them out for this weekend again, and I'm glad that he's finding some success over the course of the weekend. If you want to find success in the near future...
Oh, I would love that.
Stop it. You know all about success. There's plenty of success to be found at your local game store. Make your way down to your pre-release for Super Slam. I really want to talk to you about this one. It's a bit different this time around. It's very special. If you want to join in at a pre-release, you can do so with a dedicated pre-release kit, but also you can take these things home if you're so inclined.
Yeah, this is actually quite nice that you know, if you might not be able to make it out on that pre-release weekend, you know, it is only happening one specific weekend. You can just you know, get a couple of these pre-release kits and bring them home and play with your friends. You can, you know, gather 4 friends and just do a full round of the Super Slam. Maybe, you know, you each take one of the different heroes and see which hero goes out of the wrestling ring with you know, a good score here. And of course there's also all of these like potential for cold foil, extra equipment to get in those, and you know, you get like both the packs and all of these like extra cards you will need, all the heroes and tokens, and noticeably no weapons. No,
big selling point of this set. No weapons in the main set whatsoever, and I guess there might be a chair hidden under the ring. Who knows? Very possible. But some lovely promos to find if you're turning up to play the pre-release here. These lovely cold foil versions of the extended art cards, and these fantastic equipment for limited as well. I think these are a pretty much slam dunk to reward people for playing their pre-release. It's a nice memento to take home as well. Of course, release day celebrations will offer promo cards as well. If you're championing one of these new heroes, you can pick their respective charm and show them off in style. Of course, pre-release kits, very welcome. Looking forward to sharing those with you at your LTS if you're coming to join us. I know I'll be stockpiling a few to play with in the near future, one way or the other.
Yeah, I could imagine. Yeah, it's so next round here, we're gonna see, like we had one Danish representative here with Emil Spangenberg. Losing here very narrowly against Slippy, but the Danes are not out yet. We still have another Dane coming up next round, playing Verdance. For the Verdance fans out here, you should root for Laura Nielsen, one of the people who always debates the Danish nationals, and someone who is, I think, quite good. And I'm looking forward to see her play on screen here.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Verdance very close and near and dear to my heart. So if you also enjoy a little bit of Earth magic, don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon. I would just like you to know that off the back of that exhilarating victory from Francesco Giorgio, that Simon Nielsen has to pay for the ice cream.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. I will be taking us to the cheapest place I know. That is the actual home time advantage.
Unbelievable. You can't win with some people. Welcome back, folks. Happy to have you with us here for the Calling in Copenhagen. HowlingMines in the booth, Simon Nielsen. I've been having a great time. I hope you are too.
No, it's so fun. Yeah, I get to see all these crazy games and just like scream. You know, I've heard players come up to me and be like, "Oh yeah." So out in the field, these people are playing, right? And at some point, they're like, "Oh, did you hear Simon?" Yeah, we heard Simon.
Yeah, of course. How could we not? It's full of so much joy, Simon. It brings me
yeah.
joy. I love it. If you're only just joining us, don't worry. I'm going to take you through the meta breakdown for today once again and show you a little bit more about the decks that joined us in the room so far this weekend. The games we've watched have really showcased how diverse this field might actually be underneath the surface. We see a lot of gravy and Arakni slip through the cracks at the very top, but we've seen some of these small numbers really putting on strong performances.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we saw Jarl win, we saw Fang win, we saw Katsu win. So yeah, all of that is very cool. And yeah, here we will see, you know, another one, you know, kind of a metagame mainstay here. You know, we have seen Verdance being kind of a player in the metagame, but kind of been pushed out by the gravy decks. And here is gonna see, can Verdance actually stand a chance here against gravy coming right up in our future matches round?
Yeah, there's a real Goliath on the other side of the table. It's Bartosz Ziemba, who is the eternal bridesmaid of Flesh and Blood.
Yeah,
has managed to find themselves almost there a few times, but a player of great renown anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Another player of the Armory, actually. So this is one of those matches where I'm rooting for both players. I'm rooting for the Dane, and I'm rooting for my team member.
Fair enough. I can appreciate the bias. There's nothing wrong with that. I may have shown that once or twice over the course of this weekend.
Yeah, that's fair.
Before we go to the floor, folks, just a quick reminder for you that we do have a exclusive card reveal for Super Slam coming up at the end of today, at the end of round 7. It's really cool. He doesn't know what it is.
I do not
yet.
know what it is. I know. Okay, so I know this. It is a Flesh and Blood card, and it is in the
crushing it.
It might be in the expansion slot. I don't even know if it is or not, actually.
So if you want to find out about good cards at the same time as Simon Nielsen, I recommend sticking around for that one. But let's make our way down into the feature match area for a little dose of Verdance. Thorn of the Rose, one of my favorite heroes, in the hands of Laura Nielsen, taking on, well, a juggernaut of Flesh and Blood in Bartosz Ziemba on Gravy Bones, Shipwrecked Looter.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So to present these players, Laura Nielsen is someone who has, you know, consistently been in the top 8 of the Danish nationals. It's been like, you know, one of the competitive players of our scene, but is quite picky and choosy with her tournament. She didn't really play many tournaments last year, just taking a bit of time off. And now deciding, yes, Copenhagen is the one I'm going to prepare hard for, and says that she has been, you know, occasionally beating the gravies in her testing. So, you know, if she knows what she's supposed to do in this matchup, that can really change a lot.
I gotta ask some serious questions right now. I think she's got some pretty incredible tech here. We've got Arcanite Skull Cap in the head slot here.
Wow, wait, yeah.
That's not what I've seen for a hot second.
Interesting. So just deciding that you just want to like block for free rather than have stuff like Crown of Providence or the Crown of Leaves, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I distinctly remember paying entirely too much money to buy one of these from Arcane Rising way back when, and sadly, not quite as pungent anymore, but I guess for the new players, it might be a great idea to pick up an Arcanite Skull Cap. Clearly, Laura knows something we don't. However, Plume of Evergrowth missing here. We're going to see no combo turns. It's Pulsing Aether vomiting some damage over here. The other side of equipment is quite important as well. Only AB1 for Bartosz.
Yeah, exactly. And Bartosz not able to punish Laura here for just spending 2 cards to gain 1 life. And this is actually an important decision for Laura. Making sure to have 2 Earth cards in the graveyard already makes it so much more likely to be able to decompose if her hand demands it. And actually, we see this hand. She has Cadaverous Tilling and Enlightened Strike. So because of this decision to risk it and spend 2 cards to gain 1 life, she can now go Enlightened Strike, break the chain, and then follow that up with a Cadaverous Tilling. Beautiful understanding of the deck here to start with.
Masterful play from Laura. She's showing already why she's such an incredible and renowned Verdance player. Enlightened Strike will put Bartosz to the test. He's got some decisions to make here of his own. Eye of Ophidia peeking out of the hand on the left-hand side there.
When I first met Laura, she was playing a lot of Icelander, and so I think one of the reasons that she's back in the game here is having a hero that is quite similar, getting to play the Waning Moon game. And yeah, she definitely knows what is up with this style of gameplay.
I feel that on a spiritual level you could never understand. Golden Tipple and Murderous Rabble are going to be committed to the blocks here to soak up this damage from Enlightened Strike. But the follow-up will be that Cadaverous Tilling, allowing Laura to decompose here. Well sequenced, 8 points of damage coming across.
Yeah, just fully converting that 4 card into 13. That's so rare for an Earth to be able to actually convert their hand on rate. On the when they go second. But yeah, just happened right here. And that puts actually, I would say, a massive advantage. That's like one of the downsides of Earth, is that they're slow to decompose and they can't necessarily convert 4-card hands. And Laura's been able to do both already. 2 Earth cards in the banish.
Bartosz kind of awkwardly staring at a Golden Tipple and an Eye of Ophidia with no ally in sight to ditch to that Tipple right now. Unknown card in the arsenal, so possible we've got some things to work with, but a pretty low impact turn however you look at it.
Yeah, even had to block with the blue Golden Tipple for just 2 points and taking 8 here. If Laura is on the game plan, which it seems like, she's not trying to fatigue out the gravy, instead trying to go face. And the more times that Bartosz does not block the damage that is being sent by the Verdance player, the closer we get to that important 9 point where Bartosz is at a range of dying to the that Stormstriders. So yeah, this is what will happen here. Bartosz has to sacrifice that gold he worked so hard to earn, trying to find an ally or any yellow card to pitch to that Golden Tipple, and actually found the sea legs, which does work just fine, earning him back that gold. Question is, are you supposed to activate the gold-baited hook on this one, or wait for an attack that is a bit more annoying to block?
Yeah, a little painful here for Bartosz, but took a look at the top 2 cards of the Eye of Ophidia and saw double sea legs. And unfortunately for them, the arsenal is a saltwater swell, so really wasn't looking to find non-ally yellows. So a bit of a mess. Has to make the most of this Golden Tipple. Makes a Gold Kiss Rum with that sea legs. 3 points of go again damage and an unknown card drawn from that Golden Tipple.
Yeah, exactly. Actually had the opportunity to activate the compass before playing the Tipple and then seeing if there's a blue and then deciding whether or not to play out the Tipple or the saltwater swell first. But I think Bartosz might have a different plan for this compass. That's actually the mark of good gravy players, is that they think really hard about when to use the compass. It's never just at the first opportunity available.
We see Sink Below fixing the hand here.
Can it hit an ally? It does!
That is a pretty incredible chart, the high seas. Sawbones found alongside Swiftwater Sloop here will allow Bartosz to have a functioning turn. Sawbones coming to bat, and now even more impressed by that Sink Below from Laura Nielsen. She used it to fix the hand, got rid of a Cadaverous Tilling that was not doing very much, and found an Enlightened Strike. So might very well be able to put something together and return fire against this Sawbones.
Yeah, this Felling of the Crown is actually already online. Laura's hand, of course, did not have a blue already. So the question is, do you block this out and prevent a gold to just arsenal the Felling of the Crown? Or are you supposed to take the damage and send 7 with Enlightened Strike? Like, there's a lot of implication of what you could do here. You could also just do 5 and draw a card and block for 3. So, of course, getting the Earth cards in the graveyard does have some advantage. But yeah, Laura here says to just take this damage, probably just sending a Enlightened Strike for 7 and arsenaling that Felling of the Crown would be my read on what's going on this turn.
Yeah, definitely a little bit painful that one of the cards in the graveyard for Laura is a copy of Sink Below, which cannot be decomposed in a pinch. Those reacts well worth their weight, but does cause a little bit of tension with these big attacks like Felling of the Crown. So we'll need some more fuel. And we see Laura here taking a moment to consider which of these powerful decomposed cards is more important to keep around.
Yeah, it's actually not necessarily obvious. You might want to just make sure you can also defend yourself and decompose on the opponent's turn with that Rootbound Carapace. Of course, 4 points of defense certainly has value. She does need to clear into that Sawbones as well, because Sawbones specifically is one you just have to get rid of. So, yeah, could actually decide to draw off that Enlightened Strike, and in case you draw specifically an Everbloom life, you would be able to, gain 1 life and get an Earth card in graveyard.
Yeah, every now and then a Fruits of the Forest can do exactly the same things. There's a few pungent draws that could have been found. Instead, plays it safe. It will be Portside Exchange, binning away a Sawbones here. Going to cash it out for a gold and find a new card in the process. And we see yet another ally in the form of Oyston lurking in the hand. We see Conqueror of the High Seas alongside a blue and a Compass Peak to take a look at what might be coming next.
Oh yeah, if there is a blue on top here, you could set Saltwater Swell into Conquer of the High Seas into Sawbones, which is, I would say, a mighty turn. So yeah, we'll see if there is indeed that blue on top, or if Bartos has to crack the gold to try and clear, and then see if there is a blue next. There's a yellow on top. So yeah, now actually using the Gravy ability, discarding the third copy of Sawbones. So yeah, this is the ally that Laura cannot ignore. Because it just prevents too much damage over the course of the game. Otherwise, her game plan is generally to try and swing at face rather than at the allies. That's what I would imagine. So yeah, Bartos here, no gambling, not sending a Saltwater Swell without knowing what's coming, just doing this Conquer of the High Seas off that blue, and then can pitch the Oyster in hand, plus using the Death Threat to play out that Sawbones.
Bread and butter turns here for Gravy Bones, and a bit of an awkward one for Laura. She's got 2 copies of Burn Bear in hand alongside a Command and Conquer and a Fruits of the Forest. Burn Bear, definitely one of the more impactful arcane effects, but no pitch value on that one. Does leave it a bit awkward when you draw pairs.
Yeah, this is, once again, the all-red hand here, making it much harder for Laura to sequence anything. Might just have to block a full 9 on this. Could also block 8, including that... or actually using the Stolen Gauntlet, which doesn't find much purchase normally in the matchup, can only affect the Conquer of the High Seas. And yeah, so this is the exact purpose of that card. Getting to block here, and now blocking the Sawbones for free, and then, I guess, gaining some life off that Fruits of the Forest is all that Laura can do. Certainly not the ideal situation, but yeah, it is what it is. At least her graveyard is filling up with more and more Earth cards, and once that Felling of the Crown comes in, it will be doing her a lot of favors. But this is quite scary. Leaving a Sawbones on the board, and with a Gold Kiss Rum means that next turn, Bartos can use that Rum to attack with the Sawbones again, while developing a second one. And so that means there's going to be 2 Sawbones in play, and just the more trouble for Laura to clear. She really wants to, be able to clear those allies efficiently while banishing Earth cards, getting her hero ability online, and then she can start pinging down the allies with that trigger. That is part of the game plan into this matchup.
Yeah, worth noting those Burn Bears disappearing definitely puts a bit of a pickle in place for Laura's endgame plan of sending damage at Bartosz. For now, the Golden Tipples will continue until morale improves. Rigor Mortis making its way
and a Whaler
into the yard, and we find yet more allies for Bartosz. The army is, well, I was going to say alive, but they are quite literally not.
Yeah, they're definitely not alive, but they're all sorts of other things. And once again here, we see Bartosz just checking with the compass and trying to save that Saltwater Swell. Not really willing to just use it just for, just to gamble on it hitting. And also, if you can't really utilize the card it searches for anyway, might not be worth doing. I wonder actually if Bartosz has the resources necessary. He might actually send it here, because if he does hit a blue, he has the resources necessary to swing Rigor Mortis, Sawbones. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's probably okay. Saltwater Swell will take a look. It will be a Swabby on top. So no highway robbery here. No need.
That is totally fine. I also needed a blue card in the need to get a blue card in the graveyard to be able to make this play in the first place. So yeah, that's why decided to swing the Saltwater Swell in the blind here, as that is the blue of choice, and can now just pitch this Whaler to play out that Rigor Mortis. And then use the Gold Kiss Rum to attack with both Rigor Mortis and the Sawbones. So that actually lines up pretty well, arsenaling the Call to the Grave. In general, in this matchup, you want to get your Rigor Mortis out early before the Verdant is online, because it's so easy for Verdant to clear a Rigor Mortis after she's online. And I wonder actually if Laura has to switch her game plans here, because of those double red hands in a row made her tempo plan so unreliable that she can no longer go for that and just has to try and fatigue out the Gravy instead.
Yeah, certainly worth thinking about in this spot. We see Scar for a Scar in the hand for Laura, so some additional ways to clear away these allies for Verdant, Thorn of the Rose.
Okay, that actually means that she might be able to defend with 2 cards here, and then send Scarfoscar into Sawbones and Felling of the Crown into the face. It might still be just about in the range of enacting the game plan. I wonder how many Earth cards are in the graveyard if she can actually use that. If you can actually use that. Rootbound Carapace to banish 3 Earth cards, and then use the Felling of the Crown to banish another 3. That would make her online, and then we're actually totally live for the tempo game plan to work. That is a red Rootbound Carapace blocking for 4 there. So she valued 1 point of life over the Earth Tongue, but it seems like there's just not enough Earth cards to banish 3 from each of these.
Yeah, worth noting here, of course, in an ideal world, Verdant Sword of the Rose will decompose in chunks of 3, 3, and 2, respectively, get to that hero ability as quickly as possible. But unfortunately, that early decompose for Laura meant there was only 2 Earth cards available, and a limited amount of Earth cards here means we're going the full even route. So it's going to take 4 different decompose cards to get to our hero ability this game, which is a little bit rough for her, truth be told.
Yeah, it's going to make it a lot harder to try and go for that game plan. So I wonder if this Felling of the Crown is just going to be sent into the Rigor Mortis. That would indicate to me that she's going for a fatigue game plan, and sending it into face would indicate that she's still trying to go for that tempo game plan.
Yeah, looks like a very dedicated felling at the face here. So
yeah, right.
Not aiming for fatigue by the looks of things. Rigor Mortis will live to talk another day. We do see a good chunk of allies in the hand here for Bartosz. We see another
not a
Rigor
very
Mortis, another
defensive
Swabby.
hand. So normally when you're against Felling of the Crown in this matchup, like you really have to be careful about when you're saying no blocks to the Felling, because there's a limited amount of times you can do that. And it does activate the Gravy to pick up a Loot the Hold, which will enable a block for 3 if he so wishes, and I think he does. You really want to make sure you don't drop too low. Because if there is a point where you're at, let's say 16, and they send a Felling of the Crown at you, and you really want to keep your hand, but you cannot because then you drop too low, yeah, then might as well block earlier rather than later.
I believe the players just discussing here if Felling of the Crown has already been resolved after that Gravy activation, and whether a card should be put on the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, it actually absolutely has, because Bartosz still has 3 cards in hand, so that fits.
Yeah, both players just confirming that. Looks like we want to make sure everything is above board there.
No, so it's okay. Yeah, I put the cards on the bottom.
But I agree with you here. It makes a lot of sense. Of course, should have had a 4-card hand to start the turn. Scar for a Scar was sent directly at Sawbones, so shouldn't have had any opportunity to spend any prior to that. So going to soak up some damage with that Loot the Hold. Falling to 27 for Bartosz, but will still have 2 cards to work with and a very living, very dead Rigor Mortis.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense here for Laura to ignore the Rigor Mortis. It's going to be not as trivial for Bartosz to attack with that alongside another ally anyways. And so she is pretty close to getting online, and once she does, she can play a Heartbeat of Fyrndale and just clear up all the Rigor Mortises in play. Oh, but that Avasti is the perfect card to find off the top there. Looking with the compass, seeing that that's the one on top, deciding to crack the gold, and can now send Rigor Mortis into Rigor Mortis.
It's a pretty brutal assault from Bartosz Diemba, sending a wealth of damage with this pair of Rigor Morti.
And this Rootbound Carapace is currently not live, but can actually discard the Fruits of the Forest to get that second Earth card in Graveyard, then can use Rootbound Carapace to then get online. And then we'll see from there if there is a way for the constant pings from the Verdant's triggers to bring down this this motley crew of Rigor Mortises clackering away.
Definitely feels like we're in the need of a hero ability to make this all come together. We see Laura taking a moment to consider her options. We've got Rootbound Carapace on blocking duty here. Looks like a yellow copy. It's going to have just a block for 3. No block for 2 in this case, because there's no Earth Fuel available. And that second Rigor Mortis will be joined by a gold-baited hook activation. And Laura will declare no blocks. She will be falling all the way down to 15 here as this small undead army really starts to get to work.
Yeah, so it doesn't decompose with that Carapace, but instead going to decompose with the Plow Under. And that, and I see the play here. That is beautiful. And then after decomposing, can discard that Fruits of the Forest, gain 2 life, and ping away one of those Rigor Mortises. So, yeah, this is a way to navigate that turn. Obviously, you give up a little bit of value in blocking for only 2 with that yellow Carapace, but it does, enable her to get online and immediately capitalize on it.
Yeah, I think that's a very heads-up play to make. That Fruits of the Forest will be able to do all the hard work here. Click away these Rigor Mortises after this Plow Under, which will, of course, also remove that Arsenal card from Bartosz Diemba.
It's even if this was a Felling of the Crown, you could still do the same play, responding to the Felling trigger after you have decomposed, I believe, right? No, you cannot. Yeah, that would not work. So it only works with Plow Under. Yeah, that's actually quite fortunate to be able to do this in this way.
Yeah, very much the perfect scenario here for Laura to make this come together. We'll see that gold-baited hook on defense here. Looks like it will be joined by another card. The rest of the hand appears to be gold and tipples.
The fearless confrontation there, and that's actually an interesting card in this matchup. I believe it doesn't have very much value because most of the attacks that goes into allies will be way larger than the actual life total of the allies. But yeah, here we see Fruits of the Forest and a ping clearing away one of those rigor mortises, removing one headache from Laura. If you can clear all of them, she's much less scared of any go-again effect from Bartosz.
Yeah, I don't know about that fearless confrontation. I've definitely sent a plow under a chum once or twice.
Oh,
it's
no.
not gone particularly well for me in the past, so got to keep your eyes open on that one. We will see golden tipples. Plenty on the other side here will be a chum being pitched away by Bartosz.
So here we need some sort of way to get a blue into the graveyard. But if Bartosz draws a blue off this, can use the compass to take a look, and then use gravy to loot away the blue into the graveyard. So that's when we can very efficiently enable your allies, and that would enable a Sawbones coming up and attacking here. Of course, Bartosz doesn't even need to play an ally if he doesn't want to, because he can still just attack with the Rigor Mortis, and that's a totally fine play. So it depends a little bit on what has been drawn and what is on top of this compass. He's certainly under no pressure to do that, and it doesn't seem like Laura is going for the fatigue plan at the moment, but she might still be in a position where she can switch into it. So certainly some level of preserving your allies for those like impactful double ally turns can be a consideration as well. Oh, and this Heart of Fyendale is actually really nice. You just pitch it and kill a Rigor Mortis. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, really, really cute inclusion. Does pop up from time to time in Verdance and looks to be pretty spectacular here when Verdance's hero ability is online.
Yeah, so I think Laura has decided that she is going to block with 2 cards on this turn. And, oh, there's an Avasti. that is the perfect card, once again, to be able to enable the double ally swing. But actually, I think he's 1 resource away. Just pay 2 for that Avasti. Oh, pay Avasti and then play Sawbones. That's what's going on here. But we'll actually have to pitch a whole other card just to be able to swing both. So it's not as efficient as it could look. This is why Bartosz looked at the top of the deck. If there was another blue on top, could have cracked a gold. So again, notice like when you're watching these, if you're a Gravy gamer yourself and you're watching these matches, notice and pay attention to when they're using their compass and try to like analyze that. I think that's a really huge tool for helping getting better. You want to preserve your compass for the moment where you think you'll gain the most advantage from it, where the information can impact your plays. And so sometimes that is before you block, sometimes that is before you activate Gravy, and sometimes that is after you've already seen 3 more cards in your own turn.
Yeah, pretty impressive stuff, and we've seen it time and again from Bartosz throughout this game. Careful and considerate use of that compass of Sunken Depths. We see a considerate hand for Laura Nielsen here. That heart we alluded to before, joined by Emeritus Scolding, Mental Block, and a Rootbound Carapace on the side there.
Yeah.
An innately defensive hand, and definitely needs to play a little bit of offense to clear away these allies.
Yeah, the Heart of Fyendale is actually like not very good in this hand. It's going to be really hard to find a place to pitch it into. And the Emeritus Scolding does not clear allies as far as I'm aware. So, and now this Sawbones can even protect the Rigor Mortis from the ping. So this is quite a bit of a pickle that Laura finds herself in. The hand was not nearly as good as I first assumed. And we'll have to think hard on where to develop those defenses. Might even have to IP this Heart of Fyendale, as tough as it is.
Yeah, some slightly awkward draws here, trying to make the most of them where possible. Rootbound Carapace will play defense alongside that Mental Block. And that beautiful Spanish Heart of Fyendale will need to find something else to do.
Yeah, we'll get the ponder. Yeah.
Laura will still get that ponder, so you know she's not without an arsenal. I remember when we played in Nationals, she remember that specific Heart of Fyendale actually was something she needed to arsenal to play the game. As Icelander, pretty tough to do. And yeah, now it's Seed again here, playing an awkward role with breaking up the hand once again. So this ponder token kind of a saving grace from that position. Could also just still decide to just take this damage and just send the Emeritus Scolding at the face just 2 arcane damage, and then try to ping down the Rigor Mortis, which will then be prevented by the Sawbones. Or alternatively, just sending the 1 extra damage to face. So turning those 2 cards into 3 value might just be the best thing you can do at this point.
Yeah, lukewarm turn for Laura, but she's got enough options to consider, and definitely does lean towards the idea of this Emeritus Scolding playing a rather lukewarm turn. Heart will trigger, of course, as you say.
Yeah, let's see
Trigger
where that
vents.
ping is directed. Probably just at Bartosz's face. Can still decide to use that Sawbones just to prevent 1 damage. Okay, yeah, this at least forces Bartosz's hand. So you know if there's multiple go again effects, won't be able to like utilize all of it.
I'll take the 2.
So, damage coming across here from Emeritus Scalding, and we will move to the end of the turn.
All right.
Laura, of course, going to resolve this Ponder token, hopefully bank something valuable for the following turn cycle.
Oh, a mental block off the top. That is not a card you can arsenal on, yeah.
I would
Laura
argue
just-
that's the opposite of beneficial. It's
Yeah,
not
has
quite
to
what
just
we're looking for.
pass again, and that means that the entire turn was what, 8 value?
I prefer not to think about it.
Yeah,
Simon.
okay.
It's much better if we don't do math. That's forbidden here. Compass of the Sunken Depths going to take a peek at the top card for Bartosz. Before setting up the rest of this turn, we see Calls to the Grave. Another ally lurking. It will be a Gravy Bones activation to turn that gold into something wonderful. Another Rigor Mortis making its way down into the depths.
I see. So will, as the look of it, need to pitch that Call to the Grave to send the Conqueror? Oh, not necessarily if this one hits a blue. Oh, and it's the action point. And if Bartosz plays 2 copies of this, would actually be able to send quite a significant force here. So this is huge, hitting that back alley breakline off the top. So back alley breakline says if it is put into a face-up zone from your deck, like it will give you an action point, and so Bartosz can combine that with the Mage Master boots to play out 2 allies if he wishes to, or at least just to swing with that Rigor Mortis 1 extra time. And if he has a second copy of Back Alley Breakline and enough resources, probably doesn't have enough for all of that. Could use the Call to the Grave for a second Back Alley Breakline to do 3 ally swings this turn.
I think I preferred Back Alley Breakline when we were boosting it away in Dash. It was a bit more palatable, I think, is probably the way
Yeah.
I'll go with there. Some pretty heinous nonsense going on here from Back Alley Breakline, courtesy of that Saltwater Swell. And we will see a block from that Bark Skin to soak up the damage as Bartosz considers how to best navigate the rest of this turn. That Conqueror, of course, still lurking. We know we have multiple attacks available this turn.
Yeah, I actually wonder, there is a chance Bartosz could gamble there and crack the gold. To hit a blue would enable him to put the Call to the Grave in the arsenal and save that for later. But he might also just save on that conch. Oh, wow. Putting the Whaler into the graveyard just for later. Just might come up down the line. Certainly saying that Bartosz cannot be fatigued at this moment.
Yeah, threatening to humperdink Laura into next week as things stand with that one. Whaler, of course, the biggest and baddest ally of the bunch, if you're able to get it on the board. Does swing in for a hearty 11. Well worth keeping your eyes on that one as these turns continue to progress.
Yeah, let's see here. So there is, 6 pitch in total and an extra action point. So can play the Chum. Can just do Chum plus swing with Rigor Mortis and do nothing else fancy. Yeah, okay, that does seem to be the line here.
Yeah, I like this quite a lot. I think it keeps the Conqueror around for the following turn cycle
Yeah.
as well. Sets Bartosz up for that very, very much finishing blow. On the other side of things here, Laura's hand again looking slightly awkward. We saw that mental block coming off the top from the Ponder, which was super unlucky. But Emeritus Scalding, Fruits of the Forest, really not the cards you're looking for at this point in the game either.
Another thing that can happen here is because there is an Embodiment of Earth token in play for Laura now after blocking with that Barkskin. Embodiment of Earth says at the start of your action phase it will trigger. This gives players an opportunity to respond to it with instant speed effect compared to if it's at the start of turn, like a Might token, for instance, would. Responding to it with an instant speed effect, such as Chum, which can discard an ally to force Laura to attack it. So even if she has this Scarfar Scar meant to clear Soul Bones, wouldn't even get to do it.
You really are responsible for all this, aren't you?
Oh yeah.
Oh, God.
Oh yeah. No, I am the I developed the machine to go into the dreams of James White to make him dream up this deck. I gave him nightmares for weeks at some point last year, and that's how he came up with the design of Gravy Bones. I then went into sent a bunch of weird letters to Brian Gottlieb, which caused the exact development of these cards, and then I helped Team Armory tune the deck to perfection. So yes, all of this is my fault.
I am not responsible for your social media for the next 12 hours. Emeritus Sculling is going to be the one on blocking duty here against Rigor Mortis. Arcanite Skullcap doing its best to soak up damage in the meantime.
See if
Leaves
there's
Laura.
an ally in hand.
with
No ally. Okay,
one
so the
card.
chum trick is not happening.
We see Fruits and a Scar for a Scar available, so we can take care of Sawbones at the least. Fruits, of course, capable of taking care of Rigor Mortis too, so can
Yeah,
play
so
a
this
decent
is-
amount of defense here.
Yeah, this is cleaning up a lot. It was really important that Barches did not draw an ally there. Because now, yeah, you can go up to 8, you can clear this Rigor Mortis, but this is just, you know, like Laura is behind so much in life. It seems quite impossible for her to win that tempo game. Normally, in order to play that game, you want to just ride both players' life totals down. Like, you want both players to be at about even life total. And then you take the trump with that Stormstriders. But that is not what is happening in these games. And yet now she might be trying to look for fatigue, but it's so hard with that Whaler looming and with the Magemaster boots still around and the back alley break line still in deck. Like, it is just, you know, an impossible order. And Barches could just send 2 Conquerors into a Trump attack here if he so wished.
Sea Legs discarded here makes a Gold Kiss Rum to enable another double ally turn in the future. We do see Saltwater Swell, Oyston, that blue copy of Rabble, and a second Conqueror in the hand. So a little tight on resources until this Saltwater Swell says otherwise. Let's take a look at what's on top. It is going to be Tip the Barkeep, and so there will be a full 4 resources floating to make sure one of those Conquerors hits the high seas.
Yeah, actually interesting the way this is sequenced by pitching the yellow card first. Of course, Bartos wanted to do it this way so he could keep the Murderous Rabble for a to be able to play it to get a blue card in his graveyard if he so wished. But by doing it this way, if Bartos clicks on one of those Conquerors, it will actually have go again because there is, you know, exactly 4 resources floating and a yellow card in pitch. So has to crack a gold first just to be able to enable that Conqueror to be played. And even though drew an ally here doesn't actually matter, the only thing that matters is making sure you can pitch a second blue to that Conqueror.
Yeah, Conqueror the High Seas, making its way across here for more than lethal damage, trying to take the Arsenal away, generate a little bit of gold in the process. Of course, Chum still lurking in the wings, as a good first mate should as well.
Yeah, so Bartos doesn't actually have the resources to play this. Oh, he does, right? No, Death Threats is not active yet. So, yeah, doesn't have the resources to play that second Conqueror, and could try and gamble with the last gold to hit a blue. Then would be able to send the second Conqueror into that Chum, which is, of course, a huge swing. But it might not need to do that. Going completely off gold is what enables you to have break turns and gives openings for Laura to come back into this game.
Yeah, I think this will mostly depend whether this Conqueror connects or otherwise. Generating another gold would make digging for that extra resource a little bit easier to stomach. As it stands, that decision still is entirely up to Laura Nielsen. She's looking at a sink below, pushing that bark skin of the Millennium Tree in front of this Conqueror. It's blocking 4 and likely padding this with that sink below.
Yeah, actually, this makes me more interested in giving up gold here, because then you're guaranteed that the second Conqueror hits here, coming in for 8 once again. But Barcher's just playing it super safe right now. Just sending the Chum, going to IP, not going anything crazy, and not go down on gold unnecessarily.
4 more points coming across. No action points confirmed there for Laura. We do see that Fruits of the Forest and an Emeritus Scolding on the other side of the table. So a little bit of life to be gained, but Chum unlikely to be removed unless that Fruits is yellow or bigger. See if we can take a peek with a bit of luck.
It
Looks like
is
a red one.
Fruits,
Okay.
so that could actually clear this Chum, but you have to go down to 1 life to make it happen. So it's not necessarily the most, appealing thing to do. And as this Emeritus Scolding blocks for 4, courtesy of that embodiment of Earth, you decide to just cash in the life right now, and might just have to send Scar for Scar at face and arsenal the Fruits. It's certainly not the best position. Could also just discard the Fruits, buy yourself a bit more space, and maybe even pass without playing the Scar for Scar.
Yeah, we see that embodiment of Earth expiring there. Will be Scar for a Scar at face this time around. Looking to push a little bit of damage and park that Fruits of the Forest for later, perhaps.
Yeah, here we actually saw, like I mentioned it last turn, where the interaction with Chum and Embodiment of Earth, where you could discard to prevent Laura from going face here. It's a much more important interaction if you're at much lower life total, preventing a Felling of the Crown from going to face. But in this position, if Laura had a Felling of the Crown, presumably she would still just target the Chum with it anyways.
We do see that Fruits of the Forest on discard duty here, causing a Verdance trigger. A little bit of arcane damage sent over to Bartosz, who can, of course, choose to blunt that if they've got spare cards left over. Instead, will make their way down to 18 and look to volley back with a full 5-card hand.
Yeah, so Laura is still, looking at a pretty tough position. But if she can survive by only blocking with 2 cards and sending a Felling of the Crown at face, that's like kind of the game plan here for her to like squeak out some position. Following that up with a second Felling of the Crown turn would be the way that she could manage to get back into this game. But with that Gold Kiss run on the table, with that Mage Master boots, all these allies in graveyard, it seems so tough to do because Bartos is set up to attack with 2 allies once again this turn. And whenever you attack with an ally, it's just so much value. Like Chum, giving up your action point for 4 damage is so huge. So this Gold Kiss run, like you just got a Celex and you think, oh, I get a Gold Kiss run, I guess it's like worth 1 point of damage. It's typically what an action point is worth. No, when you have a Chum and play, an action point is worth 4 points. That was the advantage you got out of that Gold Kiss rum. And speaking of a lot of value, here comes Conqueror of the High Seas.
Yeah, we did know another one of these was lurking in the waters here for Bartosz Ziemba. Conqueror been a bit of a defining factor over these last few turns, this time facilitated by more than enough resources, and we know there is at least a Chum to follow.
Is that triple Everbloom? Or, no, one of those is Puzzle Vader. Okay, but yeah, triple life at least in hand. Life split card. Good on Laura, by the way, for last turn, clearing out that Scarf from Arsenal, just to not need to block out fully a Conqueror this turn, where she no longer has the equipment to do so efficiently.
Yeah, those 3 life in the hand for Laura Nielsen might be the only life she has in a moment. Staring down the biggest, baddest boat in all of flesh and blood, coming across for 8. And looks to be earning just the 1 card so far. Taking 5, falling down to 1.
1. Here's Laura.
Let's see what the follow-up is here for Bartosz. Does pull Rigor Mortis from the depths and send the Gold Kiss rum to work. We're going to see multiple attacking allies one more time, attempting to strip all the cards from Laura Nielsen.
Yeah, now, has to block 2, or has to block at least with a Sink Below on that Chum, and then send 2 cards to that Rigor Mortis. The reason she took all the damage from the Conqueror is just to deny gold here. Again, one of the ways that Laura can get back here is if Bartosz has enough of a brick turn where he can't really send that much damage in order for that to happen. Oh, we see here the Pulsing Aether Life off that.
I think this is... I think Laura might want to stop and consider here. Chum coming across, Pulsing Aether not big enough alone, and Waning Moon
I think
cannot.
She was hoping that the Go Again attack would happen on the Rigor Mortis and not the Chum, because then she could shoot down the Rigor Mortis and that way prevent the Go Again. But yeah, in this case, just has to block out here and hope that Bartosz doesn't have enough gold and enough action points to actually capitalize on having 2 allies in play.
Yeah.
But I think there's a Call to the Grave being Arsenal, and that is another way to get an action point by searching up that back alley break line.
We will see Eye of Ophidia, a saltwater sloop found in hand as well. So plenty of Go Again
so
here.
Nice in these spots here. Yeah, just Eye of Ophidia plus gold means that you're just not breaking at all. There's an Avasti, so yeah, this is the triple ally swing turn. I think we can do saltwater sloop into Chum, Rigor Mortis this turn. I believe that should be enough to finish out this game.
You're just saying words, Simon. It doesn't mean anything anymore. Golden Tipple here. Cashing in a yellow tipple to find a fresh card, make a gold in the process. Starting this turn off with a pesky 1. Mental Block here doing a good job at soaking that up and leaving some prevention available for the next attack, but this is going to be quite the barrage of damage from Bartosz Ziemba and his pile of allies.
Yeah, indeed. This also, all of these things being breakpoint, right? The mental block, the last copy in deck here, actually quite important for preventing the damage from the Golden Tipple, and then also the breakpoint from that sloop. So she can just put a single card in front of it. But if she was hoping this would be the brick turn, it certainly isn't. And yeah, she's just hoping to survive until Bartosz hits that brick turn, but it seems to be not coming anytime soon. Here's that Avasti attack with Chum, 4 Go Again. You cannot use your Storm Striders to clear this anymore. She just has to block with 2 cards, and then there's a Rigor Mortis to finish off this game. Yeah.
Just no way out for Laura Nielsen this time. It will be Bartosz Ziemba alongside Gravy Bone, Shipwrecked Looter, taking themselves to 6-0.
Yeah, great to see Bartosz here. Recently joined new team member of the Team Armory, coming here from Poland. One of those really astute players, just very carefully considering their plays. You see the everything here with being conservative with the gold, being conservative with not going too crazy with a bunch of allies on turns that might have been able, and using the compass on the reserve spot. Just rewatch this match if you want to learn how to play Gravy. That's all I can say. This is just beautifully played and how you dismantle Verdance, especially when they draw a few all red hands in the beginning to not really get going.
Yeah, definitely some awkward hands there for Laura. I think she navigated that game surprisingly well. Clearly has an understanding of the matchup, knows how to clear away those rigor mortises without giving up too much advantage, and really tried to make the most of what they found. Unfortunately, just didn't really come up Millhouse this time around.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I mean, Laura is still sitting at 5-1, so I certainly expect her to make an entry into day 2 and potentially a deep run into this tournament.
Yep, still very much in contention in this event. If you're looking for an event to be in contention for, I've got a couple coming up for you. Skirmish Season 12 is now already underway at your local game stores. If you'd like to enjoy your taste of Blitz, Living Legend, or Crack, Shuffle, and Play.
Nice. Look at that stupid, sexy Scurv artwork we have here. Just tempting us to go and play in some skirmish events. Have a little bit of fun with some weird, wacky formats that we don't always get to play. So these are the prizes that are at stake here. We have a bunch of these cool rainbow foil flying high, but especially for top 4 cold foil cerebellum processors for your Dash.io players. This is what you're really wanting to get your hands on, and of course the quite rare cold foil Scurv. These are only available for this skirmish season, so that is for the winner getting one of those, as well as of course playmats randomly allocated at the tournament.
Yeah, all across the board. I know I'm excited to get my hands on those Cerebellum processors. I'll need that Marvel Scurv. Slot it right into my High Seas cube. Make sure we got a nice one to find inside the packs as well. So it'll be nice to pick that up there as well. Very excited to get my hands on all of these prize cards, and hopefully you are too, if you fancy joining us for your format of choice. There's a lot to look forward to here. If you are a Blitz enjoyer, you'll find many events near you to pick up and play that punchy, volatile format. Living Legend, of course, is the talk of the town right now. Lots of people preparing for the World Championship and numerous other Living Legend events on the horizon as we make our way towards Philadelphia. And then the brand new shiny Crack Shuffle Play, giving you a way to play even if you've not played Flesh and Blood before.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest advantage of this, honestly. If you're watching into the stream, for the first time, you're interested in this game, but you don't have a deck yet, you haven't played much yet, don't worry. Go to the event locator and see if there is a store near you that is offering a Crack Shuffle and Play skirmish. That is a way you can show up, you get 3 booster packs of Master Pack Guardian, you just shuffle them up, that is your deck, and then you can battle against other people in these Guardian matches that has a lot of fun going on. Some clashes, some, big, powerful turns. We saw the Guardian Mirror earlier. If the Crack Shuffle plays are anything like that, it's going to be a great format.
Yeah, some real bread and butter, Flesh and Blood to be enjoyed with Mastery Pack and Crack Shuffle Play. So hopefully I will see a few of you at your local skirmish. Now, Simon, we got one more round today.
Yeah.
Oh,
wait, just one more?
Yeah, just one more.
Oh.
But that might be a spoiler card to enjoy.
Right.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
However,
and
I am.
Ice cream?
Sure.
Yes.
We'll make sure you get your ice cream. I am a little excited for this one, though. It's going to be a hometown hero for me we're watching. And I alluded to them earlier on in the standings. Tim McCarthy on Dorinthia with their little switchboard. They're still very alive in this tournament. So if you're a Dorinthia enjoyer, we're going to be bringing that to you next round against, I believe, Syndra.
Yeah,
hopefully,
Syndra. Yeah.
So
that's also what
2 heroes we haven't seen today, which I'm really looking forward to seeing.
Yeah.
So don't go anywhere if you want to enjoy a little bit of Dorinthia and Syndra.
What's that?
Folks, I know you've all been waiting very, very patiently for a card reveal from Super Slam. But unfortunately, I've misplaced it. So bear with us. I'm going to send someone to go and hunt that down, and we'll have it for you at the end of this round. So stick around if you enjoy a little bit of card. Hey, no, we don't rush anything here. I'm sure it'll be hunt down quickly enough. There'll be plenty of things to look forward to.
They gotta see my card.
You'll see your card. Until then, we can see some standings. We got plenty of players to talk about who are doing fantastic at calling Copenhagen.
Ooh.
Look at this menagerie at the top tables. Simon.
Wow, that is a lot of people at 6-0, and I'm looking at the top two here. You know, Bartosz Jemba of Poland and Evan Tanguy of France, two members of Team Armory, as well as Francesco Giorgio, also at 6-0. We saw him earlier. Yeah, this is very impressive.
Yeah, lovely stuff here. Laura Nielsen, of course, still going to be sitting there at 5-1, very alive one way or the other. Jacob Clements, a bit of a juggernaut in this space as well, as you would expect.
Absolutely.
And of course, Anthony Vero putting on a showing. I also want to shout out Vile here as well, the undefeated Arakni Marionette. There's not a hero many people believe in right now, but putting on a bit of a clinic.
Yeah, Ville Teravainen. That was my best attempt there.
That's fine. I'll just look terrible. Name. That's fine. It's okay.
And, yeah, rocking, you know, Arakni Marionette at 6-0. Quite impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got some more pages of standings to take a look at. Many more heroes still in the running here. Really impressed by Oliver Kurt here. 5-1 on Florian Rotwood Harbinger. A deck I know has been getting not enough respect as of late. Of course, Tim McCarthy there, our upcoming feature match on 5-1 on Dorinthia. Worth paying attention to. All of these players will be making day 2. 2 losses is going to be enough to keep you in contention for tomorrow.
Nice. Yeah, that is good to see all of these players making it into the second day. And I just want to shout out Tommaso Vecchio as well, on track to win a second calling in a row here in Europe.
Yeah, that'll be very impressive. A ton of diversity in the heroes on this page here. Again, Florian, we see some Oscilio, some Slippy, some Ira, some Dory, some Kano.
Yeah.
I've run out of work. Prism, Dio, and now I'm just saying hero names. But they are all on this page, I promise. And it's just lovely to see so many people putting on a showing for themselves.
Where are the gravies? There's a Katsu. Yorick is 5-1. We saw him in round 1, the Katsu expert, and yeah, awesome. And it was also good to see Daniel winning. Like that's just great. I shot out Anders Andersen earlier as the Danish Kano player, also at 5-1. Not a surprise at all. And CYK Lionel took the plane all the way from Taiwan to be here today in Copenhagen just to hunt those world points, and is 5-1, winner of Calling Auckland, of course.
Absolutely. I feel sorry for Daniel winning. I think I make that joke on commentary every time, and apparently so will everyone else for the rest of time. So sorry, Daniel, if you're ever losing, I got some bad news for you.
Change the name.
More standings to look at, even more diversity here. We have Jason Rolfe and Pablo Pintor still in the running on Jarl Vitradi. Sammy Wex, one of the most renowned players on Prism. Max Klein still strong here after taking that round 1 loss to Katsu.
True.
Is rallying back on Fang.
Both people in that match are 5-1. That is really cool. So that was a strong round 1 feature match, honestly.
Yeah, tons of diversity and tons of big names still available in the field here. All of these playing, of course, making day 2 if they manage to secure a win. Those 4-2 players, especially those names we're looking at, Pablo Pintor, Brody Spurlock, they're going to be people to watch, and we're going to want to see them in tomorrow's competition. So cross your fingers for them. All right, folks, joining along with us at home, we've got a very special game to round out today's broadcast. Dorinthia Iron Song in the hands of Tim McCarthy against Syndra Drakai of Retribution. This is not a matchup I have a ton of experience with, Simon. You got any insights for the folks at home?
Oh, yes. So, Dory swing sword big, Syndra swing dagger small.
Yes, okay. Feature match area. Down to the floor immediately. I don't need it. I did a brute match. We have a brute match going on right here.
I don't understand what Dory is doing. Like, I don't know. I played against her for the first time yesterday. I just tried to block 2 cards and she had a full card head and had to pass. I don't know what's going on.
I respect the honesty. We're going to find out in real time how this matchup plays out. Tim McCarthy, really interesting day at the office here. We see crushing some gravy bones, and not just some gravy bones. This is Ian Zhang and Michael Hamilton. The plan here, definitely working out.
And also apparently got that mirror game on lock. Defeating a mirror match last round. Could have been 2 Dorinthia at 5-1 if they'd been paired slightly differently. Here we have Victor here from Poland. hitting up that loss in a Syndra mirror, so does not have the mirror tech apparently. But manages to beat all the other opponents here. Have not met a Gravy yet, so that's really impressive for Syndra to be 5-1 without seeing a single Gravy.
Yeah, most importantly, 2 copies of Arakni slid through the cracks being found and successfully battling through that for Victor. So happy to see them making their way through to the final round of today. We see Tim starting Dawnblade in this matchup, and it will kick things off alongside Unsheathed. I want to take a moment to draw attention to the headpiece here for Tim. Kabuto, a bit of an unusual inclusion, but really important against a deck like Syndra to shut off those gigantic spreading flames turns alongside Wrath of Retribution.
Yeah, it remains to be seen if Victor's on the red line Syndra or the blue line Syndra, whether or not they're actually playing the spreading flames. But yeah, so here we see blocking 9 onto that Unsheathed powered up Dawnblade, and that enables the Singing Steelblade to reprise and go and get another attack react from deck to try and push this over, start off dealing a little bit of damage, and potentially even threatening a Dawnblade counter if Victor's last card is a 2-block in hand. Yeah,
that's definitely the fear here with this attack already having go again, courtesy of Unsheathed. So we're going to see another reaction potentially coming over the top. Is he Tim debating as to whether or not it's worth expending a high-value reaction to force this damage through, send another Dawnblade swing potentially here? Could also, of course, cash in a resource on Grains of Blood Spill if they prefer to park that card in their arsenal, not send another sword swing.
Yeah, and so the way Unsheathed works here, the Dawnblade will have go again right now, as it is more than double of its starting power. And when it attacks. Okay, I did not realize that. So it will not have go again, which means that Tim actually cannot swing it a second time. Probably is not going to use the boots to try and threaten that. Instead, just being happy to deal a single point of damage here in turn 0 and just leaving it at that.
Yeah, again, plenty of ways to cash in those resources here, courtesy of Grains of Blood Spill. Many things that are worth exploring, and a card parked in the arsenal. Not a bad place to be for Tim McCarthy to start.
2 points of damage. Actually, there was a 2-block there with that Fire Tenet. So just mix that Vigor, as you mentioned. Pretty good turn here. 2 damage, Vigor token still in arsenal. That's like, that's a good turn 0. You get your 6 points of value essentially out of that, and so you're about on par with an opponent who is going second.
Yeah, impressive stuff from Tim. If you're not familiar, runner-up at this year's UK National Championship, falling to the hands of Aaron Boyan on Gravy, but was playing Prism back then, so it was a bit of a change of pace for the event today. Now they're staring down a copy of Ignite, followed quickly by a very free copy of Kunai of Retribution.
Yeah, that's so interesting. I wonder if Tim is the type of player who will, choose a little bit of off-meta picks just to try and attack the current metagame from different angles, choosing Prism into Dorinthia.
Going to be Ronin Renegade. The follow-up here for Wictor is going to be blocked out by a blue copy of Overpower. We're seeing some of those interesting choices in Tim's list. We know they are a hybrid deck. At the core, does have Decimator Great Axe as a viable avenue, so you will see some blues designed to support the axe across the game.
But also, in this case, just sporting the Dawnblade and it still needs to have enough reactions and pump effects to also make that plan work. So it's very interesting to do it in the hybrid way. There's a certain deck building choice that has to be made. Certainly not as good as at being a Dawnblade deck. Certainly not as good as being a Dawnblade deck as maybe as the traditional variants, but it's probably going to be plenty good. In general, in this matchup, advantage of Dawnblade is that it tends to line up so well against aggro decks because they don't want to block much, and if they don't block your Dawnblade out, well, it's just going to keep growing, and eventually it becomes quite easy to race even Syndra, especially because the Warrior deck is quite adept at blocking the attacks from Syndra, so it's also not that hard, especially with that big amount of armor lurking around to block out the mask momentum triggers. So, okay, we see here Trot along, giving go against a Dawnblade, spending a whole card on that, but that Vigor token coming in clutch to just send 3 go again right off the bat, and sending the question to Victor, do you block this or not? If you don't, well, Tim can just swing it once again, and then you gotta block it. So yeah, tricky spot to navigate from the aggro deck side.
Yeah, absolutely. As I say, I think from what I understand, Tim's deck is a Dawnblade deck first and a Great Axe deck second. So you're still going to see these trot-alongs, these Blade Flurries that are exceptional when paired with Dawnblade. And in this case, it will be that Blade Flurry, juicing up Dawnblade a little bit higher to get it up and over the top. But it will be a loyalty from Beyond the Grave parked in the arsenal here to cover up that Dawnblade swing and make sure we aren't getting any counters just yet.
All right, that's a big win for Victor there, spending 2 cards to Doris 2 cards and denying that hit. So, you know, we go back, but of course, the issue is that Victor will not have that, if this is the way the game keeps playing out, Victor will not have that many cards to play with, and as such, you know, Syndra is a deck that gets scarier the more cards they send at you, and if it's just 3-card hands versus 2-card hands, it's not necessarily in Victor's favor.
Oath of Loyalty going to be the start of the turn here for Victor with this big impactful chain starter. Does limit you to Draconic cards for the rest of the turn, but no fault here for that one. Ronin Renegade and, of course, a Bramwith Cinderclaw lurking in the wings here, threatening a Mask of Momentum draw if Tim were not to respect this second attack.
Well, you're still Flick here, so yeah, you can actually keep the chaining alive. This is exactly how it works. So Flick Knife says, you know, you flick a dagger at them, 1 damage, and then that counts as having hit. It means the chain link has hit. And what Mask of Momentum says, if you hit 3 times in a row, well, then you get to draw a card. So, but the way it works there, Tim McCarthy blocked the second chain link, but it still counts as having hit. So the third one is also offering up that threat of the draw. Although, as I said, the warrior cards, they block 3, there's plenty of armor. It is no big deal for Tim to just block out that mask trigger every turn. That is what he's intending to do.
Yeah,
I wonder if the way that Victor wants to position himself in this game is to just take a few Dawnblade hits and then have a turn where you just full block your entire hand of that Dawnblade to try and reset it and prevent it from hitting you again. It can be a bit of a risky proposition against certain cards, but it can also be quite good that you don't have to like keep blocking it out every time, reducing your own offensive output.
Yeah, very face-up turn here for Tim McCarthy. We see Sharpened Steel paired with Trot Along to give this a 6-go again on Dawnblade, and will be another Dawnblade swing should it manage to connect. We do see that second copy of Loyalty Beyond the Grave in the hand for Victor very early here. Will give him the potential to set up a much larger hand later, and maybe rationalizes playing a bit of defense here against this Dawnblade.
Yeah, I really like blocking 6 on this one if you have the capability to do it like efficiently. Because blocking 6 here, there's no tricks for the Dory deck, no cards in hand. You know that if you block 6 here, the Dawnblade will not be able to swing again. So you essentially block 9 by blocking for 6 here. By actually blocking for 10, because there's also the Brave Force Bracers. So yeah, this is a good point to just block out. It's much more tricky when the Dory player has cards in hand, and you might prevent their reprise by not blocking.
And we see these loyalties cashed in immediately here for Victor to buy a 3rd card for this turn, go a little bit bigger than they may otherwise be able to do, and hopefully threaten that Mask of Momentum chain link over and over. They do find another 0 for 3 to go alongside, I believe, an Ancestral Empowerment and this Ronin Renegade, so going to be able to threaten all kinds of goodies here.
Yeah, if Tim blocks out this Ronin Renegade, that would actually be quite threatening with the Ancestral Empowerment pushing that over and the Flick Knives pushing the next one over. But Tim smartly did not block the first one, saving his blocks until the second chain link. And now Victor can use the Ancestral Empowerment to push that over and deal a point of damage. But it's not actually that impressive. Can send this Display Loyalty, I think, was drawn for to threaten the mask again and make a fealty, but yeah, Tim can just put a 3 block in front of this, and even though you can flick on this chain link, Mask of Momentum says if an attack action hits, and so you do get to hit, but only with a dagger, and that doesn't actually trigger the Mask of Momentum here.
Yeah, worth noting, as much as both of these players have been playing a staunch defense so far, we have seen Tim's life total dwindling pretty quickly here, making its way down to 26 from all this incidental damage from Flick Knives and small attacks, otherwise playing Denial. So falling a bit behind, unable to really leverage Dawnblade so far or punish Victor for untimely blocks, and this life disparity is opening up pretty fast.
Yeah, the big difference we see here is Victor going first is a big deal, and of course, drawing the 2 copies of Loyalty Beyond the Grave, or Victor going second is what I mean. You're getting a little bit of a life total lead there, and the 2 copies of Loyalty Beyond the Grave essentially also being up a card from that. So that all materializes into this life total lead, on top of course, like every single turn Victor takes, there's at least 1 damage being dealt to Tim because of those Flick Knives. And so, yeah, we can't just like keep blocking each other out forever, because that then Tim will eventually die. So yeah, Tim just doing a bit of a setup turn here, letting the Dawnblade hit, making a vigor, and hoping they can keep a bigger hand, because you really want to like start putting the counters on Dawnblade to pressure the Syndra.
Yeah, no big punish there to grant go again to that Dawnblade and go any bigger. So Victor does take just 3 damage. A Vigor is created from Grains of Blood Spill. They will have an entire hand to work with on the return clip. It's going to be a Fire Tenant strike first to kick things off here. Potent 0 for 4 in disguise will front load some of that damage onto the next attack, make that second chain link a little harder to block for Tim.
Something else worth noting is that Tim does have, 9 points of defense on that equipment. So the life totals are a little bit closer than they may appear at first glance at this moment. Whereas Victor only has, I guess, 5 total block value on those equipments.
4 go again from Ravenous Rabble here. Does reveal a Blood Runs Deep on top of the deck. Thankfully for Tim, a lovely draft-stamped Shelter from the Storm will help soak that up. So we're going to see a kunai flicked across to keep this Mask of Momentum chain open and running.
Yeah, someone had a nice hunted draft at a Calling or a Protor.
Absolutely. So, some bling on display. We'll see another point of damage coming across from that kunai, and Blood Spotted Vest being triggered here to generate that additional resource. We see a breaking point in hand, which will no doubt be the follow-up to this Ravenous Rabble, thanks to that floating resource.
Yeah, so that's the resource that is being gained from the Blood Spattered Vest as you flick the dagger. And this actually gives a bit of a tell to Tim that there is a 1-cost coming up. So Tim has to also be prepared to block out that breaking scale, to protect the arsenal.
Yeah, of course, does not know that it's a breaking point that is the final chain link. Could have been any of the many 1-cost attacks found in Syndra. This one particularly painful. We see Tim's head kind of hit his hand for a second there. Does need to decide if they want to defend that arsenal. Of course, it has successfully blunted that Mask of Momentum, but will be giving up 2 cards to keep that arsenal safe and stop the assault for now.
Yeah, actually super interesting here with that fealty token. It could have been used on the Ravenous Rabble, being +1 point of damage from the Fire Tenant, and maybe let Victor rebuy the kunai, but instead saving it for later. It's something to be very conscious of if you're playing Syndra, that you shouldn't just use it whenever it's worth a point of value. It can be worth way more later.
See another Dawnblade chipping in from that Vigor token of last turn. 3 more damage coming across, takes Victor down to 32. They will have 4 cards to work with once more, heading back into their turn. We know about that Blood Runs Deep from the Ravenous Rabble. See if we can glance at the rest of the hand as the turn continues. For now, we are going to see 0 for 3 coming across here to start things off. Just every day of the week here for Syndra.
Yeah, I don't know. It feels so chill to watch Syndra play. Like, it's just, like all of these hands are just so good. It's like a lot of damage. The opponent's always in agony of how to block. Like, it's just like, nice and chill flesh and blood here. I bet Victor wishes he was playing a different hero, looking at the t-shirt. But yeah, Syndra is what you got to work with. And there's the second fealty coming in, so
Yeah, display loyalty here. Pretty strong follow-up. Just this kind of bread and butter turn we've grown to expect. And again, we see Tim respecting that second chain link, kind of forcing the issue on Flick Knives. Looks like a Burning Blade Dance and that Blood Runs Deep as the last 2 cards here for Victor. So we will see a Flick Knives activation.
Yeah, I wonder actually if this is just sending a Burning Blade Dance and then arsenaling that Blood Runs Deep, because it's not particularly good at the moment with no daggers to retrieve. Well, alternatively, you could respond to the trigger with Syndra's ability to bring back the daggers, but then you leave yourself with no daggers, and that can be a bit of a frightful situation to start your turn with no daggers. Gives you a lot less flexibility.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I think that option is available to Victor if they want to dump damage. Of course, Blood Runs Deep, very powerful for also keeping those Mask of Momentum chains going without using your Flick Knives, as it does utilize those kunai to a similar effect. So I could definitely see it being parked away for later on. For now, Burning Blade Dance is the consideration. Just 3 with go again. Will, of course, draw from Mask if left uncontested. So by Iron Song response.
So is indeed contested, and Tim leaves himself with a blue and an Iron Song response in hand. So if there's some way in the arsenal to give this Dawnblade go again, it could be threatening the hit here, actually. So let's see what it is.
Okay, this is a big one. Steelblade Supremacy is going to be the play to start things off here. One of the more powerful specializations from Dorinthia all the way back in Welcome to Rathe. +2 to the weapon, and whenever it hits, Draw a card.
Yeah, so this looks to be a turn where Tim is going to utilize the boots to try and buy back some tempo here. But this is a big one. If you can attack for 10 draw 2 cards, and you have the Iron Song response and other attack reactions to add an extra bit of damage to this turn, it can be kind of hard for Victor to defend well. So this is the point where the question is really on Victor's side. Do you defend at all here to not enable the reprise cards, or do you overblock to make sure that there is no hit here? If you block this one for 9, you make sure that it doesn't hit. It's even possible you could just block it for 8 and make sure it doesn't hit.
It's like a slightly gummed up hand there for Victor. Multiple copies of Art of the Dragon Fire. So there is some cards that are blocking surprisingly well, but might need the whole hand to really make the engine hum. So we're going to see this Dawnblade connecting. Card being drawn from Steelblade Supremacy. It is a sink below found here for Tim. So it won't make this turn go any wider, but will provide a pretty staunch defense going forward.
Makes the vigor of this and also cracks the boots here to be able to attack with the Dawnblade again. Now giving it go again. Of course, the 2 conditions that need to be met is that you need to hit with the Dawnblade to attack twice and then also give it go again. Then you have this powerful ability, but has to just pitch the sink below, attacking for 5 once again. And if Victor lets this hit, yep, then you end up stranding Tim with a card. Just gonna have to pitch that to Grain of Bloodspell. And this is a beautiful turn for Victor to just realize that it doesn't make sense for me to block here. I'm just going to maybe send 2 out of the dragon blood at Tim's face this turn, courtesy of that Dragon Scale of Flight Path. I guess there was no block with the Flight Path either, so that's not even the game plan.
I'm really intrigued by Tim's sequencing this turn. We saw them choose to pitch Sink Below over Iron Song Response, and then chose to pitch the Iron Song Response to Grains of Bloodspill. So clearly drew something even more impactful than both of those cards to park in the arsenal.
No, I think it actually makes sense to do it that specific way, because you want the Iron Song Response for the second hit in case Victor's plan was to block the second attack. So you do want to have the attack reaction left up for that. But once you see that Victor is in a spot where he feels like he doesn't need to block anymore, it's very, very risky to park that Iron Song Response in Arsenal, because what happens if Victor just never blocks for the rest of the game? You're just fully down a card.
The Dragon Blood here threatening to do some heavy lifting as the turn kicks things off. 4 with go again. We'll be playing some cost reduction here, courtesy of that fealty token cashed in to make this Draconic. We see numerous defense reactions in the hand here for Tim McCarthy, including Steelblade Shunt. Not one that maybe gets its biggest favor, but a pretty big, hefty option in a deck like this.
Yeah, so this is one of those things you see just because this is a hybrid deck. If it wasn't, you would just play a different blue that would be easier to play to support your Dawnblade plan, but this Steelblade Shunt is much better once you're playing tuning and playing the defensive game plan.
Absolutely, so it will be 4 go again to continue things here. That Sink Below found lining up perfectly.
Wow, Out of Dragon Blood really enabling the entire turn here, and we even see a second fealty being generated by the Demonstrate Devotion.
So we will see the Flick Knives here being cashed in for the Bloodspattered Vest. Going to make an additional resource here to keep things flowing. Hopefully pay for one of these Art of the Dragon Fire.
It doesn't even need to, actually, because you could use a fealty to turn it into Draconic, and so you don't actually need to make a resource because the Art of Dragon Blood still applies. So yeah, we see the fealty coming from that Demonstrate Devotion, and then a fealty coming here for that Art of Dragon Fire.
Yeah, I think they want the resource to pay for the other Art of the Dragon Fire after this, which will not be Draconic.
Actually, still doesn't need to do that because the Art of Dragon Blood still pays for that. So
I believe it reduces Draconic cards, so I don't think it will pay for the non-Draconic Art
it will.
of the Dragon
Fealty says
really?
the next Draconic card you play becomes Draconic. So like you essentially you play it, put it on the layer, and then you have to pay for it later. And at that point, the game recognizes, oh, this is Draconic. So it will be reduced.
Yeah, maybe we had one more fealty than I expected. I thought this had to be cashed in here to make this Draconic. Totally my bad. Easily done. Of course, the second one being shortcutted there off Demonstrate Devotion means we do have enough fealty to tie this all together and make sure everything is covered by this Art of the Dragon Blood. Very well sequenced here by Victor. We do see that Kabuto of Imperial Authority being cashed in, so instead, we'll just chuck daggers directly at your face with Blood Runs Deep.
Yeah, exactly. Just another point there, and that also means the Blood Runs Deep will automatically have hits, though I guess the Art of Dragon being blocked out means that there's no chance of mask momentum here. We see Tim doing a great job of making sure that this doesn't hit. Activates Syndra and just decides to Okay, does decide to continue the turn there. The Flick Knives was just untapped, just, yeah, out of, it has been used already, but yeah, the players know what's going on. Anyways, this is also being used with a fealty, dealing another 2 points directly to Tim's face, down to 8 here, and another 5 threatening. You can't fall too low against the Syndra deck. It is too much damage that is being threatened. And yeah, that extra resource is just ends up being wasted here, but yeah, that is I wonder if Victor's plan was to attack with a kunai to kind of threaten the Mask Momentum on different chain links, but then that Kabuto ended up working it.
Yeah, pretty backbreaking here. Of course, the discount being consumed by Blood Runs Deep means we did have to pay for that Art of the Dragonfire at the end, Draconic or otherwise.
I see.
But very impressive to see 2 copies Art of the Dragonfire, both made Draconic on this turn, has pushed a pretty unrelenting amount of damage.
Yeah, this is huge. Of course, again, being blocked out completely, but that leaves Tim with not that many cards in hand, and it might not be that hard for Victor to now defend this Dawnblade, even if it's coming for 4. Though, of course, these 2 Vigor tokens makes it a lot harder, because the Dawnblade will be able to attack twice without any pitches need to happen, as long as Tim has some way to pump it up. Like an Unsheath here would be absolutely massive. Attacking for 7, go again, on-hit, attack again.
So 2 resources being cashed in from Vigor, and the call from Simon Nielsen is the right one. Unsheathed comes out of the arsenal, sending in a problematic breakpoint and causing all kinds of headaches here for Victor Wozniak.
Yeah, this Blood-Spattered Vest is probably prime for blocking right now, but it is dangerous. If there is a attack react in Tim's hand, you could get wildly punished by blocking for exactly 7 here, and you might not have enough cards left to like push Tim's life total down enough. So yeah, this is kind of interesting, but if you take all the damage that's coming at you this turn, well, that's quite a lot. Oh, we see the Blade Furry here, so there was indeed an attack react.
This is quite a lot of heat from Tim McCarthy. 9 points of damage coming across on the first sword swing, and we will see a second swing sent towards Victor Wozniak. 11 life. 13 life, I should say, before that second swing coming in. So never going to find lethal damage this turn, but slowly but surely racking up these counters. Victor clearly intent on keeping this hand and getting this game over.
Yeah, so now you get to attack for 6, and if this isn't blocked, that is a second counter on Dawnblade. But Victor is pressuring a lot here, and if he can't take 3 cards out of Tim's hand, Tim can still go, pitch, go again effect, attack with Dawnblade for 5, plus whatever else is happening. And so, it's just going to be a problem that keeps getting worse and worse. So Victor decides, yeah, this is the time I can give up exactly 1 card here to defend this out. Mask of Momentum, it's not going to hit anyways. Tim is just too good at blocking the right chain links. And 3 cards is enough for Victor to take some cards away from Tim still and preserve that Dawnblade at just 1 counter.
We'll see an Ignite hitting the combat chain, and we see Tim immediately say, I wish I had the hat. So Kabuto pretty clearly designed to shut down Mask of Momentum or bigger turns on Ignite turns to stop those daggers from coming across for free, which, yeah, really heads-up choice, but no Kabuto in sight here, so Ignite will be changed slightly.
Oh, okay, yeah, right. Has to start with the Oath of Loyalty, of course. So, yeah, Victor played out the Ignite, then realized, wait, hold on, no, that was not what I intended to do. So, yeah, of course, you can do the take-backs when things happen very quickly, especially been playing Flesh and Blood for 7 hours straight. If I had to play a game of Flesh and Blood after casting for 7 hours, I don't think I would
It's quite a lot, yeah.
do any better.
I think both these players are in good spirits here, realizing it was an honest mistake. And if anything, a little bit of free information gained for Tim, knowing there is going to be an Ignite coming down the pipeline. Of course, both these players locked in for day 2 as well, so not super worried about progressing forward as they move on to the next day of competition. It will be that Ignite. Following on up, we'll see a kunai free of charge as a result.
Interesting that Victor decided not to flick on this Oath of Loyalty attack to keep the... Oh, there's no Mask of Momentum anymore, of course.
That would be why. Yeah, no need to draw any cards anymore. Mask cashed in on blocking duty. And so we will see these blocks lining up slightly differently going forward. Spoils of War on defense.
This hand from Tim, Heart of Firehandle and Unsheathed. So it's going to be able to threaten that big Dawnblade attack once again and also gain a life to boot.
Yeah, another Heart of Fiendel making itself known in the feature match area this weekend.
Yeah, this is going to be a 2-card 12. No, 1 life as well. 2-card 13, counting the Brave Force bracers and everything. So attack for 7. Victor just says, yes, I have to take it. Then you use the Brave Force bracers here and attack for 5. And attack for 5 afterwards. So Victor can actually take all of this damage and go to 1 life if he so wishes. But with Tim at 5, maybe that's a little bit too dangerous.
Tim putting up one heck of a fight here, utilizing every inch of every card to keep this Dawnblade swinging. And Victor finds himself in a bit of a bind. That hand there looking like Blaze Headlong, Art of the Dragon Blood. We see a starter there in Rising Resentment, so plenty of attacks to throw. Needs to decide how much respect to give this Dawnblade.
Yeah, so you could block. There is a Hot on their heels or Burning Blade Dance, something similar in hand. Could block for 3 with that because it's just 3 either way. But yeah, if you send 3 into 4 into 3 into 4, so that's 14 damage. Tim has 1 equipment block, so he's essentially at 6 life, which means that he needs to block with, if he just blocks with 2 cards, that's not enough. If he blocks with 3 cards, that's not enough, right? Because it's 14, 15 with the flick knives. So, yeah, I think actually you force all 4 cards out of Tim's hand if you keep this entire hand. So Victor might need to just take 7 and take 5 on the next swing, go to 1, and then take Tim's entire hand.
Has to be incredibly brave to make that judgment call. Let's see if Victor agrees with Simon.
And he's not even the one with the Brave Force bracers.
No, true. True. Look at puns never stop with you. Okay, we're going to see defense being played here from Victor. Thinks the game is more theirs if they pick a better spot. Will deny Dawnblade counters, reset the sword down where it belongs, and then try and make the most of a 1-card hand on return. Assuming this is a Blaze Headlock, which I believe it is, this is still technically threatening lethal, will earn some respect courtesy of those flick knives.
Yeah, indeed. So yeah, this is a much more measured pace here from Victor. Of course, as I lined up, there could be a lot of value to go into the full attack mode. But if Tim has like a sink below, or if the next hand from Victor is a little bit of a break hand, you could actually be risking a lot by going to 1 life. So deciding to not play that game and instead just play it this way.
Looks like a bit of a dud here for Tim McCarthy. Big heaping hand of blues, including that Steel Blade Shunt. This is the cost you pay for diversifying your ability in other matchups. Subpar reactions, not a lot to go again, and he's going to be forced to kind of play defense here, eat the flick from the flick knives, and make the most of a hand of blues.
Yeah, this is not great. That's one of the big downsides of Dory, is that she wants to have a lot of blues to make her deck work, especially, if you're playing the switchboard. But then the blues aren't necessarily that great for enabling the Dawnblade. So I will see if Tim can make something work out of this. I also realized that, going to 1 life is actually incredibly risky if Tim just decides to make a Vigor token and can block fully out and send the Dawnblade for 5. So yeah, maybe actually a pretty big heads-up call from Victor, just blocking it out last turn and preying on Dory drawing a break hand. That's exactly what has happened here. Hit and run, sending Dawnblade for 3 go again.
Yeah, absolutely. So a go again source found, and of course, we might know that there is an overpower in the hands. This Dawnblade can become bigger, if that's what Tim McCarthy would prefer. Victor, of course, in the dark about what might be lurking underneath that final card. See Wrath of Retribution on the other side of the table. Looks like it is lined up with a couple of red attacks. Not the best place to make that card work. Might be on blocking duty here.
This hand doesn't look that amazing from Victor. Let's see if we can see as he flicks through. No, it's just a block with the Wrath of Retribution on here. Maybe that is just going to be enough to stunt the entire turn. That's exactly what it is. So yeah, just sometimes blocking for 3 is good enough against a 2-card hand, against 2 cards from Dory. And now gets to send a bit back, but having this Demonstrate Devotion costing 1 in hand and no way to actually pay for it efficiently, it's going to be a bit of an issue. There's also a Lava Vein Loyalty and this Ravenous Rabble. So might just have to send 4 into 3 and Arsenal to Demonstrate Devotion.
Not the most efficient turn here for Victor. We see that overpower going into the arsenal for Tim. Ravenous Rabble will, of course, come across for 4, as it always does. And then we'll see another lethal attack as this turn continues. Of course, those flick knives still pressing. We do see Shelter from the Storm lining up perfectly here with this Ravenous Rabble, keeping Tim on 3 for now.
Yeah, but being in this position where you're starting to block more and having a smaller hand size makes it quite risky to just flick this last dagger at Tim's face. You might leave yourself without daggers and with no way to get them back, because you do need 3 chain links to get them back efficiently. So I even wonder if Victor's actually supposed to pitch the Lava Vein Loyalty to just send 4, but I think you need to preserve the Demonstrate Devotion in Arsenal and just send 3 here, because there is already a D-react shown from Tim. If you could send 4 into 4 and threaten the flick, you would at least, like, you know, threaten an extra point of damage that Tim would respect. But because this Ravenous Rabble didn't deal 1 damage, I think you're better off just preserving the card in Arsenal.
Yeah, you can see Victor in the blender for the same decision and comes to the same conclusion. Needs to go a little wider. Will earn Steel Blade Supremacy as a direct block on this Lava Vein Loyalty.
We'll see if there is a flick on this one. The flick is a bit of a risk, but it can also be a risk not to flick, because that 1 extra point could mean a whole extra card that Tim has to give you next turn. So if you believe that against Tim's 3-card hand, if you can just take all the damage, you might be able to send this Demonstrate Devotion alongside a few other chainlings, regrow those daggers, and make Tim's life so difficult.
Yeah. Kunai of Retribution cashed in with Flick Knives, down to 2 for Tim McCarthy. We will see the Valor hitting the table to give this Dawnblade go again. Coming in for 6 to start here. Warrior's Valor, of course, only granting go again on hit. So Victor will get to play a role in exactly how big this turn goes. Of course, a little bit of risk in playing defense here.
Oh, and Victor did not draw a hand. It is a ton of stuff like Lava Burst and Dragon Power that isn't enabled. Yeah, his hand just doesn't play offense very well. So decides that the best place to do here is just to swing here. There's an Oath of Loyalty into potentially just a Lava Burst for 2, and passing might just be the best play he can do. Or he can send that Demonstrate Devotion, of course.
Yeah, Tim also playing a rather meager turn there. It will be Oath of Loyalty as we make our way back to Victor. Obviously, this turn looks significantly more threatening than it might be. Tim, without a lot of life to play with here, does have 1 point of armor remaining on that Grains of Blood spill to cover up a break point if they'd like to keep themselves safe from these Flick Knives.
Defense reaction here with the Shelter the Storm is incredibly important. Means that Tim can stay at 2 life, block with the Shelter from the Storm, and block with a 3-block and chess piece on the next attack for 4, if that is what Victor is sending, to preserve himself at 2 life and not really fearing the Flick Knives once again. So yeah, again, this puts it in the same position as before. Do you pitch and send 4 damage, which again, Tim can just cleanly block out with the Grains and a card in hand? Or do you just send 2, which kind of still forces a card out of Tim? Though he could, I guess, block with the chess piece, go to 1, and send a full 4 card back at you. Maybe you just don't want to risk that happening.
It will be fealty generated as we send in Demonstrate Devotion for 4 here. Is going to politely encourage Tim to block with that chess piece.
Yeah, actually, there's another big advantage to this line is that you do get the fealty, which drastically increases or decreases your chances of drawing a brick hand. Now, let's say you draw a hand with like Fire 10 at strike first, you can actually turn that into a starter for your other attacks. So, and makes it much more likely you can regrow those daggers when you can turn a Chainlink into Draconic. So I like this line here from Victor. And yeah, buying that last chess piece as well from Tim. But here we see Spoils of War, +2 and go again to this Dawnblade.
Yeah, Spoils of War, one of the most iconic Crucible of War cards. Distinctly remember trying to pull those from boxes pretty desperately way back in the way. Going to see Dawnblade coming across for 5 as a result.
Yeah, so this is 5. So even a Blade Flurry here pushes this to 7, next attack for 5. Victor could say completely no blocks here, and I do not believe there's anything that will punish him for it.
I believe we know it's an overpower in the arsenal as
Oh,
well.
right.
So going to be trying to force through a second sword swing, convince no blocks from Victor here. We do see the 3rd copy of Loyalty Beyond the Grave on the front of the hand there. So likely considering playing some amount of defense.
Oh, the 3rd copy not nearly as good as the first one. If you look at Victor's hand, this is a brick turn either way. So I think just has to block for 6 here, keep the defense reaction, just send a Blaze Headlong and Arsenal that defense reaction. So yeah, once again, this game just going like, a very slow pace. Victor, playing it smart and defensively, keeping his life total high so that once he draws a hand that can actually push through lethal, he makes sure that he has the space to keep it.
Yeah, a lot of very concise play from these players. Takes a lot of control to block in spots when your opponent is so low on life. Tim doing their best to leverage every tool in the arsenal to put things back together and find their way back into this game. For now, Blaze Headlong is going to demand 2 cards once again. Flick Knives not active right now, but you really don't want to be just losing to that effect at some point later in the game. So you do have to pick a lane.
And there's not that many cards left in Victor's deck either. We've really been going through this game for quite a while.
Definitely worth noting. We're going to see a Dawnblade coming along with Warriors Valley here for 6 points of damage. And Victor will have to pick a spot eventually to pick a fight. As you alluded, there's not that many cards left in that deck, and they can't play defense forever.
Yeah, but this 3-block plus Loyalty Beyond the Grave is enough. Preserving 3 cards in hand. 3 cards is the magic number. If he can make 3 Draconic Chainlinks here and rebuy those daggers, that makes it so hard for Tim to win the game. And this Brand with Cinderclaw is perfect. That means just needs 2 0-cost attacks of any type, and those can both be Draconic, courtesy of this Fealty and Brand with Cinderclaw.
Yeah, looks like Hot on the Heels and Blaze Headlong in hand. So those daggers will be making their way back into the grip of Victor Wozniak. For now, Tim McCarthy staring at a pair of Dragon Edge, a couple of more red reactions. Not the spot they're hoping to be in here.
No, this actually buys the entire hand from Tim, because Victor can get back the daggers now and threaten that Flick Knives. So this Blaze Headlong for 4 means that you just have to block out all 4 damage. Will be flicked down to 1 life, and then next turn, Victor just needs to draw any attack to threaten lethal with that Flick Knife. So unless there is some shelter from the storm or a way to gain life, I believe that this will lock up the game for Victor Wozniak. Let's see if there's any sort of prevention effect drawn here on this turn to keep him alive. Not that many cards left from Victor, so you don't need to survive for that much longer, but at 1 life, oh, it is so difficult to do so.
And Peel's the last one. It's a sink below, not a shelter. We're going to make Victor make the play. It's going to be Ignite to start. Coming in for 2, of course. No need to blink just yet. Welcome to earn all those cards from Tim the hard way.
Look at this Razor Reflex in hand from Victor as well. You know, Dory's not the only one playing with attack reacts.
Not like this. Razor Reflex, an iconic piece of kit. Would love to see it stealing away a game here. It's going to be Kunai being blocked. Come on, Victor, style points. No, okay, Burning Blade Dance.
I can still do it.
Will be blocked.
Razor Reflex. Plus
and we will see Razor Reflex.
And then
sink below to suck it up, and the Flick Knives will send the Kunai over the line. It will be a victory for Victor Wozniak on Syndra. Sporting Razor Reflex. Pretty cool one. I like that.
You know, might as well, throw that one in there. There's no blue cards in the deck. This is all of Lord's Battered Vest. The game went super long, but I think Victor really knew the presence to play here. Playing much more defensively than you would expect Syndra to play. Because if both these players just run headlong into each other, the Dory is just going to take over the game very quickly with all those counters on Dawnblade. Yeah, impressive stuff here from our Polish Syndra player, moving up to 6-1, and being at probably the first page of standings.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was another game. I feel like we're saying this a lot this weekend. There's just a lot of games that are worth going back and watching over the course of this event. I feel like both players, again, has had a fantastic understanding of how this matchup was supposed to be navigated and picked their spots, found those moments to over-defend, over-attack. And I think it was just a masterful display of what Dory and Syndra can do in this format.
Yeah, absolutely. This was just incredible to watch. Very tight games. As I mentioned, I just love these Syndra games. I really thought Dory was going to take it down, so it's good to see what Syndra can do to wiggle themselves out of this situation.
Yeah, some phenomenal players in our feature match area, but they're all leaning to the most phenomenal players in the world. The World Tour, of course, building up a leaderboard of points, and we're making our way closer and closer to all these goodies as we make our way to Philadelphia for the World Championship.
Oh, yeah, that is definitely coming up to round out this season of World Tour points. A large sum of money put into the prize pool here. The way the Player of the Year works is there's a bunch of points you can earn at these different events. If you, for instance, win Calling Copenhagen, you get 16 points. And if you finish top 32, you also get a number of points.
Absolutely. The Player of the Year race is going to crown the player with the most World Tour points in the season and boasts a $100,000 prize pool. You're going to be competing for those World Tour points, culminating in a champion crowned at the World Championship this year. But it's not just the winners, of course, who are taking home some of that prize money. Each region will be awarding prizes to their first, second, and third place finishers.
Yes, indeed. This is exactly how it works. So, in the 3 different regions, Europe, Americas, and Asia Pacific, and we're going to crown a regional Player of the Year of all of these, as well as the actual as well as the actual player of the year and the 2 regional champions.
Yeah, one of the most impressive feats in TCGs today. If you want to know how those points are scored, there is numerous ways to do it. Multiple different events across the World Tour, starting from Battle Hardens offering 4 points, all the way up to that World Championship, which will award 32 points itself. So the race is going to come down to that final day.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, that's going to be exciting to watch the World Championship.
Yeah, certainly looking forward to it myself. Let's take a look at how some of these leaderboards are shaking out so far. We'll start with the Americas. We've, of course, got Brody Spurlock sitting on top with a vice-like grip. 20-point lead there on the top. There's some pretty significant battles a little further down for that 2nd and 3rd place berth. Currently, Michael Fang going to be the beneficiary of that money, but Jimmy Nero Demers and Sean Dhaliwal interested in chasing them down.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the sort of upset that can definitely happen at the World Championship, of course. Brody also making it out here to Copenhagen, fighting in this round to make it into day 2 and secure some more points. So that is, the life of these grinders as they tour the world looking for more points.
The battle never ends. Over in Europe, of course, Jacob Clements pulling out to an incredible lead here and having a pretty strong showing this weekend in Copenhagen as well.
Yeah, exactly. Also, Tommaso Vesido has already mentioned his name before, but Jacob actually climbing up to 2nd place in the overall leaderboard as well because of this. Yeah, just incredible string of calling tabbates. It is 4 calling tabbates this year. I believe,
Sounds
which is
right. Yeah, multiple 2nd places
yes.
is all I'm aware of. For
yeah,
certain,
that too, as well as a win in
yeah,
Florence.
Of course. Yeah, fantastic showing there. Picked up a Stonewall Gauntlet for their troubles. I've got my eyes on the 3rd place spot here as well. Pablo, Pintor, Alex, Kitsu, just 1 point apart from each other.
That is going to be a battle.
Absolutely. Over in Asia Pacific, we have Nick Butcher leading the charge in 1st place, putting Tam of Blue Pitch sitting in 2nd, and our most recent Pro Tour champion, Shure Wu, now in 3rd, well, joint 2nd, I guess is probably the way to put that.
Yeah, exactly. There's something interesting going on here with the Asia Pacific leaderboard. So all of these players we see here, none of them are here in Copenhagen today, but someone who is kind of at the outskirts of this leaderboard, CYK Lionel, is, just won 16 points recently in Auckland and is actually quite close to the leaderboard. You see how close these numbers are, getting up to that 50-point mark and taking over Shiro Wu. So we see CYK taking the trip over here to just fight for those extra points and trying to make it into the top 3 of the Asia Pacific Player of the Year leaderboard.
Yeah, tons of juggernauts on this board as well. Shoma Yamamura, Justin Shu, Xavier McLean, even Xing Sang from Blue Pitch as well, all putting up a fight, still in contention to take down the Asia Pacific leaderboard. What happens when you throw it all together? It looks a little bit like this. We've got Brody at the top, Jacob chasing them down in 2nd, Michael Hamilton just behind Jacob right now for that overall 3rd place berth. But turns out every player on this list pretty darn good at Flesh and Blood, would you believe?
Yeah, indeed. And actually, if Jacob, repeats the performance and puts up yet another 2nd place finish, and so, yeah, if Jacob puts up the second place again, that's 14 points. That really breaks it close to Brody. But both Jacob and Brody are in day 2 at X and 2.
Yeah, both of these players in contention going forward. That challenge far, far from over right now. The World Tour making its way over to Philadelphia. $1.5 million in prize money over the course of the year. It's been pretty fantastic to watch. I know I've enjoyed being involved, and I look forward to finding out who our eventual champions are.
All right. So, yeah, we see the upcoming event schedule here. The biggest things happening, to gather those World Tour points as we look towards World Tour Philadelphia and round out the season is the world premiere in Montreal, Super Slam coming out. And we get to see the cards for the very first time in Montreal. If you're anywhere in the vicinity, which means on the same planet as this event is taking place, I would recommend you go there. I'm certainly going there. Playing the Super Slam world premiere is just super fun.
Yep, come on and slam. Welcome to the Jam. Make sure you join us in Montreal for a lot of fun with a brand new set. Of course, the World Championship in Philadelphia. Bookmarked at the bottom there, November 13th to 16th. Going to be fantastic showcase of both Classic Constructed and Living Legend, while we have a menagerie of other events on the road to that event. I don't know about you, so I think, are we done for today? Is there anything else I've forgotten by chance?
I'm definitely ready. Wait, hold on. No, you're trying to trick me? Are you trying to trick me, Scott?
No,
You promised a spoiler card. No, I'm serious. I've been waiting here all day. Do you think I wanted to look at all these matches without a spoiler card?
I understand.
Of course.
Okay, well,
I got one promise. The promise is that I got to see a card from the new set.
maybe you'll forgive me.
You've been keeping it from me.
I have been, and the tricks have been for a reason, because I had to have a spoiler hunted down. I had to have some tricks showcased by a class that's maybe a bit renowned for that kind of behavior. And,
is this an Arakni Huntsman card?
It might be.
Ooh.
If you've ever been interested in playing Bonds of Agony on defense, I've got the card for you. Hunter or Hunted, a 4-block defense reaction that will name a card. And of course, Arakni Huntsman won't have to worry about guessing what's on top of the deck for their opponent. If it's there, you'll banish it, search their hand, deck, and arsenal for 3 copies of that card and take them away. More importantly, if you banish 3 cards of the same name, you'll be making 3 silver tokens for your trouble. Fulfilling contracts on defense? That's brand new.
Wow. Yeah, that is super interesting. Yeah, so this is like, obviously, you can play it in any assassin, even though it is quite tied to Arakni Huntsman. In Huntsman, like, you send your, contract attack, you get to peek at what that top card is. If they defend it out, well, that card stays on top. And now you can, you draw a blue heavy hand. Normally, assassins don't really like blue heavy hands. But this way, you would be able to, clear out the top, maybe even get lucky and hit another card in their hand or arsenal. That's a very interesting card.
I think any assassin is the flavor of the week here. Imagine playing this blue defense reaction in new, alluring desire in Living Legend. Would you like to transcend off of your defense reaction? I know I certainly would. Maybe remove some of those problematic haymakers that Living Legend is so well known for. Feels like the kind of card that's worth watching as we make our way into Super Slam.
Like in Living Legend, the new deck is this CYB Go Long deck. That means that you will easily reach the pitch deck. And so if you are able to Memory Palace, remember what is on top, this card becomes so much better in second cycle.
Are you the hunter? Are you the hunted? There's only one way to find out. You can utilize News Hero ability, take a peek at the top card of the deck, make sure you know what names we're looking for. There's all kinds of chaos to be enjoyed with Hunter or Hunted, a brand new card coming at you in Super Slam. Simon,
nice.
It's been a phenomenal time casting with you this weekend. I hope you've enjoyed your time in the booth with me on day 1 as much as I've enjoyed my time with you.
Yeah, I've loved it. It's been super cool. Like, just, with some incredible games, presented by the players. And it's just been great. Like, this is my first time, but I really felt very held here by, I didn't, have to remember every single thing that Ethan has been telling me to do, because I know you just got it all. So it's been so nice to just, have you in booth.
He's making me feel so good about myself. Well, we've got one more thing to take care of before you pay for the ice cream, and that's taking a look at the standings for the end of today. If you want to know how your favorite players did, let's take a look at this final leaderboard. You will notice an army of the undead in slots 1, 2, and 3.
Let's go gravy. I mean, I love this deck. It is incredibly fun to play. It is fun to watch, honestly, like on camera. It just does these broken things. And yeah, it's quite, a deck that really benefits, deep deck knowledge, as we see here. Bartos Yemba, Evan Tanki, and Juan Chacon. All of these people have played a lot of gravy and find themselves at 7-0. No big surprise to that. We still see a lot of other different heroes, a lot of assassins as well, rounding out that top 10 here. Ville Taravinen on 6th place there with the Mario, as well as a Kano just sneaking in there at 6-1 as well.
Yeah, a few names we've seen over the course of the weekend. Francesco Giorgio holding on to that 6-1 berth. We talked about Ville moments ago. Tommaso Vicido, our last European calling champion, still very much in contention here in 7th. And yes, Frederick Fagerberg sneaking in as that Kano at the bottom, looking to cause a little bit of an upset if they can. More standings to come, of course. A little bit further down, we'll see a little bit more deck diversity. It's like an entirely different format on page number 2. Simon, walk me through it.
Yeah, so apparently the gravy's like you only float to the top, just like, a corpse within the ocean.
Hey.
That makes sense. Yeah, so that's exactly how this works. And that's also why we see all these other heroes right here. CYK Lionel, we just mentioned him, flying all the way over here and is 6-1 battling with Dash.io. We have another Kano here, Anders Andersen, the Danes representing. I knew that there would be someone to watch out for there. So yeah, hopefully we can see some of Anders tomorrow. And Maximilian Klein lost round 1, won 6 in a row with Fang. absolutely impressive performance. Yeah, this
Absolutely.
is looking so cool. And of course, Daniel winning is winning.
Of
That's
course,
just-
yeah, I stole it right from my tongue. Yeah, talk about representing 3 Brits on the page and a couple more, 3 more on this page as well. Turns out the home country advantage is playing very well for me. Jason Rolfe on Jarl Vertrady, 6-1 to wrap today up. Jacob Clements into day 2, still in the race for those World Tour points at 5-2, and of course Tim McCarthy there at 5-2, sneaking their way in at the end of the day after that unfortunate loss on camera.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So yeah, and even a second Dorinthia here with Gianluca Lia here. So yeah, that's Oliver Kurt as well. Yeah, just so many on Florian there. Yeah, a lot of like different heroes as well, and some Jarl success as well from Jason Rolfe.
Some Ira, some Oscilio, so all kinds of stuff lurking just underneath the surface. Yes, gravy floating to the top. I think that's very apt, but there is still more story to be told. We have a second day of competition coming at you from Copenhagen tomorrow. We'll be live at 11 o'clock local time, and of course, there will be another spoiler
Wait,
cast.
another?
Of course.
Oh, okay. I'll show up tomorrow then.
I hope so. It's going to be a rather difficult stream otherwise, wasn't it? Thank you for joining us, folks. It's been a pleasure to have you here on the broadcast for the Calling in Copenhagen. I've been HowlingMines. That's been Simon Nielsen. And you have been amazing. Take care of yourselves, and we'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.